Oh. I used to have an in-studio audience. Different vibe, different energy.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have people watching all day on our live stream. What's going on, everyone? We're down here in Springfield today. Say hi to Joe.
Hi, Joe Crane from the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. Welcome to Springfield.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I had a chance to tour the entire exhibit here called "The State of Sound World of Music from Illinois." It's got artifacts and stories from some of the best that Illinois has given to the world of music in pretty much every genre. Blues. Come on in, Lance. Yeah, come on in, brother. Lance is here. Lance is the mastermind behind this whole thing, along with Dave Hoekstra.
In fact, I'm going to let Lance just sit right in and enjoy.
Yeah, come on in, buddy.
Get out of your guys' way. Enjoy the broadcast, folks.
Suzanne says, you go, Nick and Joe. Thanks for watching, Suzanne. This is Lance over here. Lance, we got Jet on right now. We got some Night Ranger coming up. I'm going to have to play radio, and then we're going to talk about everything that went into building this, the concepts behind it, where you had to go to find all the artifacts, everything. Well, we got so much to dig in, and we got plenty of time to do it. So we're going to do that in a minute. Opening weekend is in the book, so how you feeling about it?
Feeling good. Had a great crowd this weekend. People genuinely enjoyed the exhibit. I think it's kind of a different exhibit experience because you have to walk around with these set of headphones and plug in, and
It's cool.
that's a little different. Yeah. So we'll see how that all plays out over the 9 months the show's going to run. Probably going to go through a few headphones.
I think you will. Luckily, you got a good relationship with the folks up at Shore.
Yeah, very fortunate. They supported the exhibit from the beginning, so I appreciate that.
So if you're watching on our StreamYard right now, if you're watching our live stream, you might be wondering, where's the music? Why can't we hear the music playing? Well, we can't do that. The law does not allow us to play the music on the live stream, so you're just going to kind of get the in-house audio here. And if for some reason I turn it up too loud, you may know about it or not know about it because they're going to take it down. But we'll see how it goes. If whoever's watching now, can you hear us okay? Is the audio getting picked up okay? I want to make sure that everyone can hear. Just go ahead and make a comment either on our Facebook page or on our YouTube. That would be fantastic. If you have a question for anyone that we talk to, we're going to be talking to a lot of people. Lance is going to be here quite a few times. We're going to talk to Joe. He's going to be in here a few times. I got my list of people we're talking to. Hold on, I don't miss anybody. We got Heather is going to come in. She's from the Library Museum here. She's the education director. She'll be in later on, probably around in the 11 o'clock hour. We got Christian. Oh, he's going to be fun to talk to. Not only is Christian McWhorter, he is the Abraham Lincoln historian at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library Museum, but he's also a music historian too. So there's a lot of crossover there. Probably more crossover between music and Abe Lincoln than most people realize. So we'll talk to him about that. That'll be a lot of fun. And then Amy Beadle's going to be here. Big thank you to Visit Springfield, Illinois. Hooked me up with a hotel room. I appreciate that very much.
Nice hat.
Yeah, you like that hat? Exactly. You get a hat when you come down, I think. I don't know if that's in the official Welcome to Springfield package, but I appreciate the hat anyway. You pulled it up. Pull this up on your phone, right? We sounding okay?
Yeah, you're looking good.
Okay. Oh, I know I look good. It's because I got my mask on.
Yeah, you're sounding good too. I had to turn it down because we wouldn't want to
Right.
freak everybody out. But cool.
So we got Night Ranger coming up here. We're going to do a little radio. Some Doors, Golden Earring. Oh, I love that song. Great driving song. And then we'll talk for a minute or two, Lance. And then we can talk some more with the folks watching online.
Sounds good.
Can we get Dave Hoekstra on?
Yeah.
Can we? Because we can send him a link and he can join us via the live stream.
Okay, sure. I know you can dial into the Bluetooth on that crazy device over there. That's what
I'm not even going to start messing with that.
Oh, okay.
Garrett has left. But I think that's probably how he prefers it.
That's okay.
Maybe we can share.
Yeah, let me text him and see if he's around.
Like, sure. And then I'm just going to YouTube talk. Hell, I want to hear about that.
Yeah, we're actually gonna tape a podcast, just the two of us, about how what it was like to sort of put He wrote an exhibit on Paul Natkin, the rock photographer, his life. He actually wrote the Disco Demolition project that I did, the museum exhibit about Disco Demolition. Yeah, you being a Sox fan,
Oh yeah,
you know all about this.
Mitch Michaels was there. The whole. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Mitch Michaels was there trying to calm the crowd. Isn't that crazy? In fact, Mitch came to the opening of that show and saw that one of his pictures was blown up really big on a graphic panel.
Yes, he wanted it for his house.
You did.
Yes, he
And
did.
when the show came down, he called me up and said, "Can I have it?" I said, "Sure." So yeah.
Mitch likes to look at himself. Suzanne or Renee, rather, thank you for your comment. It sounds like we're far away because we kind of are. It's a panoramic view or a wide-angle view there, so that's kind of why we're far away. But I hope you can hear us anyway. Sorry about that. Maybe we can bring it a little bit closer. Well, I'll try to drag that camera a little bit closer. I'll tell you when it's
It's gonna make people sick.
Maybe a little bit. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I got a nice wide angle. Okay, you're good right there. Hopefully that'll help the audio, and you get to see Lance's face.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
All right.
And you're gonna need a wide angle for that anyway.
Yeah. All right, here we go. We're kind of just crossing our fingers here. All right, I'm gonna hit the mic, so while I answer. Night Ranger 95.9 The River. My name is Nick. We're live in Springfield today at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum, their retro radio studio they built inside their brand new exhibit called The State of Sound in Illinois. This place is cool. It's got artifacts from all genres of music that either started or are from Illinois. We're talking with Lance Tauser. He's the creative brain behind it. So if you want to get in on that conversation, we would invite you over to our website or our Facebook for the live stream. We're going to be talking to a lot of people today. It's going to be a lot of fun. My name's Nick. Till 3. It's the Doors on the River. Okay, I think we did it. I'm not sure if that was over the air or not. I'm pretty sure it was. Somebody will, I'm sure, will tell us. I hope Danielle maybe was listening.
Was that a bunch of dead air you were worried about?
It could have been. It could have been. Yeah. I was. This is kind of the thing. I'm running my own board, as they say. To get technical, we don't have a board up at the studio, so I'm doing everything myself over here. Renee says the audio is a little better since we moved it a little closer. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee.
She said that her school stopped during the 4th grade Springfield trip when her middle child was in 4th grade, who graduated in 2014. If you haven't been in a while, I think you probably can come down again. There's a lot of really cool new stuff. Like I said, one of them is the State of Sound, which is the exhibit that we're in. They built this really cool radio studio in the corner of it, but there's another probably 3,000 square feet out there full of stuff. So give the people just an umbrella view of what you guys did here today.
Well, yeah, we're in the Illinois Gallery, which is our changing exhibit space, and the team that I lead, extremely talented folks, we decided to turn the space into a backstage experience. So the treatment on the walls, the industrial feel, the electrical boxes, the soundscape, the lighting, everything looks and feels as if you were sort of in a chaotic backstage kind of experience. And as you make your way through the exhibit, you sort of discover these different genres, and then you discover the music from those genres. So if you're not that familiar with gospel music, you're going to learn about Mahalia Jackson, Thomas A. Dorsey, the soul stirrers that Sam Cooke started in, and you would go on from there. Blues, jazz, international music, country, and sort of that what do you call it, the alt country style, which is really, really cool. You've got, of course, rock and power pop and alternative and punk and metal and industrial, house, disco, rap, and hip hop. I mean,
how did you fit it all in here?
that's just great. I mean, really, that's the thing. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in this space. It actually makes it so that our physical capacity for patrons is lower than it would be if there was more room. But
okay.
we squeezed it. We had a big story to tell, and we squeezed it in.
You did. All right. So we got Golden Earring is playing right now. Twilight Zone. So that's nice.
Oh yeah, it's a classic.
It's a 7-minute tune right here. So we got a little bit of time.
Yeah, those are one of your bathroom break turns.
This is one of the bathroom break ones.
Right.
Yes, absolutely. And here's something I got to Davida if I really need to.
Please don't.
No. It's part of preparation for doing a show like this is making sure you take care of that before you come in.
Right.
So,
Yes.
don't you worry.
You are well prepared.
Any questions for Lance about the artifacts here? Feel free to drop them in our Facebook comment section. We'll post them up on the screen, and we'll ask him about that. Talk about your partnership with Dave, who Dave Hoekstra is, and how you guys work together. You got about 5 minutes on that.
Okay.
Ready, go.
All right. Dave Hoekstra was at the Sun-Times for 30 years.
Yeah.
So he wrote about everything at Sun-Times, from music to everyday life. He's extremely talented, and he has produced a documentary on actually the music from Springfield, Missouri, which has got this sort of Americana, it's sort of one of the origins of the Americana movement in Springfield, Missouri. And he's written several books, one on supper clubs, one on disco demolition. I mean, I can't remember how many books he's written. I've known him for years. As I mentioned before, he did the writing for the Paul Natkin rock and roll photography exhibit that I did. He also did the disco demolition exhibit that I did. So when this idea came around, he was at the top of my list of people that could be amazing to write this story. But I would say it's a thankless job to say, okay, we want to tell the story of the music from Illinois, but you only get to choose so many artists, and you only get to talk about them. You get so many words to talk about them. It is impossible because, as we've already seen, there are so many amazing artists from Illinois that we couldn't possibly talk about all of them.
Of course.
So we had some criteria, and so we talked about the ones that either were born here and made their music careers here, or if they were from some other place, this is really where they did their music career business, if you will. So you think about some of the more important blues artists like Muddy Waters and Buddy Guy and Howlin' Wolf and Little Walter and all these guys were born in the South. They bring their blues music to Chicago. It gets electrified. It becomes a thing. They go to Chess Records, Delmark, and Alligator Records later, and then the world changes because bands like the Rolling Stones, credit Muddy Waters and Chuck Berry and all these people that played on Chess Records as essentially the impetus of rock and roll music. So one could make the argument that we are on ground zero of a global music phenomenon. So one could also make the argument that just about every state probably has some really amazing artists, but I think the one thing I think we make is that because we're from the Middle West, we have a little bit of everything here. And so this exhibit really celebrates the fact that from gospel to, from Mahalia Jackson to Chance the Rapper, from Cheap Trick to Miles Davis, you can't get more diverse. You can't get more eclectic. It is there. If you're a music fan of any ilk, there's got to be something in here that you like. And if you like certain types of music, you might get turned on to other stuff when you walk through this space. So he and I worked on this for about a year, and we developed not only the approach to the exhibit, but essentially the criteria of how we went about selecting the artists that we were going to feature, because it was really difficult. And there were a lot of artists that we would have said, hey, if we had more room, if there was, had more time. We didn't even go down the road of the Sidemen. You and I talked a little bit about.
If there's a guy from Illinois, part of a bigger band who didn't necessarily start here, do you include them? Do you not?
Sure. So Eddie Vedder, from Evanston, in a huge band, Pearl Jam, but not from Illinois. Jim Sonnefeld from the Hootie and the Blowfish, he's the drummer. Jim from the band Train is from here. So there's a thousand sidemen. How about Daryl Jones, who now plays with the Stones? He's been playing with the Stones ever since Bill Wyman retired. He's from Chicago. He's an amazing guy. But you know, if we went, yeah, he's from Chicago, but the Rolling Stones clearly are not an Illinois band,
Right.
although they did record at Chess. So we had to make very tough decisions, and we know that people are going to come through and say, "Hey, man, how come Head East isn't in this, show?" Or the Boys from Illinois, or some of these bands that had very regional, significant yet regional success, and we had to look for ones that had a bit more of a higher benchmark, or they were sort of at the leading edge of a particular genre. So if you think about music as waves, so you've got people that are right out there at the crest of the wave. They were the first band out there playing that music that way.
Yeah.
So they're significant. Whether they sold a lot of records or not, that's the story you're supposed to tell.
Right.
Now, then you've got these bands that sort of follow them up. So if you think about that alternative wave in the 90s that Smashing Pumpkins was there, and then you think about all the bands behind them that sort of followed in that wave, are you going to make the same kind of deal over Chevelle as you would for Smashing Pumpkins?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
The conversation is endless as far as that. Okay, we got about a minute left here of the song. We're going to go on. I'm going to give you an opportunity just to give you that umbrella, what we're doing here. And then we'll invite folks over to our live stream too. So that's how this is going to work all day today. We're doing it on the fly. We're doing it live.
Thanks for
Samantha chimed in.
Is she?
I don't know if you know Samantha Noel.
Yeah.
There's a Noel.
Well,
Noel.
yeah.
She said, shout out to the women's musicians of Illinois who overcame so much and broke through a male-dominated industry. Etta James, Ma Rainey, Grace Lake, Chaka Khan, all of those.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for the reminder, Sam.
Yes,
We can always
yes.
count on you.
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. I'm going to turn the mic on. Here we go. Mic's out. Golden Earring 95.9 The River. My name is Nick. We're down in Springfield at the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. The State of Sound, a World of Music in Illinois brand new exhibit is now open. Lance is here, and Lance is one of the creative minds behind this. You are the director of exhibits, and you just added another title as well on your business card.
Exhibits and shows.
So congratulations, my friend. So give us the Cliff's Notes version of what people will find when they come down here. What are they walking into when they walk into the State of Sound?
Well, what you're going to find is a really immersive experience. We have themed out our gallery to feel like a backstage experience. The wall textures, the materials, and even the casework and the road cases and lighting truss. But the real part of the exhibit that I hope will hit home is the stories of these artists and these amazing artifacts we were very, very fortunate to feature in the show. You're going to stand in the presence of Miles Davis's trumpet. It's this glowing red trumpet with his name on the side. Is one of the last ones he ever played. There are amazing stories behind each of these artists, and there's amazing stories behind how they went about picking the artifacts that they decided belong to us. And it's just a privilege for us to feature these.
And we are taking deep dives into all of that. If you go to our website, our Facebook page, our social media accounts, we are streaming our entire midday show live, the video from inside our retro studio, which looks really, really cool. So join the conversation there. We can answer any of your questions as well with Lance and our various guests throughout the day. Highs in the mid-60s. Sunshine should poke out a little bit later on today, but all that's going to do is heat up the air and cause some thunderstorms. So we do have a chance for some stronger severe thunderstorms a little bit later on today, not only here in Springfield, but up in the Fox Valley and the suburbs as well. We'll keep our eye on the weather as we go out through our day. My name is Nick. We're live in Springfield at the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. The State of Sound is now open. Rush and Nirvana on the way next. It's The River. Okay. There we go. I have notes here. Hold on. Let me find my Lance Tawser card.
You got notes?
Dude, I had a 2.5 hour train ride and I was very productive. By the way, if you do decide to come down here, the train is the way to go.
Oh, yeah.
It's a 2.5-hour drive.
But the station is 30 blocks away.
Right there. It's you get off the train, you walk over here, you do the museum thing, you hop back on the train, and off you go. It's amazing. Huh?
The museum thing.
Museum thing.
You did the museum thing.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, there's some amazing stuff. The Presidential Library Museum is amazing.
Yeah.
The Lincoln Home, which I think is going to open up pretty soon. You went to the tomb. You rubbed the nose back in the day.
Yeah.
That's a great experience. Downtown Springfield's really lovely. There's a lot of great. We went to a great
Obed
and Isaac's yesterday. That was awesome. It's a cool place.
Yeah, I don't.
Let me hear what do you got in your card?
Actually, you know what? I didn't do a Lance Tauser
Wow.
card the cards are big enough.
That's right.
I can't fit all
Nice.
I got a Joe Crane card. I got a Christian McWhorter card.
Uh-huh.
I got an Amy Beadle card, and I got a Heather. Is it nice or nice?
Oh, they're nice. Nice. Yeah, they're nice.
I hope she lives up to her name.
Right. She's going for a PhD, so one day she'll be documented.
That's awesome. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I actually did the museum thing. I did the young Lincoln side. I did the White House side.
Right.
The White House side of this. Apparently our audio is kind of bad on StreamYard. I'm not exactly sure what else to do about that. I'm really sorry.
There's no way to connect an external microphone, huh?
There is actually. Maybe we can look into that. Let's see, how can we do that? But it's only one microphone. It's just that I can plug an XLR into it, and I'm not sure if we can route that over there.
That's up to you.
Yeah.
This is your part.
It's probably because of an internet situation. How about this?
Hello.
Okay. It's not necessarily audio level, but lips and clicks. I think because I'm on my broadband, which is probably a terrible thing to do for a live stream.
Oh, yeah.
So let me see. I wonder if it's going to cut out. I wonder if I can try to jump on our Wi-Fi unit here without taking this off. So if we go off, I apologize. We'll be back soon on that.
This is really exciting live stream.
Hey, you know what? We're doing it live, folks. This is what's happening.
Did Joe talk about all this crazy gear in here?
Not yet. No, we haven't gotten there.
He loves this stuff. This is all, this is a Gates Stereo 80 something or other that was made in Illinois. This would have been, if you were a little older, Nick, and started your career a little
earlier.
A little while. I mean, if you were, I dare to say, of Mitch's era, I'm sure, I can't imagine that Mitch hadn't used a board like this. I have no idea what they had to look back in the day or whatever, but it would have been something similar, I would think. I mean, it looks pretty clunky, but this was state of the art back in the day. So
is the Wi-Fi SOI guest? Can I use that?
Yeah.
We'll try that. See if that helps or hurts.
Did it ask for a password?
Not yet. It will. Yep. Yeah. Sorry, folks. If we're even on anymore, I don't even know. I need a username and password.
You do?
Yeah. It's great. It tells you behind the scenes.
This is great stuff.
Yeah. There's ALPM gas. I can try that.
Yeah, try that.
I don't think I'll be fighting too many people for bandwidth. What's the password for the guest Wi-Fi?
I want to say it's Lincoln 1860. Let me just double check.
Killing me. Stand by.
Can I share it with you? Maybe I don't know.
I don't know.
All right. This is terrible, terrible live streaming. I apologize. I thought I could do that. Yeah, the LPLM guest. Let's see if it allows me to share it now. Did that not work?
What am I looking for?
ALPLM guest.
I have the. I'm looking for the password.
Oh, yeah.
I just need the password. Oh, you texted it to
here
me?
it is. Oh, it's got an explanation point at the end. Probably shouldn't say it over the air.
I don't know. It's a guest Wi-Fi, right?
Right.
I get it.
Hopefully that'll sort you out.
Yeah, let's see that. connected. All right. Well, hopefully that helps. If we're even still on, I don't even really know.
It's fun, except for Nick's fingernails, apparently.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Did you clean your nails today? No.
I clean my finger. I'm on radio, not TV.
Right. You got great nails for radio.
There we go. All right. Looks like we're still on the air. That's nice. Okay. Hopefully that helped the audio. Sorry, folks. Sorry about that.
Your career as a hand model is over, but that's okay.
Dave said nice. Yeah, thanks. Okay.
So that's helpful, Dave. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, Dave.
So what we got? We got some commercials playing. We got Nirvana, Rush, Jimmy, 38 Special.
What song?
Hold on, Liz.
Well, yeah, that's Jim Peterick's song, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I know he co-wrote it. I don't know if he wrote the whole thing. Ides of March are featured in here.
What's Suburban Bank? Yeah, are they? Is that their guitar up there?
No. The vehicle record is around the. It's next to the REO Speedwagon Award.
Gotcha. Okay, so I got West Suburban Bank to do after Rush. Yeah, we'll be good. So, folks, let us know if that helped or hurt or didn't make any difference, and that was a total waste of time. What were we talking about?
Well, I was boring people to tears with what's going on here at the museum. But the one thing I will say about this show is that it's got some amazing artifacts, and each of them have a story. And one of the ones, I know you guys don't play John Prine so much on here because he's a very folky kind of dude, but he's a treasure from Illinois. He is a guy who has so much integrity, so much. He was basically just this. He was actually named a poet laureate from Illinois. Yeah, I think Christopher. So he's won Grammys. He's done it all. And COVID took him from us last year. So yeah, and so we had already sort of reached out to him that we were doing the show. Dave Hoch's just a good friend of his, or was, and of his family. And then we kind of waited, hopefully an appropriate amount of time before approaching the family and saying, hey, we're doing the show. We want to make a big deal out of John. Do you have anything that you would consider loaning us to sort of help tell the story? And they thought very long and hard about, maybe one of his guitars or something that was very obvious. And in the end, they loaned us this sort of collection of materials that he used to put on little tables on stage. When he became sober, he developed the stage fright. And he would put these little totemistic. Totemistic is a term we use. It's something that, like a teddy bear, something that provides comfort.
Gotcha.
And these materials would sit on the card table on the side of the stage, and when he was in the middle of a show and feeling a little wiggy or freaked out, he would look over at these materials and would sort of help him center himself. And they were not anything phenomenal. It's little tchotchkes, it's little figurines, it's a Jughead comic book, it's pictures of his family, it's coins, it's nothing that people would go, oh my God, that's amazing, but it was something that helped him. And so they decided, and they took a couple pictures about how he would sort of normally display them, and I'm using finger quotes, display, and in a very random way, let's just put it that way.
Right.
And so we have this, this amazing collection of these materials that, are essentially priceless to the family, but it really helps tell the story. And so each of these artifacts have got these crazy stories. Later we can talk about the one from Ministry, which has got just a crazy story about the artifact itself.
Yes, that is cool, and we may have to have you walk over there and show the people.
Yeah,
I can send you a link, and you can join the stream.
And I can send you a picture that you can post if you.
I can try to figure that out.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, whatever you like. But I mean, a lot of them. And the other thing I would say is that the one byproduct of COVID was that when we took on the task of reaching out to these artists, they were home.
Yeah.
If they were on tour, or if they were in the studio, or if they were doing their normal things, it would have been a lot more difficult to connect with these people and get the materials that we got. So I don't think I would never call it a benefit.
Yeah.
But
there's been silver linings to
Silver
quarantine and things like that.
Sure.
working from home for a lot of people has been a blessing. Things like that.
Yeah.
So it's okay to own that, I think. Do you have like little favorites out there?
I do. I think I really love the stuff that Common loaned us because he performed at the 2015 Academy Awards. They won an Academy Award for the song Selma. He performs with John Legend. They had a Prada suit made for him for that performance, and he kept it and he loaned it to us.
Oh, that is pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
There's some stuff that are just like, okay, that's pretty cool. The aforementioned Miles Davis trumpet is next to Herbie Hancock's keyboard and Benny Goodman's clarinet. You can't get much cooler than that. I mean, jazz guys just in general.
Yeah.
Ooze cool. Miles Davis didn't even look at the audience. He was so cool. So, we have some amazing materials, and I hope
he didn't even look at the audience.
He didn't.
So cool.
He didn't.
That's a great way. That's the reason I'm on radio, because I don't want to look at our audience. It's too damn cool.
But you got the cool hat on. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that adds
to your coolness,
or detracts from the whole thing.
I think you're at a point where
am I making a cartoon out of the whole thing right now just by wearing this silly hat? Abe Lincoln was more than just a top hat thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about like outside of this exhibit? You've worked here 3 years, I think you said.
Couple years.
So you got a little behind the scenes action at the Lincoln Library. There's some pretty cool spots I'd like to go check out.
Yeah.
Are there points in the museum that hit you a little bit harder than others?
Well,
It's a
yeah.
heavy museum, man.
It is a heavy museum, but I think one of the things is I think the Ghost Theater show is really powerful.
Love it.
I've seen it a lot, and it's only 9 minutes, but it's powerful.
They do a lot in 9 minutes.
Yeah,
It
is really powerful. I'm a big fan. We call those two sections that you saw the before he becomes president and the after, Journey 1 and Journey 2. But nobody knows that. That's just what we call it. I think Journey 1 is important and kind of provides that sort of context. What I liked about Journey 2 is how well some of these spaces were recreated.
Oh,
I mean,
my
you wouldn't believe when people walk through the funeral scene from the old state capitol with a casket there. And of course, he's not in that casket. I'm sorry to say. I mean, 45 8-year-olds hush.
Yeah.
That would normally be squirrely as all get out.
It's strong. Yeah.
It is powerful. And so I think one of the things that this space does really well, it creates this environment that has sort of an emotional effect.
And that's what museums are supposed to do, right? You're supposed to walk out feeling something, like you just experienced something, not that you just watched something.
Right.
It's not like you just came from a movie, but like you lived it, right?
Right.
As much as you can without actually living it. And I think that Journey 2, now that I know what the hip guy's calling Journey 2 is, from the White House to his death and beyond. It does. It puts you in that place, man. Especially emotionally. It puts you in that place where people were feeling in the time. They do a great job focusing on Mary Todd about what she was, her struggles and what she was feeling at the time.
Yeah.
Family struggles with her kids.
Well, yeah,
3 out of the 4.
Right.
It's just an amazing job. I think we forget what kind of treasure. History is it's closer than you think, right?
It is. Thanks for saying that.
So again, 50 seconds. I got to do a little West Suburban Bank here, and then I got Jimmy and 38 special. We can talk about some fun stuff.
Sounds good. You're a cheeky monkey.
I just wondered how long that was going to take.
You worked it in. Well done.
All right, I'm like. We are live wherever you are. We're in your pocket, on your phone, at home, on your computer. Streaming the River, brought to you by West Suburban Bank. They are unlike any other bank. Visit westsuburbanbank.com. Okay. So
I'm glad you bought 2 hats because that one's
it's about to rip. I know. I keep hitting it with my headphones. That's all right. I was going to bring home one to my kid,
Oh, that's
But,
nice.
you know,
I imagine we can get you some more of those.
if we rip one, I have no problem taking it back myself. Is it possible to pull a couple things and kind of show me, or do you not want to open?
I can't I can't open the cases, no, but I've got pictures on my phone that I can post in the comments.
Yeah, why don't you try that? Why don't you
All right.
post a few pictures of some?
All right, I'll do that. Okay, so
There you go.
let's see. It will let me. Will it let me post? No.
Should.
I thought it would let me post pictures.
Why don't you pull up our stream? I want to hear what it sounds like. We're hearing that we still got some clicking and stuff going on.
Okay, so
There we go.
let's see. Yeah, I hear the clicking.
I'm trying to figure out if this goes loud. It's just, are we peaking? The
Yeah,
mic?
it's not going click. Yeah, I hear the click. Yeah, that's a bummer. Yeah, I'm not seeing.
I'm not sure why it's doing that. They have no. Hold on, let's see.
Maybe you can post to the comments.
Yeah, send them over to me.
I'll send you a couple of pictures.
Let's see. I brought some fancy toys we can try to play with there.
All right. So yeah, no, I took pictures of a lot of them because I just was so geeked out by them all. And did you mention the crazy speakers out front that pulse?
No, not yet.
They're kind of fun, aren't
I
they?
have not mentioned that.
All right, I'm sending you Buddy Guy stuff, Howlin' Wolf stuff. Let's see what we got here. There's Jeff Tweedy's guitar. You're gonna. Oh, it's taking a little while to come through. Hopefully it comes through.
Are you texting me?
Yeah.
My phone's.
Yeah. Is it all?
Yeah.
Is it all gonna freak out over there?
I hope not.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that.
Facebook message, man. You could email me.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, now I can hear it. It's being a little crackly. I feel bad for the people that are putting up with it.
I don't know why that's doing that. It's just my phone's camera. Or my my phone's camera's microphone.
Easy for you to say. All right, I'm gonna do this again here. So get a cool picture of the front. We got. Let's see how. I got a picture of the First Lady of Illinois signing the wall behind you.
Oh, that's cool.
Which you're going to sign before you leave.
Heck yeah.
You actually have to finish your shift, though.
No problem.
You know,
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see how we go.
you may not make it all the way through. At this rate, right?
4 minutes till our next break.
Okay. Here, I'm sending you the Styx guitars. We have a Les Paul from Tommy Shaw. Actually, the cool story about the Les Paul is when Tommy Shaw first joined Styx in '73, I think it is, for the Crystal Ball album, he was in another band, and this was his main guitar. This is like a '68 Les Paul, pretty cool guitar. Yeah. Accidentally rolled over it in the car and broke the headstock on it, or broke the neck, or whatever, and he had to have it repaired. So this guitar has a lot of history to it. All right, I'm sending you that Ministry microphone. This is all via Facebook. So you should be able to get them on your computer over there.
I'm trying to figure out the idea right now.
You got a really cool stage costume from Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh, I did see that out there.
In the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We got an award for the album High Infidelity from REO Speedwagon. The 10 million sales. It's a diamond sales award. Not many people get to say that they sold 10 million.
Yeah, okay.
Got a guitar from the guy from Disturbed, Dan Donegan.
Yep.
They do a crazy version of Sound of Silence.
It's really good.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dan Fogelberg's guitar, you guys probably, I don't know if you play Dan Fogelberg, but it's a very, very sweet story. His widow.
Dead, right?
Yeah, I think, did I tell you that one?
No, I'm aware of it.
His widow lives in Deer Island, Maine, which is about as far away as you can get going east. And she was hesitating on whether or not to loan us the guitar because it was his main guitar. He actually had a nickname for it, Buck, the Martin acoustic. We called it Buck. And, she really toiled with it emotionally whether or not she wouldn't let it out the house because it still had the strings on it when he last played. So, his DNA exists on this guitar.
Oh, that's right.
And in the end, not only did she loan us the guitar, but she had to drive 3 hours to get to the place where our art shipper could pick it up.
Wow.
So I am great. I'm indebted to her for sure for what she.
A minute here before we take our next. Go on
We
here.
got some pictures of our outdoor bar at the house. Which is
Oh,
pretty cool.
I'm sure people would love this.
Yeah. But yeah, each of these stories, we just started talking to them and saying, well, what do you think helps out? Here's a cheap trick. Are you getting all these on your Facebook list? I know you're doing other things.
I'm sorry.
You and your radio.
All lands all the time. Yeah, I got those.
So yeah,
really cool stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna, when we do this break here in 40 seconds, when we come back and talk just on the stream, we're going to talk about that syringe.
Okay, sure. That's a crazy story. Not that you play a lot of history on your maybe people might not know who they are, but
that's okay. We got all the time in the world to explain it. All right, here we go. Bye. 38 special, 95.9 The River. My name is Nick. I'm with you till 3. We're live in Springfield at the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library Museum. Lance Hauser is here, one of the creative minds behind the brand new exhibit, The Safe Sound, a World of Music from Illinois. Chronicles Illinois' contributions to the world of music in pretty much every single world you can think of, from gospel to hip-hop to rock and roll to blues and jazz. But I wanted to ask you, when you look out over the 3,000 square feet you have here outside of our super cool retro radio studio, which pieces do you really attach to the most? Which one are your favorites?
Well, I would say the ones that actually have a really good story, or the ones where we made such a great connection to the artist and put a lot of thought into what they wanted to loan us. In some cases, the artists are no longer with us, so we're talking to their siblings or to their kids, and in many cases, not a lot of material still exists. You and I kind of looked over some of the cases. One of my favorites is Howlin' Wolf. Howlin' Wolf's daughter is an amazing lady. Lives in the Chicago suburbs, and she only had a handful of things, but some of them are really personal. So we have on display Howlin' Wolf's harmonica.
Explain who Howlin' Wolf is real quick.
Sorry, Howlin' Wolf is a really, really important blues artist. Had a gravelly voice, came from the South, was on Chess Records, had the song Smokestack Lightning was his big hit. And Howlin' Wolf was a very imposing character, 6'4", 250 pounds, and he had a growl to his singing, and he was amazingly intense.
What do you have from him here?
So we have this harmonica that he played. We have his Rock and Roll Hall of Fame plaque. We actually have one of his shaving brushes from back in the day. We have his gun license. He used to carry a handgun because back in the day the blues circuit wasn't for the faint of heart. And so even though he was a big imposing character, he still carried a gun. And we have they actually made U.S. postage stamps in the 1990s, and we have one of his commemorative stamps.
We're going to share a few photos from some of Lance's favorite stuff on our live stream that we're doing right now. We're getting in depth on a lot of this kind of stuff, so you can, if you're listening, if you're not driving, if you're working from home today, you can hop on your computer or smartphone. Just go to our website, 95.9 The River. You'll see the link. We'll be live streaming all midday show long here down at the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. Kansas, ZZ Top Donuts, 95.9 The River, live from Springfield.
Okay, cool.
Cool. All right, syringe. We got to talk about this.
Okay.
Let me see if I can pull up the.
Yeah, you should have got the picture. So let me just set the stage. So the band Ministry started in the 80s. They are an industrial band, which really combines almost metal and dance music. For those people that are not familiar with industrial music, it's very heavy, it's very powerful, but it has sort of this, industrial or drum machine driven feel to the beat, that kind of thing. And Al Jorgensen is the main guy, the singer, the songwriter. He is everything, and their stage productions, I would have to say, border on the macabre in their motif, if you will. So a lot of strange visuals, a lot of these sort of gothic imagery, if you will. So when we contacted them, we said, "Hey, we're doing this show. We're looking for something that helps sort of represent. What would you consider loaning us?" And they said, "Well, we've got this piece that just came off the road. It was a microphone stand that was sort of a part of a set that, like you said, looks like an ornate Gothic syringe, very large syringe with a cylinder that lit up, and there was like a liquid or bubble thing going on in there. So it was all tied into their stage show that it would change colors and do things, when it was supposed to. And it had been developed by a guy named Kevin Largent in Brooklyn, and it resembles. Are you posting the picture?
Yes.
It sort of resembles like a metal skeleton of a bat, sort of, and it has a human skull on the top.
People can see it.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So if you're looking at the picture on Facebook, I'm sorry if it's upsetting your breakfast, but the great story about this is that when they decided to loan us this piece, we said, "Oh my gosh, we'll never have anything like this in the show. We got a bunch of guitars, we got a bunch of things that people have seen 1,000 times, but you're not going to see a crazy Gothic metal skeleton bat syringe mic stand." It's hard to say those words together. Anyway, so the mic stand gets to us in its crate, and when we open it up, we realized that the fluid in the center of the cylinder was leaking, and it was kind of gooey. We didn't know what we were getting ourselves into.
It could be anything.
It could be anything. So you have to understand.
What did it look like?
Well,
Was it red?
no, it wasn't red. It wasn't like blood. But it was kind of dirty, and it was kind of gooey, and it was probably a combination of whatever was in there and dirt. It had been on the road for a long time. This mic stand had been everywhere. China, you name it, it had been everywhere. And so you have to understand, though, at a presidential library, we're used to dealing with historic documents. Our conservators don't normally deal with weird ooze coming out of a weird scenic microphone stand from the band. So they were all taken aback. They were really concerned that it could be nasty, it could be volatile, it could be, it could be, we could just breathing, it could be an issue, whatever. We realized that we weren't going to be able to stop the leak, and it already drained out about halfway down. And so we had made the decision that we should just empty, just not exhibit it with ooze in it or whatever. But we were really concerned even just about draining. We'd have to take the thing apart and figure out a way to dump it out. And so we called the band back and we said, "You know what this stuff is?" He said, "No, as far as I know, it could be the same fluid you find in snow globes." Well, that's probably not helpful.
Yeah, what is that?
What does that even mean? I don't know. So we tracked down the guy who built it 10 years ago in Brooklyn, and he finally got him on the phone. And it just so happened when I finally got him on the phone, I put him on speakerphone, and we were all standing in a circle around this piece, our conservators, our registrar, our exhibits guys, and I'm not kidding, we were ready to get hazmat suits on, put goggles on, because we bought glass jars to empty the stuff in it because we didn't know what it was. I mean, with a band like Ministry, it could have been embalming fluid, it could have been anything. Yeah. So the guy gets on the phone, he's super nice, and he says, "Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that it's leaking." And I said, yeah, what is it? He goes, "Baby oil." Oh. And we all kind of look at each other and, "Oh, for God."
How they came up with putting baby oil.
Well, the whole idea of oil and light, the way it refracts.
Gotcha. It would look pretty cool.
It would look pretty cool. And it did. We saw some pictures of what it looked like. So we sighed, a bit of relief. We were able to empty the baby oil. The baby oil has been disposed of. We didn't keep baby oil. Nobody wanted baby oil back.
The baby oil next to it. That's
No, and they didn't want the oil back. The oil was responsibly disposed of,
That's awesome.
and the exhibit the box stand has been put on display with some cool lights. And actually, the piece behind it, it's hard to see, is actually part of the crate that it came in.
Oh, cool.
It's from the defibrillator tour from 2012. And fans of Ministry will super geek out over that piece. But the story about the weird fluid is probably
It's one of many
One of many.
interesting artifacts you
you have to deal with too much fluid, with trumpets from the band Chicago or guitars from other places.
At least if you would, you would know how to drain that.
Yeah, right.
Well,
And we know what the fluid is probably, right?
A little bit worse than baby oil. COVID and everything.
But hey, the trumpet player Lee from Chicago is a super cool dude. He responded to our request. We wanted to make sure we had a trumpet because of the horn sections in Chicago, and he loaned us one of his favorite trumpets from the 1970s when they were at their most horn peak, if you will. And then he loaned us a quadruple platinum award from Chicago 17, which was one of their really important. Actually, that was the last record Peter Cetera sang on. So I'm sure you guys play Chicago occasionally, but again, couldn't have been nicer. I mean, just about, there isn't anybody that we reached out to, A, that said no, or B, that was difficult about it. They were lovely. Everybody was genuine in their own way, and you just have to go about establishing a relationship with them and hearing what they thought. And actually, Willie Dixon's family had a car that has a great provenance. It's a Cadillac that was once owned.
You're using museum words again.
What?
Provenance?
Provenance, yeah, meaning it has a great story.
There you go.
So Willie Dixon owned this Cadillac, but who owned it before him was Muhammad Ali.
Oh, that's cool.
And now if I had room for a Cadillac in here, but we couldn't fit it.
Yeah.
So in that case, I had to say, sorry, I can't fit the Cadillac. Yeah. Actually, Disturbed had a grand piano. We couldn't fit that either.
They were willing to give it to you.
Loan it to us. Yeah, we were going to give it back.
Loan it, yeah.
Yeah.
They were willing to get it down.
Yeah.
Kansas on right now. You can probably guess which song. And then after that,
They did play other songs.
I understand. Yeah, lots of more hits. Quite like this one.
Yeah, some of them were hits.
Doggy Diners are sponsored for the Rock and Roll Diner today. So if you're not familiar with the Rock and Roll Diner, it's all requests from you.
Right, I remember.
We got a couple of Illinois requests already coming. We've been doing it all digitally. So I know Eddie's didn't make it into the display here, but they're going to make it into our show.
Awesome. Nothing against Eddie's.
No, of course not. And then we're giving away Doggy Diner gift certificates as well. We might have to hold off on giving that away today just because we might have to wait to contact people. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. But Doggy Diner is our sponsor. DoggyDinerOnline.com, by the way. Bolingbrook and Bloomfield. And then let's see. You see that Manchester United fan? Did you see that story?
Yeah, because I hate the Glazers so much, they stormed the stadium and stopped the game.
And then and all I can think of was Chicago Bears fans who hate the McCaskey. and then Man U fans going, "Oh, that's cute. Watch this."
Right.
We hate our owners more.
I've been to one Premier League soccer game, and it was intense.
I would love to go.
Oh my gosh, they're crazy. And the chants are really, really rude, and little kids do them. They're very bawdy and nasty.
Let's pull up our streaming and see if there's still hideous clicking going on.
Oh, let's see.
Oh, so sorry about it.
Yeah, it's clicky. Sorry about the clickiness. We don't know why it's doing it.
I can plug in a microphone, but if we have another microphone.
Yeah, that one over there.
You know what? I might be able to just harvest that. Let's see what happens. Why the heck not?
How do you go from XLR to your cell phone?
To the computer.
Oh, to the computer.
I brought a whole other board.
Wow.
I know, dude. Like, I came prepared.
You are.
Let's see if we can do this. Will be our streaming microphone. And so actually these are run through here. Oh, what if I use this as my streaming microphone?
There you go.
Right? And this can be guest microphone.
Sounds good.
All right.
This is a. No,
Hold on.
Is it not? Is this a Shure? Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah. It's a little Freddie Mercury action.
A Unisphere 1.
I love that one. There you go. Okay. Hold on. I'll turn on that. 2 minutes.
It's 1,000 years in radio.
Yeah. Oh, no, I put it over here.
So you can go from an XLR to a little board and then USB out, huh?
I'm going to XLR this board, and it's going to USB into my computer, and that'll be our audio, but that'll still be our camera.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
I do. I'm witnessing. How about if I just turn some of these knobs so that people think this is something?
Yeah, just start playing with stuff.
Yeah.
I think that's always what I like to do.
All right. Wait, I think I got it.
You want focus. Oh, never mind. Thank you.
How about that?
Yeah, thank you. No, this is for the mixer. I didn't plug it in. I thought I was going to use it yesterday, but I didn't.
Do we need to find a plug for that? Yeah. There's one over here.
There's one over here, too.
Okay.
Live radio!
I think it's going really well.
I think it's going pretty well, as long as people understand what we're saying.
And they're not annoyed by the clickety clacking.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm glad that you're efforting to make it.
To remedy?
Yeah. I think it demonstrates your dedication to quality broadcasting.
Wow. Thank you. Okay, there's that.
So that's your streamer.
This will be my streamer.
You just have to slide.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Not picking up anything.
Okay.
How about me over here? Why is that not happening?
You do that.
Sure, yes, thank you for asking me, but yes. Check 1, 2. Hello, I see a little green light.
Stuff from you. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. Hello, Houston.
Check 1, 2. Do I need anthem phone?
I don't know, not for that thing. There's a battery in there?
No.
You gotta do something?
I take you around for the noon hour. It is the Doggy Diner, all request rock and roll diner. Starting at noon, we'll get your request on at high noon.
High noon.
High noon. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay.
That's not working, buddy. We need Garrett.
Oh, you're lying. There's the game's over there. Check 1, 2.
There you go.
We're getting audio. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2. 95.9 the river.
Oh, I'm thinking it though, dude. You jacked me up. All the people are going to be upset by me. Hello. There we go.
Cool. Now let's see if we can patch in the old StreamYard. Do.
He's patching. We're patching.
And we're after the patch.
I'm going to do this over here. Am I helping? Here. There we go.
Okay. I think we did it. Check 1, 2. Oh yeah. Pull it up on your phone.
Oh, hey, how you doing? Let's see.
Okay.
Testing.
And now I'm like manhandling the microphone. I check 1, 2 on the microphones.
That's still. Oh yeah, this is old, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
not.
that might be a few minutes delayed.
Here we go.
Check 1, 2 on the microphone.
There we go. About it. All right. There we go.
So
All right.
we have microphones from microphones and microphones from other microphones.
I think we need a few more microphones in here.
Yes. Okay, so let me check the radio. Okay, Eddie Money is shaking right now. That's going to take us into, you know what? We got Green Day next, but Cheap Trick is right there too. So we're gonna play Cheap Trick.
Yes, we are.
Sorry, Danielle. I played with the music.
You can blame me.
She reminded me that I have to make sure to talk into the microphone. Solid tip. I might forget that. That's not a joke. I might actually forget when we're on. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to turn my next. I'm going to handle the microphone, and it's going to be a really awful sound.
Gonna move it closer to you. No, make sure you don't talk in the wrong microphone when you're doing your radio. Do you need to put a little sign on which one is stream and which one's.
I wish I would have brought another handheld.
I'm sure we've got 1,000.
So this is my stream microphone right here. Turn that back up. There we go. Can't hear you when you talk off mic. Yeah, these are pretty, gotta be pretty tight. Okay, we should be good.
I think we're good.
I think radio mic, StreamYard mic, radio. Now you can't see me through the boom mic, but that's okay. All right, cool.
You want me to back this up a little bit more now?
We figured it out.
How about that?
Yeah, there you go.
How's that look on the?
Looks great. Looks fantastic. Okay.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna check again.
Can I plug our podcast?
I would love for you to plug your podcast and take up some time.
Yeah. Here we go. I'm gonna put this up here. How bad does that look?
That's perfect. Nope, that's perfect.
Okay, so we started a podcast to be a companion piece to this exhibit because we ended up making so many lovely friends, loaning artifacts from lovely people, and so we started a podcast, and it's oddly named the State of Sound Podcast. We were very clever.
No, don't overthink it. That's
right.
What I was saying.
Right. And we only have one episode posted right now. That is the one where I interviewed Tim McElrath from Rise Against, the punk band. He's a super cool dude. Mm-hmm. And actually, he has got something in common with David Bowie. Can you guess what it is?
No, of course not.
He has one green eye and one blue eye.
Oh, cool.
You didn't know that about David? That he there's some sort of there's a term for it, some sort of ocular or something or other. But now, how many headphones do you have now?
Well, I got my StreamYard headphones and then I got my on-air headphones. I just want to make sure that our levels are sounding good today.
Okay. So the podcast basically is going to come out every other week. We're going to interview people like REO Speedwagon's Kevin Cronin. We taped that on Friday. Joe Crane taped an interview with Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon. So that will be the next one after the Tim McElrath. They'll all just sort of be sitting there on our website. You can stream them wherever. But, so the next one will be Kevin Cronin. We're going to interview John Prine's kids. We're going to interview people like
cool.
like Tommy Shaw from Styx and all these other guys. So people that essentially were kind enough to loan us artifacts, we roped them into doing interviews. So
not only you have to give us your prized possessions, but also please talk to us about
thanks for that. Here's what else I need. So yeah.
We also need more from you.
Well, so and for us, it gives us an opportunity to pretend that we're a radio station, that we can produce content, I guess. And I know that everybody and their brother is doing a podcast these days, but I think we've got a good story to tell, and I think that those people that can't make it down here can learn a little bit more about why these particular artists picked the artifact that they loaned us.
Who's hosting it? You and Dave?
I'm not hosting it. I just do some of the interviews.
Crane?
Joe Crane is not hosting it. He just interviewed. So we've got a couple people. Actually, Jake Freefeld.
Yes.
And one of our educators, Corinne Claycomb, are the hosts, and they basically say, "Welcome to the podcast." They talk a little bit about who the interview is today, and then we cut to someone interviewing somebody important. And so in this case, it's me, not so important, interviewing Tim McElrath, someone important. And he talks about the fact that he was a kid from the suburbs, Arlington Heights, and he was in the punk underground scene in the 90s, early 90s, and he would get on the Metro train, get to Chicago, get to Reckless Records or Wax Trax, and find out where the punk show was happening that night. And he would basically spend his entire weekend there as a teenager, roaming around the city, engulfed in the culture of the punk scene. And he's an incredibly engaging guy, and he loaned us the very first guitar he was ever given by Gibson, a Gibson Les Paul. Very cool. And he broke the headstock on that one too. So it's another good story there. But he's a great guy. I love Tim. He's the greatest guy. He is a true blue hardcore punker. He is vegan.
There's nothing more punk than being vegan, right? I mean, I think it's a pretty punk thing.
Yeah, he's vegan. He's a straight edge. So he, no tobacco, no booze. Yeah. But he's the coolest dude ever. He really, really is super talented too. And just a great story about a kid from the Chicago suburbs. Yeah. I mean, this radio station talks to the
kids in the Chicago suburbs, Tim McElrath should be a great example for kids that have dreams.
We're going to share that. We'll put it up on our website after you guys release that.
Absolutely.
I do want to mention too, since people can hear us now, that if you go to our website 959theriver.com, we are giving away tickets to come down to the museum. So we have a 4-pack of tickets, actually 5 4-packs of tickets, I believe. And we have images of some of the artifacts you have in the exhibit here. If you can guess, it's a multiple choice. If you can guess who those instruments and items belong to, you can be a winner for 4 of those tickets. So go to 959theriver.com, click on win, and that will take you to the prize vault where you can win that.
That's not going to be that easy.
We made it pretty easy with the multiple choice, I think.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. We're working. We don't want people not to win. We want people to win.
So you showed a guitar and said it's either Shaka Khan, Tommy Shaw, or Lou Rawls,
Exactly.
Something like that. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah.
Good.
We show like the guy, the Cheap Tricks guitar has his face on the actual guitar.
Yeah,
so.
that one's pretty easy to tell. Yeah. Rick Nielsen.
Rick, that's right. We got Queen on right now. Quick break, and then maybe I'll talk about winning the tickets for that. And then
I'll take my podcast promo down.
keep it up. Heck, I don't care.
Can you still see other people in this?
You can see it. It's a wide angle lens. You got a nice little wide view there. Can't see the cool board anymore.
Oh yeah. Well, that's kind of important. Those of you with QR codes, you can scan that. I don't think that
Pause,
works
go
on the
back.
video, does it? Really?
I don't know.
I'm gonna put it back here.
You're talking to the wrong guy. There. Okay. 3 minutes. Okay. Childers is on my list.
That might be a few minutes delayed.
Childers.
Yeah. He said he was going to be there to help. He's not.
What's up, children?
I liked how you had your wife do some of the voiceover work. Nothing like using the folks you have at your disposal.
Well,
talent's talent, no matter if they're related to you or not.
Absolutely. I think. Well, that was during the lockdown too. So when I was working from home, we were going, well, wouldn't it be kind of interesting if we had these QR codes that had deeper dives on a particular artist? And wouldn't it be kind of cool if you could get these like 1-minute digestible biographies of certain artists? And wouldn't it be cool if somebody who had a nice sounding voice could record them?
Do you know anybody?
Somebody's up there making breakfast. So
for hardcore fans of 95.9 The River, and we know there are a handful. Samantha James, one of our old DJs, is married to Lance, who now runs the exhibits down here at the museum.
Yeah, you can blame me for why she's not on the radio anymore.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
We still hold that
Sorry about
grudge
that.
to this day. Actually.
Yeah.
What am I trying to do here?
I don't know. I thought you were doing a radio show.
I'm only doing like half radio show.
Is that right?
now. We're doing half this, and I'm producing everything. I actually love this kind of stuff. I honestly do. This is like right.
You're on your toes today, aren't you?
I like it, man. It gets me.
You're earning your money.
My 9 to 5 is, I'm in my basement doing this. I do the midday show from the basement of my house, and then I do production stuff, and then, it's kind of same thing every day. But it's nice to get out of the house a little bit and mix it up.
Well,
you had a nice opening weekend, though. From what I heard, right?
Yeah, wonderful crowds. Really, I truly feel blessed that people came out to see it. Hopefully, it resonates with people. I hope that people will realize that it's got a lot to offer. So, I appreciate the fact that you're down here plugging it on your show, man. It's not that far. Like you said, the train's not bad.
Train is, I'll tell you, again, if you weren't listening before, my recommendation for taking the Amtrak down from Joliet and just zipping down here to Springfield, it's so easy. I got so much work done. All right, we got under a minute of Queen, and then I'm going to talk about how to win tickets. Okay. On-air mic, StreamYard mic. Got it.
Make sure you talk into the mic.
Yeah.
By the way.
Very good.
Apparently.
Key.
Hot tip.
Radio 101. All right, hot mic.
Mhm.
We have some tickets to give away. If you want some free tickets down here to the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum, go to 959theriver.com. It's a pretty fun game. We have images of some of the items and artifacts in here at the brand new State of Sound exhibit. If you can identify the artist to which they belong, you can win a 4-pack of tickets to bring your family down. And if I were you, I would take the train because it's a nice 2.5-hour zip on the Amtrak, and it takes you just a few blocks away from the museum. So go ahead and win those tickets over at 959theriver.com. Click on win to get into the prize vault. More interviews over on our live stream. Billy Idol right now on 95.9 The River.
I'm noticing that these guys are jumping, so that means people aren't hearing anything. These guys aren't doing anything. No, seriously, these are supposed
Oh, they're supposed to work?
That's a different control. So can you tell me whether you can hear anything that's going on?
Some people were out there listening, I think. They just saw I can't see my mouth move. Okay.
Yeah, so the question is, are these mics up?
This mic is only plugged in for StreamYard. You're not going to hear that one. So maybe I should bring this one down too.
So is that one on that board too, or no?
No, just these two, which is fine because I'm talking into both of them. So you can hear me out there, right?
Can you hear
Yep.
us? So how come we're not seeing that here? That doesn't matter?
Who knows?
So the whole deal was that, wait, they move a little bit. Check, 1, 2! Yeah. I mean, they're barely moving now. That's the least of my worries? Yeah. As long as people out there can hear. So they're not hearing 95 down the river, I think, right?
I'm not really potting it up very much because I don't want it in here, but I think I turned it down on the controller. This is Garrett. Say hi to Garrett.
Garrett, you're live streaming.
Look at the meters, Lance.
Now this, oh my God, now they're pinging. What did you do?
That's broadcast.
There you go.
Turned up the amp. The game, he messed with the game stage, and Nick's a good guy. So.
Is this Heather?
This is Heather.
Heather Nice.
Yes.
Welcome, Heather Nice.
Am I done?
You're never done, but you can leave.
We can hang out here.
I've been hanging. You better explain everything you're doing here, Nick, to Heather.
Okay.
So he's on the radio, yeah, but
Right.
he's also, right now we're streaming on their Facebook page too.
Yay.
And so, when you're talking about the, when you're streaming, you're on that microphone.
Okay.
So just kind of always hold it because we're just like the whole idea of that is just to be in here with us and just discussing and conversing. So
So we're on both microphones.
no.
Well, this one you won't be using unless you do a.
Yeah, you probably won't. This is like the on-air radio microphone.
Okay.
So if I,
just
if I
vary
bring
the
you on,
breaks.
but yeah, my breaks for the radio are actually really short.
Okay.
So we're really just here to kind of converse and for the live stream.
Okay. That works.
So
Heather and
yeah.
I were hired around the same time. And she
Okay.
moved here from Alaska.
Oh, nice.
I moved here
Welcome.
Yeah.
from Geneva.
Yeah, right. Not Switzerland.
It's funny. I
Why don't you
realized.
pick up that microphone there and you just
Yeah.
there you
Yeah, you're currently live
Sure.
streaming.
Oh,
Say hi to the
live,
folks.
live? Hi.
Hold on, I have a really cool little graphic there. Heather Nice, ALPM Director of Education, ALPLM Director of Education. Heads up, we got Billy Idol playing. We got 1 minute and 40 seconds of that. We got a Rick Derringer song we're gonna play, and then we'll cut our conversation short because I got to do a little radio thing and talk about Copper Fox,
Okay.
and then we can discuss. But hold on, I have my little cheat sheet cards. So what brought you down from Alaska? This job?
It did
Nice.
actually. Yeah.
Were
so-
you involved in museums up there?
No, so I used to work at the Bush Presidential Library Museum, and
Okay.
my sister actually moved to Alaska in 2013, I think, and I just kept visiting her and really liked it, and so I decided to switch to academia for a little while. So I worked at the University of Alaska.
Okay, and then you saw this opening up down here. Were you
Yeah.
like a Lincoln fan, or did you know more than the average person does about Abraham Lincoln? Or like, is Lincoln a passion for you? Is it, or it just turned into one a few years ago?
So actually, I find presidents and the presidency fascinating, and kind of our governmental structures. And so for me, well, yes, Lincoln has always been very cool, and I've loved Lincoln. I don't know that I would call myself more than a kind of a couch aficionado, but certainly where my interest lay is really with how we use historical records in education. And so, when we're talking to kids and you you talk about the past, so often it's, oh, I learned this in a textbook. Whereas if you have access to original records, you can let them. Right. And so, instead of reading about the Gettysburg Address, come see it. Come see it.
You're somebody who most like. Do we have recordings of?
So we no, we don't.
I don't know if that was around.
No, it wasn't. I think, and please don't quote me on this. I want to say the first. Yeah, I want to say the first video was of the hurricane in Galveston, and I think the first recordings were 1870s.
So we just missed it.
Yeah,
that's okay.
I could be totally wrong. Ask one of the archivists if they're in here later, the historians.
Yeah, we have Christian. I'm still trying to practice his name.
McWhorter.
Christian McWhorter coming later, and I am very excited to talk to him because I think he'll have a lot of really cool Lincoln tidbits and nuggets and stories to share with us. But so I got about 3 minutes before I got to go play radio. But we'll talk about. I got some notes from you.
So before you move on, before I forget,
yes.
So Christian is actually an expert in music, and so if anybody knows when the first recording happened, it should be him.
That's good. And it's really funny that you said that because everyone I talk to, when I say I'm talking to Christian, the Abe Lincoln expert, did you know he's also a music expert?
So
yes, I do. And
we all know.
What I'm excited to talk to him about is music from that time, the Civil War time, and he wrote a book. I'm sure you know all about it. The war with the soundtrack, or the first war with a soundtrack. I want to know what the heck that means.
Right.
I'm really excited for him to come out. That's going to be pretty cool. So let me get this in here. I'm running the board for the radio over here, and we got the live stream going over here. So bear with me.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
I was going to bring my family down.
I'm impressed with your multitasking.
And a 3-year-old, and they were going to come down, but circumstances, whatever, they couldn't. And I was a little worried that there wasn't going to be a ton of stuff to do because the Lincoln Museum, it's a heavy place.
Right.
There's a lot of topics that aren't necessarily built for a 5-year-old. But then I was looking on the website a little bit more. I was flipping through the pamphlet from from visit springfieldillinois.com that they sent me. And there actually is a lot of stuff for kids to do. So I should have looked into that a little bit more. So maybe we can talk
absolutely.
Talk about that, about how you got some really cool programs for kids. I know you got a film contest you guys are pushing, right?
We do.
We'll talk about that. Art. I know you guys do a lot of art stuff, and History Detective seems kind of cool too. So
yeah.
Talk about that. And then you got a bunch of stuff for teachers too, right?
We do.
We'll get into that.
Okay.
We got about a minute. So what do you think of the state of sound out here?
I am so excited to see an exhibit. So one of the things I love about museums is that the temporary exhibits kind of give you a different perspective. It freshens it up. It keeps things lively. But my dad is hugely into music, and so some of my earliest memories are listening to Motown on records with my dad, and so it's just really fun to see some of the artists that we listened to when I was a kid.
Yeah, right.
I'm just gonna walk through, and I love the ambiance that it actually looks like a backstage area. Yeah.
I wish I could take a camera out there, but they don't want us to do that because you don't want to do a live stream and ruin the experience, right? And so I do my best to try to explain it, but it looks like a backstage. It's like brick walls with exposed pipes and doors that don't really go into anywhere, but they got a video screen in the window where it looks like it goes out into somewhere. It's just so well done. All right, here we go. I got 20 seconds.
Okay.
Switch mics. All right, hot mic. It's 95.9 The River. We're live down in Springfield at the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum till about 3 o'clock. We're going to start talking with Heather Nice coming up. She's the Director of Education here at the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. You can hop on our live stream and hear way more about that than we can talk about here on the air right now over at 959theriver.com or on our Facebook page. I'm also here to talk to you about Copper Fox. If you haven't heard of Copper Fox, don't worry about it. Copper Fox is a second to none dining experience that is now in downtown Geneva. They are opened up and they are fantastic. It's the place to go if you're hosting a wedding reception or a graduation party, anniversary coming up, a corporate event, whatever you're doing, that is going to be the place to go. Their event space is absolutely beautiful. And not only that, but even if you don't have an event coming up, it's going to be the place to go for cocktails after work. Maybe you want to go out on the weekend and have a glass of wine, enjoy some of the beautiful weather that hopefully is coming up soon.
you can go do that over at Copper Fox. And let me tell you, once you get a taste of the food too, it is absolutely delicious. You're going to be hooked for life because Copper Fox is part of the Foxfire family. So if you love Foxfire in downtown Geneva like I do, you can expect the same high quality food, attention to detail, everything you can expect at Foxfire, you're going to get at Copper Fox. The patio is open as well. It's right on 3rd Street, historic downtown Geneva. Check out the menu before you go at copper-fox.com. It's copper-fox.com. More from the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum coming up. We're live down here in Springfield till 3. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
no worries.
Tell people about Copper Fox. All right. So, okay, kids stuff. You're coming down to the Abe Lincoln Library Museum. You're going to learn about emancipating the slaves. You're going to learn about a lot of pretty heavy stuff. And, maybe that's not, stuff you want to approach quite yet for young kids, but there's still a ton of stuff to do, right? So talk about what there is to do for families if they come down to the library.
So right now we do have the attic closed, but we typically have Mrs. Lincoln's attic, which is a space for kids. We generally recommend up to about 8 years old, where they can get hands-on with the past. And so that means they might be able to imaginatively cook in a frontier kitchen.
Cool.
It has tons of Lincoln logs. So if they want to build a Lincoln,
Yeah,
a Lincoln cabin,
log.
in the Lincoln library, you have to have Lincoln logs, right? But we also have period costumes that kids can try on. We've got a model of Lincoln's house that they can interact with.
I know COVID kind of puts the kibosh on a lot of it, but
So the problem with kids stuff right now is that it's so hands-on and it's
Right.
so just interactive. It's really hard to say, don't touch that, don't touch that. I mean,
Right.
particularly with littles,
Is
right?
it
Like they
closed
want to
right
touch it. It is closed right now.
Okay.
But we're looking. We're not sure if it's going to be a bridge or a phase 5 opening, but we're hoping we can reopen it this
Walk
summer.
down the street and talk to those folks at the Capitol. and say,
Right.
"That's a Lincoln
Let's get
library
this.
play
Let's
with."
get this. But what we will probably do during the summer, usually, and again, COVID has kind of changed everything in our world. But during the summer, we do try to have activity tables for people who come to the museum to visit, and so kids might be able to create their own Mount Rushmore, where they pick their favorite
cool.
presidents and they get to plug them into the mountain, and they can of course put themselves in there if they want to. We do activities with Mrs. Lincoln's fans, so kids learn about kind of how women in the 1800s used fans to communicate, but also on a hot
Well,
summer
tell me
day.
now then, because I didn't know about that.
Well, it's I can't. Do you have a piece of paper I can borrow? I'm gonna look
Here's my
silly.
book.
So this communicated one thing, whereas this, I'm hot, or you might motion with your fan, and so there are different gestures that you could do with a fan, and so
And those were all just known socially.
yeah. And so I mean, think about it. You've all seen a movie, right, where the woman had the fan kind of
Yeah.
coquettishly over her eyes, and she was making the look like, "Come talk to me." Obviously back in the 1800s, they didn't have Bumble and all the ways we try to meet people now, and so they had to have.
And what a cool part of this museum as a whole, not just the state of sound, but how they treat Mary Todd, right? The woman in Abe Lincoln's life is definitely not ignored here.
No,
A huge
no.
part of the White House side of things is dedicated to her and how she had to battle, socially with the elite in Washington, and then, inwardly with her family. She had to go through so much. So it's cool to see, the women of this story, that that side of the story be told.
Right. Well, in a time when I think power couples dominate, social media, it's interesting to think of them as kind of the original. But seriously, I mean, it's interesting to think about them
You are
being
an
kind of the
education
original.
director.
I absolutely am. But it's interesting to think about them as kind of the first political power couple, because I mean, even in her early years, she communicated to people that she wanted to be the wife of a president, and so she always knew that was an ambition that she had, which for women back then, you were kind of limited as to what your ambitions could be. And so, hey, why not go for first lady?
And what did tell us about Mary Todd? I'm sure I can ask Christian about this a little bit later on, but your point of view of it seemed like she had a pretty rough life, even though she was the wife of a president.
I mean, just one of the things we talk about when we're teaching history is historical empathy, right? And I can't imagine what it would be like to lose 3 children, a husband.
That is.
I mean, even the family dog. I mean, like, how much worse could it
I
get?
mentioned several times when Lance was in here. Yesterday I did the whole museum,
Right.
and those are the parts that hit you the hardest.
They are.
On the Journey 2 side, we got the hip inside lingo, what they call it.
Right.
The White House side, it's learning about the family issues, and
they have a party going on in one room and have to deal with their son dying in the other.
Right.
It's heartbreaking.
Well, and
Heartbreaking.
it's not anything we would do today, right? Like we cancel parties if our kids are sick. I mean, there's like much less
That's a White
dying,
House
right?
party,
Like,
though, yeah.
but you know, when you think about it, it really being in the White House, and I think you see this. There's actually a book, and I don't remember who wrote it, but there's a book that talks about tragedy in the White House because, you know, when you're the president, it puts a very different kind of spin on your life and how you are allowed to engage with your personal sphere while you are the leader of the free country, right? Like you don't get to put that on hold to say, hey, I'm having a family crisis right now. And so it's interesting to see how different presidents have dealt with it over time, but also the first ladies.
Yeah, and it seemed like Abe was the kind of guy well, apparently his kids were rather rambunctious, as the one, you know, the office
Yes.
display.
I love that display.
Where it's, you know, Abe Lincoln sprawled on a couch reading what was a newspaper or something like that while his kids are throwing ink on the
Yep,
walls.
yeah, you know.
But, you know, I think every dad can probably relate to that. And I think every mom could probably relate to that, walking in like, what are you doing? Look at what's happening.
Right. Well, you know, I feel like Christian, it was either Christian or one of our other historians told me, but, you know, apparently the Lincolns were perceived socially to be slightly more permissive parents. And so they often actually caught flack for that their kids weren't better controlled. But I mean, if you think about it now, you know, obviously back then kids were supposed to be quiet and, you know, seen and not heard. But now, I mean, kids are fully participatory in their families. So I kind of wonder if it didn't look more like what we're used to now, although I would not have been able to throw ink on the wall in my home. That would not have ended well for me. Yep.
My dad.
Yep.
Like I said,
Or I'd have been painting over it.
Yeah, exactly right. We're talking with Heather Nice. She is the museum's director of education. Talked about how teachers can use you and use the museum to help out their own curriculum.
So one of the things that drove me into this career was the fact that I used to be a teacher. And so yeah, I was a teacher. And one of the things that frustrated me was, you know, when you're in the classroom, there's all these things you have to do, right? You grade, you talk to parents, you help your kids, you do your assignments. Then there's this line in your contract that inevitably says, and other duties as required.
Yeah.
And so, you know, as a teacher, you know what best practice says, and, you know, that's engaging kids in original records and having them become historians rather than just, you know, absorbing history. You want them to do it. And so I was expressing concern about that one day to a former department head, and she said, you should go do something to change that. And I kind of blew her off. And then, you know, here I am, many years later. But, you know, I really see the role of educators and museums and the role of archives as facilitating the things that teachers need to do in the classrooms, right? Like you have historians who are the experts of kind of taking the story of the past and getting it out to the masses. And then you have the archivists who preserve the records. But of course, you know, my role is helping teachers really think through how they implement that in the classroom. And so we create teaching guides that we put online where, you know, instead of it being a lesson plan, which is a little more static, we try to compile records from the collection and give them context. And so a teacher could take those records and use them in any way they wanted to. And so we've done several, one of them focusing on how to teach the Gettysburg Address. And so it has like, it has the letter that was sent to Lincoln requesting him to come speak. It has the program of the day that shows he wasn't actually the main speaker. And so when we think, I thought
it was him alone.
No, it was Edward Everett. So when we think about Gettysburg, right, like it's Lincoln, that's all you think of. But in reality at the time, they just invited him to do a short kind of, not really blessing, but a short presidential speech of comfort, right? And so Edward Everett was the orator. He spoke for like 2 hours in the cemetery. He was, at the time, the Gettysburg Address, and Lincoln got up and spoke for 2 minutes, and that's the speech.
Show, right?
Yeah, and that's the speech we remember, right? So we have...
What does Everett talk about?
Oh, God, it was like literally the book is that thick. You know, it's like, how can you say... I mean, and the thing is, he even remembered what he said, and so then wrote the speech, and the reason we have our copy of the Gettysburg Address is he wrote Lincoln a letter requesting that he write it down so that he could incorporate it with his speech in the back, not the front, and sell it at a charity auction. And so that's how, I am so sorry.
That's okay, you're on the clock.
So that's where our version of the Gettysburg Address came from, was that. And so the guide that we put together for teachers has the program, it has pictures of the book where Everett bound the speeches, it has the letters they exchanged back and forth. So it really takes, you know, what we just read about, Lincoln gave this really cool speech and the words are, you know, immortalized, and it gives it the context of this is what happened at the time.
Very, very cool. It seems like to be the director of education here, you kind of have to have a teaching background. You have to know what teachers are going through to know how to help them.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things, if you've never been in the trenches, I think it's harder. And I don't call teaching the trenches. I just mean if you've never done the job, it's a little harder to know.
But if you're a younger kid, what grade did you teach?
So I taught high school actually,
Oh, okay.
and I preferred it. I thought middle school felt more like the trenches when I was teaching.
My wife's a kindergarten teacher.
Oh, I love kindergartners, but I don't know that I could do it all day, every day.
I love like maximum 3 kindergartners.
Yeah.
Not like 30.
Right,
Oh,
right.
Gosh, those people are saints. If there are any teachers watching right now that have any questions for Heather, the education director here, feel free to comment on them on our Facebook page or our YouTube page, and we'll put them up on the screen, and we'll see if we can answer them for you. Ooh. Oh, no, okay. Tom Petty's playing right now, then I have to do a little quick thing.
No worries.
And then we'll talk for a few more minutes. Oh, no. My battery's running. I gotta find my...
So one of the things that I always found interesting when talking to teachers is if you ask a pre-service teacher, oh, you want to be a teacher, they know exactly the grade they want to teach. They likely know the subject they want to teach. So for me, it was always going to be 10th or 11th grade history. That's what I wanted.
Nice.
Then you talk to the people, they're like, only 4th grade. I only want to teach 4th grade. Like, people know what they want.
Yeah, I think my wife always knew she wanted to teach young kids.
Yeah.
Younger kids.
Yeah.
I don't think she knew she was going to be kindergarten right away. I think she was aiming for more of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade.
Right.
But her first job was kindergarten. You take your first job when offered to you.
Absolutely.
And she excelled at it. She was really good. So
Yeah.
she's been going on like 7-8 years now.
There you go. Well, the thing is, I think, you find that niche that works. I love visiting kindergarten classes.
Yeah.
I love taking,
right.
I love taking programs to kindergarten classrooms and letting them get hands-on with stuff, but I don't know if I could do it every day.
Yeah, it's definitely hard. A lot of additional challenges with kindergarten teachers as well. Is Illinois History Day coming up soon?
So actually, we are announcing our state winners today.
Today? When
today.
is the actual day? I mean, look, when is Illinois History Day?
Illinois History Day typically is a face-to-face competition, and we usually hold it sometime in April.
It's
but
not some like official state holiday.
No. So Illinois History Day is a competition where we have students compete in 5 different categories. They have a topic that National History Day sets each year, or a theme that they have to create a project addressing, and the projects are documentaries, papers, websites, performances, and I'm going to forget the last one. Anyways, so they've gone through regional and state competitions online this year, and we're about to announce the winners today. So
when do you do that? Is it on your website or on your Facebook page?
I believe they're sending it out to the teachers so the teachers can do it, and then I think Chris Wills is going to figure out the rest. Usually we do a press release. So
very, very cool. So what ages were those kids who were entering stuff for that?
Middle school and high school. Yeah.
We'll talk about your video contest.
Okay.
We'll talk about your art contest in the history detective. There's so much stuff you get to. You get to do the fun stuff. You get to do some really fun, cool stuff.
My team is so funny. We look at each other sometimes, and it's like, I can't believe I get paid to do this.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of people who do some really fun stuff around here, but it seems like you get to. It's a very creative job. I think you get.
And it's
you
different every day.
Which is really neat.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So I'm playing like triple duty here.
No worries. This is just fascinating to me to watch like all the different systems you have to use.
Like you have your fun, I got mine. This is right in my wheelhouse.
There you go.
Yeah. All right. Oop, switch microphones. Streaming mic, on-air mic. I gotta remember.
Red tape.
All right. Hold on a second. All right, I'm gonna turn on the microphones. So if you're watching on our live stream on our Facebook page, on our website, we're talking with Heather Nice. She is the education director here at the Presidential Library and Museum here in Springfield, Illinois. My name is Nick. We're with you till 3 live here in Springfield, and we're talking about everything that the museum can offer to families and kids and teachers as well. If you're looking to teach a lot of these history lessons, Gettysburg Address, Abe Lincoln's time as president, they have so much stuff that they can help you with. It really is very fascinating. So join us on the live stream if you want to hear more about it. Well, if you don't, we got The Who coming up. We got Journey right now. My name's Nick. We're live in Springfield till 3 o'clock on 95.9 The River. All right.
Okay.
All right. So talk to me about No Malice Film Contest. What's that all about?
So about a year ago, my team came to me with the idea that they wanted to do a film contest. And of course,
For kids.
yeah, for kids. And so of course, COVID happened. that kind of put a kink in things. And we had decided to kind of wait. And then late last year, the Chicago Community Trust and the Healing Illinois group, Illinois Department of Health, Human Services, put out a grant application for projects that targeted racial healing in Illinois. And I had that film contest idea in the back of my head, and I saw that, and it was just like, how could we not, And so I reached out to the foundation, and we talked through what that would look like. And so essentially what we're asking kids to do is, and it's 11 to 21-year-olds, we're asking them to create a short 3 to 7 minute film addressing a topic of racial healing. We chose not to be any more specific about it because we really wanted to give them a chance to express their voice and their concerns. And, a lot of kids have been cooped up during COVID, and a lot of really, awful things have happened in the world, starting with George Floyd's murder. And so I think kids, where a lot of this came from for us as kids are really, kind of finding a way to express their outrage and their confusion. And we hoped that this would give them an artistic outlet, but also give us a way that we could share their voices with kids so that teachers could use kids' voices to teach this difficult topic.
And when are you accepting applications? When is that closed down?
Yeah, so we actually extended the application date. Initially, it was the end of April, but we've moved it to the end of May. So students will have through May 31st to submit applications. Okay. If you go to bit.ly/No Malice Film Contest, we have all the details on that page. And essentially, we've done sessions with experts where we had people via Roger and Chaz Ebert Foundation. Chaz Ebert I think we did 6 experts who came in and talked to the kids, including Steve James, the director of Hoop Dreams, and just some really cool voices who came in. Troy Pryor, who's up in Chicago. They did these great sessions for kids saying, here's our advice. If you're trying to do this, here's some things to think about. Here's the story to tell. Here's how to find your story and your voice. And so it ended up being really cool. So we recorded all the sections. We've also done, because they were longer sessions, we've done shorter snippets. So if people want to kind of do the highlight reels, we have that on there. And so they're able to basically get on there and kind of get advice from professionals in the field.
That's really, really cool. How has, I imagine middle schoolers and high schoolers making videos. I'm wondering about, they're probably a lot better at making videos than I am, is what, I guess the point I'm trying to make. How have those videos come out, like production-wise? Have they been pretty cool?
Yes, I mean, you can definitely tell who's in the 19 to 21 category, the 11 to 14-year-old category. Okay. But, some of the ones I've seen have been, frankly, pretty amazing. And so, I mean, we haven't looked at them all yet, obviously. And so I've just kind of peeked along the way because I don't get to judge, so it's okay. But I've seen some that we're really excited to kind of debut to the public and just.
I'd be super fascinated just to see what the kids are making.
Yeah.
Just to hear their voice in that.
Well, and it's interesting because some of them chose to tell a story. Others of them chose to incorporate the voices of other people in answering questions. And so it's really interesting to see kind of the different takes on
kids' creative decisions.
Yeah.
What they're trying to say and how they're trying to say it would be pretty cool. So if you have a child who would be interested in doing that, give us is it on the main?
So you can go, if you go to the main website, it's under Learn and Junior Historians. But if not, if you go to bit.ly/No Malice Film Contest, you can find it there.
More stuff to do for kids at the museum. History Detective?
So History Detective is a program we run during the summer. It's actually managed by our guest services group. But what kids do is there are certain questions that they're asked, and they have to find the answers as they're wandering through the exhibits.
Cool.
And if they get all the answers, basically. But it's way cooler to talk about being a history detective, right? Like scavenger hunts are fun, don't get me wrong. But I mean, when you think about it, one of the things we try to do with kids is let me see how I want to say this, because I'm sure my peers are going to hear that I said this. It's really hard to convince kids that history's sexy.
Yeah.
Right? Like science is sexy. Everybody wants to put on the lab coat and the glasses and, mix the chemicals and see what happens. You talk about history and kids are like, I don't really know what they do.
Right.
Do they write books?
Right.
They write
It's just
books,
what
right?
happened- it's what already happened.
Right.
What
And
do we
so, when you think about it, I mean, one of my favorite stories I ever heard about historians, it was in my graduate school. I was reading a book, and this archivist said that he was doing research in an archives, and this other historian comes in, and he orders a box, and he's smelling the letters, and he's putting them down. He's not reading them. He's not doing anything, just smelling them, right? And so finally, the guy's curiosity overcame him, and he couldn't help himself. And he went over and he said, "Can I ask what you're doing?" Turns out the guy was a viral epidemiologist who studied epidemics in the past. And so he was smelling the letters because back in the day, when cholera epidemics broke out, the post office would spray the letters with vinegar. And so you could still smell the vinegar on the letters. And so he was able to identify cholera epidemics just by smelling letters. And I'm like, right. And so then he could look at them and, he could read the letters and say, oh, well, here's this business owner basically trying to make it sound like everything's fine, keep spending money with me. Then there's family members who are like, maybe don't come visit now, but they don't want to say why, right?
Where have I heard something like that?
Right. Can't imagine.
Why don't you pull that microphone? We're going to do a little quick talk.
Oh, scooch over.
So I'll just ask you real quick, if somebody wants to find out more about things to do with families or teaching, you can give a short answer about that.
Perfect.
All right. Yeah, put them on.
Oh, they're gonna actually working today?
Put them on. 95.9 The River. My name is Nick. We're down in Springfield for the midday show today at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. Heather Nice is here. She's the education director. And if there are families up in the western suburbs right now who maybe want to drive down or take the train for a very heavy museum, how much is there to do for kids?
So one of the things we try to do is make sure that there's always options for kids in our programming. And so whether that's hopefully this summer, our hands-on interactive attic will be back open, or having my team staff museum activity tables where kids can learn about the past and kind of delve deeply into what we do here.
It's a lot of really cool, fun stuff to do for kids. And you also cater to teachers and educators as well. If there's a teacher who wants more information about how to incorporate Lincoln's life or the events surrounding his life into their curriculum, where do you think they should go?
So on our website, presidentlincoln.illinois.gov, there is a section under the Learn tab for educators. We have information about professional development, classroom resources, all that stuff there.
Well, stick around too and follow us on our live stream. We got 5 hours of live stream right now on our website, and this is all because of the State of Sound exhibit is now open. A world of music from Illinois, REO Speedwagon, Artifacts, Styx, Cheap Trick, Muddy Waters, Blues. I mean, it goes all genres, all the big names from Illinois who started in Illinois, and some really, really cool stuff. We're going to be talking about it all day today, not only on the air, but also on our live stream as well. My name is Nick. I'm with you till 3. Rock and Roll Diner starts at noon. Stick around for that. We got Heart and The Clash up next. It's 95.9 The River. All right. Perfect. You've done this before.
Once or twice. Never before I started here, though.
Yeah? You do a lot of media stuff like that?
When I was at Bush every now and then, so it's funny, I'm a teacher and I have horrible stage fright, and I do this job and I have horrible stage fright. And so there's just something about like cameras looking at you that it's like, there are people. And so it's like having it over there is much nicer.
Go over the lights over there. I can let you go. If you got other stuff to do, you are more than free to go, but if you have more things to talk about, I'd love to talk about
I can do either. Is there anything that you'd like?
You tell me.
One of the things you've asked about programs, I can't officially give dates yet, but we're really excited about some of the stuff we're doing this summer. We are still working on the logistics, but we're trying to figure out how we can use the exhibit to do an escape room type program.
That would be cool.
Because
are you building something brand new for this?
No. So what we're thinking is we might be able to use the exhibit to build the clues.
This exhibit.
This exhibit.
The Estate of Sound exhibit.
Yeah. And so basically all the clues will be found either in the exhibits or they'll be music related outside. So we're having a meeting about that this week. And obviously, you know, it's something we've never tried before, but I was sitting around, I'm thinking, I miss escape rooms. We should try to make one. And of course I tell my team and they're like, can we back out so that we can like do it? I'm like, no, you have to help me build this. But yeah, so that's one of the things we have coming up this summer. We're doing a behind the scenes event. So for people who are listening to this and maybe want their kids to see it on the 18th of May, I want to say it's at 5:00 in the evening, but if you go to our upcoming events page on the website, presidentlincoln.illinois.gov, we keep all of our upcoming kids events on there.
Okay.
For really little kids, we do a program called Little Lincoln's Fireside Tales, which is a reading program.
Okay.
You should tell your wife. We actually invite kindergarten teachers to bring their classes. And if we know they're bringing their classes, we'll send them all the materials ahead of time so they can print it.
Classes from the suburbs?
So
probably not lately, I'd assume.
It's a virtual program right now.
Oh, okay.
So we turned it to virtual. And so we've had people from all over the country bring their classes to it because the way that Zoom works, if you have your kids with you, it's just one connection and we can have up to 100 connections in a meeting.
Okay.
So we've had, I think one time we had close to 100 kids in the session just connecting via Zoom and we send all the materials ahead of time. So it's a really great program.
What do you teach kindergartners about this? How do you approach that?
So with Little Lincolns, we actually Little Lincolns. I know it's Little Lincoln's Fireside Tales. They don't, unfortunately. I mean,
Visit
funny.
SpringfieldIllinois.com.
Funny, when we do them in person, hopefully we'll get to do that again soon. When we do them in person, we do come up with some sort of a head type thing they can wear. So I remember we did a winter theme and we all had polar bear ears on. That was super adorable. So what we do with Little Lincolns is we really focus on President Lincoln, the boy.
Okay.
And we talk about the fact that he loved reading and that reading for him was really the path to the presidency. And so it gives us a way to interpret him in a slightly different way for kids. And so we talk about Lincoln, but then we pick different themes each month. And so we do things like this month, our theme is home. Last month, it was music to get ready for the exhibit. We also did a special one on presidential pets.
Oh, cool.
And we invited the local shelter to bring in pets to show to the kids since our current president has shelter pets. So, yeah.
Cool. I'm just checking my schedule.
Yeah, no worries.
Christian's supposed to be here about now-ish.
They're out there.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Oh, yeah, they're there.
Bring you, let you go.
You want me to wave them in?
Yeah, you can have them come on in, for sure.
They're pointing like me. Come on.
All of you, come on in.
Fair warning, you are on camera now.
Hey, Jacob, what's going on, my man? I just screamed into this microphone and blew people's ears out.
I will hand this over.
All right.
Good to see you, dude.
Good to see you. It's been too long.
Oh, 20 years almost.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
We went to high school together.
Did you really?
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna need stories.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he was a volleyball player that I remember.
Yeah. I didn't. So I'm learning already.
Yeah.
Learning already.
So yeah, Jake played volleyball. Harold probably, but I think I'm pretty sure he played. Yeah.
That's got the back row. They wouldn't let me in the front.
Yeah. I know. Then we same circles, us and Neil and a bunch of we ate lunch together a bunch of times.
Yeah, Neil is in my wedding later this month.
Oh, you're getting married?
Yeah, well, I got married.
Weird story.
Post-party.
Oh, okay, you have your party.
We had the small event. Now we're doing the big event this year.
That's awesome, man. Are you living here in Springfield?
Yes.
Okay. Where'd you go to school?
University of Nebraska.
That's right.
PhD.
I did know that because we.
Did you got your BA there?
No, I went to St. Xavier, but I worked in Nebraska. My very first job was in Shadron.
Oh, I've been to Shadron. One
Yeah.
street light, yeah.
Yes.
Good town.
It is it's ranch country. It's it's South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska corner out there, but I loved it. Like my first job in radio was there. It was just a mom and pop shop. Just a guy and his wife who owned it. Let me do pretty much whatever I wanted to do. Met some really cool people. Like just a completely different life than what we grew up doing.
Mm-hmm.
And just the ranchers and farmers, but it's also a college town, so you still have academia there. You still have your creature comforts that you're used to. So it was a nice first place to move out of your. I mean, it was a long friggin' way away, but it was still kind of a nice town to get a start in.
I once ran into a German couple in Shadron, Nebraska, and they're like, "Oh, we had to stop here because of the storm. We were going to Mount Rushmore, but we're not going to make it." I was like, "You're 90."
Bye, Heather. Thank you so much.
Good evening.
That was awesome. Thank you.
If you're 90 miles away from Mount Rushmore, you got to finish this trip. Yeah.
Yeah, you still get, it was really cool because you're right on the the southern tip of the Black Hills there, and so we go up there all the time and go hiking there. And it's one of the very few places in Nebraska that are actually just beautiful. Once you get through the sand hills, which are nice, but then you get up into
They're
the
different. Yeah, the sandhills are sort of captivatingly strange.
yeah, you're going up and down, but then you get into the Pine Ridge area. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, you're like trees in Nebraska.
I know. It is really, really cool. All right, so we're talking to Christian here, though. You're our historian. How you doing, man?
I'm good.
You guys could be brothers and sisters, or brothers. You probably never don't get that at all, do you?
Well, we're wearing masks. Once you take them off, we don't look that much alike.
Oh, we both have
red
the hair.
It's
Yeah.
our first day we got that a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so a little bit of a rundown.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, real quick before you get going,
Yeah.
everything going okay?
We are good. Yeah,
Good,
connections are
good.
strong.
I
Things are
know
flowing.
he's on with you for the next hour, give or take, plus your on-air breaks in between and whatnot. I figure I would go grab you something. What do you want from one of those delis downtown? Beef, chicken sandwich.
Yeah,
What do you like?
beef sandwich sounds great.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not
Chips,
picky,
whatever.
obviously.
So you can do that like at 12:45.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Thank
Okay,
you very much.
I'll when I bring it, I'll just let you know. It'll be in the subway.
Cool. All right.
Shuffle.
So, yeah,
See you at 5?
see you at 5 for
All
sure. For those watching, man I went to high school with who happens to be a Midwest historian. How crazy is that, right? Small world. At Providence Catholic High School up in New Lenox. Okay, so we got some music playing right now. I'm kind of like running my own stuff here.
Yep.
And so if you see me kind of like not look at you while you're talking, it's because I'm making sure we have time and
Cool.
songs are playing and things like that.
Yeah. No worries.
That silver microphone there is the streaming microphone.
Okay. So I
this
need to be on both, or?
No, you probably, honestly, we probably won't do much on the air.
Okay.
When I'm on the air, it's only about 60 seconds.
Okay.
There's not much time to get. Maybe I'll ask you a quick question with a quick answer, and
Okay.
we'll invite people to join us on the live stream. So if I, cut you off if you're telling a story,
Sure.
that's why.
Okay.
So yeah, we got some folks watching over there. So to introduce, this is Christian McWhorter.
McWhorter. Yep. You got
Is that
it.
right? Thank you very much. He is the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum's Lincoln historian. This is the guy. This is the Lincoln guy at the Lincoln Place.
Well, I try to be.
But and everyone, whenever, this is so funny, whenever I told somebody that I'm going to be talking to you here, they say, Christian's also a music guy. He knows music. He knows all about music too. Everyone had something to say. So what I'm super curious to talk to you about is the intersection of Lincoln and the Civil War time with music.
Okay.
I read just a brief synopsis. You wrote a book about the Civil War and how music relates to it.
I did.
Can you just give us the Cliffs Notes, of that? What if somebody picks up that book? What are they getting themselves into?
Sure. The book is Battle Hymns: The Power and Popularity of Music in the Civil War. Always be plugging. It's
Yes.
available on Amazon in paperback and hardcover. I wrote a book on how Americans used music during the Civil War. There's lots of books on the different songs in the Civil War and stuff like that. But what I was interested in is, when you see the Civil War depicted in popular culture and in books and everything, there's always all these songs that we associate with the Civil War, like Dixie and the Battle Hymn of the Republic and all those kind of things. And so I looked at letters, diaries, memoirs, things like that to see what people were actually saying about the music, try to figure out which songs were actually popular,
Okay.
what kind of function the music played. It was a musical war. There was music constantly during the Civil War.
Played by whom? Just the military bands? Or?
A lot of that, it happened, the big trend, the cool trend in the 1860s,
Who's hipping with it?
hipping with it in the 1860s were brass bands,
Okay.
these German style brass bands. And so every one of these Civil War regiments that formed, they all wanted to have their own band, follow them around and play these songs. And so that was the thing, but they also sang together all the time. This is before recorded sound. So today, music is kind of an individual thing. We listen to it in headphones, stuff like that. Back then, if you wanted to hear music, you had to sing it yourself or you sang it in groups. And so the soldiers and people on the home front, they sang songs together all the time. And so music became one of the main ways.
What a cool
Yeah.
distinction to make about how music is
is consumed then and consumed
Yeah.
now. It's so individual now, but it was a collective thing then. How cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And it gave them control over the music too. They're constantly like rewriting these songs and singing their own lyrics, and they're doing it to get their own ideas across about, like, they're making jokes and doing dumb stuff with it too, but they're also trying to say, here's what the war means to me. Here's why I'm fighting, or here's why my sweetheart is fighting, and or here's what I don't like about Abraham Lincoln. You know, it's all that kind of stuff.
So what do you think about the State of Sound exhibit? I'm sure you've had a chance to walk through and peek around, and there's some pieces that jump out at you.
Oh yeah, this is a very cool exhibit. We all, it was a team effort at ALPLM. We all worked together on the exhibit, and I was lucky enough to have a little part in it. And it's just such a cool thing to have so many objects here representing so many different styles of music. I love that we have a Miles Davis trumpet. I mean, what a huge deal that is. The Rick Nielsen guitar is so cool. Yeah, it's a real cool exhibit. I love the way they designed it too. It's a real interesting deal.
If we've talked about it before, but if people are watching now that weren't around before, it is meant to look like a backstage area. It's brick walls. It's like steel, fake brick, fake steel. Fake piping on the walls, but the construction crew did such a great job to make it look so realistic. Garage doors, you know, with a fake door between them, looking out with a like a monitor showing as if it would be the outside. It's just such a cool concept and how they put it all together. But then the pieces are just are phenomenal. What was your role in kind of creating and forming this whole thing?
Well, I'm part of the exhibit committee, so we're the ones who originally kicked around ideas and stuff, and I'd always wanted to do a music exhibit here. So you know, I had we had some early discussions about that and kind of bringing this idea together. I like the idea that it's broken up by genre too, so it gives you a chance to kind of explore the wealth of music. Most people don't know Illinois is really kind of a pivotal place for American music, and I think that idea comes across here.
100%, especially when you get into the pre-rock and roll stuff with
Yeah.
blues and jazz and how it influenced the popular artists of the time.
Yeah,
we'll get into that in
absolutely.
40
Yeah,
seconds here.
Cool.
So we do the radio thing, and then we'll come back and talk more about it. Okay, mics are on here, so hot mic. The Rock and Roll Diner's coming up from noon until 1 o'clock. It is your request, and we already got a bunch of requests in, and we got some Illinois artists by request as well as we broadcast live till 3 o'clock here in Springfield, Illinois. Short 2.5-hour train ride at the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. Over on our live stream, Christian McWhirter is here. He's the ALPLM's Lincoln historian, so we're talking all things Lincoln. He's also a music historian, so we're talking Civil War era music and how it all comes together. It's going to be a really fun discussion. You can join us on that over on our Facebook page, YouTube channel, on our website as well. 95.9 The River, the Doggy Diner, Rock and Roll Diner is on the way, presented by Doggy Diner with locations in Bolingbrook and Plainfield. Okay. All right. So, Abe Lincoln and music.
Okay.
How much material is there when it comes to Abe himself and music? Did he write about it? Did people write about things about him? And did he go? Obviously, he liked going to shows. We know that very famously.
He loved the theater. Yeah.
Did love the theater. Did he love going to concerts and music? And what do we know about that?
Yeah, Lincoln was a big music fan.
Really? Okay.
He had little musical skill himself. One of his friends. Yes, yeah. One of his friends was asked if he could sing, and he said, "Could Lincoln sing? Could a jackass whistler sing?" Apparently, Lincoln couldn't hold a tune. All his old friends are unanimous in saying he couldn't hold a tune. Okay. But he loved music. He here in Springfield, he had some opportunities to go to concerts and things like that. When they came up, he usually jumped at them. In Washington, he frequently went to the opera. He was the president. If anyone knows now, the Marine Band is kind of associated with the presidency. Lincoln's one of the ones who really made that connection really sink in. They would give free concerts on the White House lawn, and he would go to them. But that's all kind of highfalutin. The thing about Lincoln is he also liked what back then they would call like lower forms of music. So Lincoln was really into like goofy music. He was a joke teller, right? We all know Lincoln liked to tell stories, and he loved kind of these goofy, funny songs. He really liked these like sentimental ballads. They were big back then. These kind of long romantic songs where usually somebody dies at the end of them. Lincoln was a real kind of patron of the arts, but like, what if he liked it, he liked it. He didn't really care about, whether it was cultured or not. He was a kind of, you can tell he was a Midwest kind of frontier guy growing up.
That was going to be my next question. When he was a younger kid, was there musical influences there? I know he did a lot of reading. They weren't necessarily well-to-do families, so maybe they didn't go to a lot of shows or things like that, but was music a part of his childhood at all? Yeah,
Lincoln's lifespan actually kind of spans the creation of the music industry, and we can talk a little about that later if you want. But when he's a kid, it's very much still the folk tradition, right? There's these songs that everybody knows, and they just kind of make their way around through like oral transmission. And, Lincoln is singing these songs growing up. He's learning hymns, even though he's not a particularly religious guy, but they're just songs everybody knows, right? He's making up joke songs with his friends. Lincoln's living in like rural Indiana, right? Growing up. So it's just him and like a small group, but there's all these stories about the kids would all get together and they would sing. This is before video games or TV or anything. So one of the ways they amuse themselves was to, sing goofy songs.
Roll a hoop down the street with a stick and you sing.
Right. Yeah, that's right. That's like in every pioneer village we know. Yeah.
I've been to New Salem.
Right.
I was a kid growing up in Illinois. You do New Salem, you go to the tomb, you rub his nose, and
that's the deal.
About Lincoln.
Now you know everything you need to know about Lincoln. Yeah.
Exactly. If you go ahead and take a vacation, you let me know. I can step in for you.
Right. Sure thing.
Okay. How much time do we got? Hold on, let me check. Where's my mouse? There it is. Okay, so Aerosmith's playing right now, and then we're gonna get GNR.
All right.
I know, right? Nothing but hits.
Although not Illinois bands.
Not yet. We got a lot of them coming up in the new now. Don't you worry. We got Styx. We got.
Oh, there you go.
Head East.
Yep.
We got REO. And Cheap Trick at the end.
Of course.
Gotta have Cheap Trick. So, talk more about being a kid at Lincoln's age when he was growing up. You kind of hit on, some of the things that they did with friends, in a rural setting like that. What was it like being a kid in those times? I'm sure it was very hard, very difficult.
Yeah, our kind of modern ideas about like kind of nurturing kids didn't really exist yet. One of the things a kid was expected to do was to just be for a farming family, especially, was to be a field hand. So, Lincoln spends most of his time as a kid working his dad's farm in Indiana. He has less than a year of formal schooling, and that's for his whole life. Lincoln never goes to college or anything.
Mary Todd was a lot more well-to-do, much more educated, correct?
Yes, Mary Todd's from a wealthy slave-owning family in Kentucky, and so she goes to different schools. She learns different languages and stuff. Abraham teaches himself everything, and that's the Lincoln story, right? So the Lincoln story is he's working on the farm for his dad. But, he's more, Lincoln, we'd probably call Lincoln gifted or like a genius today, right? He wants to develop his mind. So Lincoln, every chance he gets, he's reading books. That's his deal. And he's teaching himself all these things. And his dad's getting mad at him because he wishes he would work more. It's all that kind of was the main conflict between Lincoln and his dad. He never did get along with his dad. And that was part of it because, Lincoln wants to be part of the middle class. He wants to get a better job. He doesn't just want to be a farmer. Yeah. And he has kind of a tough childhood. And then Lincoln, the other thing about Lincoln's story is he's surrounded by trauma, right? Lincoln loses his mother when he's very young. Then he loses his sister. There's a crazy story because when his mom dies, his dad goes back to Kentucky. That's where Lincoln's born, right? He's in Kentucky near Elizabethtown. His dad goes back to Kentucky to find a wife, and he leaves Lincoln and his sister there by themselves as kids. Like they live on this farm in Indiana. Yeah, as like little kids for months. And when his stepmom shows up, she says they were like animals. Like they're covered in dirt. I mean, it's just
what you would expect.
Exactly. It's a different time, man. A real different time. Yeah.
So crazy. So what did they do for recreation then? If I'm sure, Papa Lincoln didn't really probably put much stock into letting his kids recreate very much, but did they find time to play around and mess around?
They did, but it's, absentee parenting. They're running around in the woods. They're, they're playing games. They're telling stories to each other. There's stories about, Lincoln was an animal lover. So one of the things that a lot of the local kids like to do was to hunt or torture animals. Basically, they would set, there's a story where they're going to set a tortoise's shell on fire to make the tortoise come out of its shell, and Lincoln stops them because Lincoln loves animals so much. So I mean, in other words, the kind of stuff, that's a brutal story, but it's the kind of stuff kids would get into if parents aren't around, right?
100%.
So it's a lot of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, leave a BB gun with a kid and find out he's going to graduate from cans pretty quick, I would probably imagine.
Exactly. So yeah.
If how do you think Lincoln would have done if he had schooling? Say he grew up like Mary Todd's, neck of the woods, and if he got to go to school and go to college, you think he would end up in politics anyway?
That's a great question. I've never really thought about that before. And Lincoln, one of the things we know about Lincoln, people say about Lincoln, was that he had this ambition, that he was like an engine that never stopped. And so
I figured school would have been right up his alley.
I would think so too. And he probably would have excelled there, and probably would have been advanced past his teachers pretty fast, given what we know about him. And maybe that would have given, Lincoln goes through this period in his early 20s when he's here in Springfield where he's trying to kind of find himself, right? In Illinois, before he becomes a lawyer and a politician, comes to Springfield. Maybe he would have gotten even earlier, into kind of the pipeline to be kind of successful. But I mean, he still does pretty well for himself. By his mid-20s, he's a lawyer and a member of the Illinois state legislature. So
would it have been destiny either? So no matter what road he would have taken, he probably ends up in the same spot.
Maybe
in
so.
the country and freeing slaves and changing the world.
Maybe so. I mean, yeah, he seems to be. I mean, a lot of things had to break Lincoln's way for him to get to the presidency, and then he has such a difficult presidency with the Civil War going on. But yeah, I think either way, Lincoln would have found himself as a prominent guy. He's clearly driven to do that, and he's smart.
That's kind of the way I think is, what if you take somebody out of their situation that they're in now and put them in a different one, right? So what if the Civil War wasn't going on? What would have been Lincoln's legacy if that wasn't it? If he, I don't know, I can't make up a situation, but you better talking about this than I. What was going on before Civil War or after Civil War? How would he have navigated those situations? Because he had that avenue of the Civil War and freeing the slaves to build that was his legacy, right? So what if that wasn't there? What would he have gotten done? With
no Civil War, Lincoln probably doesn't issue an Emancipation Proclamation. The Emancipation Proclamation he was only empowered to do that as president as an act of war, and it only freed enslaved people in areas under rebellion. And he's partly motivated to do that because the Confederacy does so well during the first year of the war. And so and because African Americans are pressuring him by running away and going behind Union lines and all those kind of things. And so if you remove all that, I mean, he's not even empowered to eliminate slavery in America, because he could only do it as a war measure. And the goal of the Republican Party going into the Civil War was just to limit slavery's expansion westward, just to keep it where it already existed. And then hopefully that it would then die out. So yeah, that's a big, one of the ironies of the Civil War is if the Confederacy doesn't split away to try to preserve slavery, then Lincoln doesn't have the power to get rid of slavery. So that's probably the biggest thing you would have seen that would have been different.
On the White House side of the museum,
Mhm.
the display makes a very concerted effort to show that Lincoln was very anti-slavery in concept when he was young. So even you don't think he would have tried to pursue that even if there was no war?
But he would have done it gradually and through the Constitution, and the Constitution didn't enable him to do much. I mean, they end up getting rid of slavery with a constitutional amendment, the 13th Amendment. So maybe he gets there on his own without the Civil War. But then probably the South breaks away and you have a Civil War, right? I mean, they're not. Yeah, the slaveholding whites in the South weren't going to stand for it one way or the other. So yeah, that's an interesting kind of irony of Lincoln's life, is that he always hated slavery, but he always believed in the law. That's what makes him a difference between some of these guys we call abolitionists, right? Abolitionists they didn't care. They were just
it no matter what.
Get rid of slavery. It's a sin, whatever. Lincoln was never an abolitionist, or at least not until later, in his presidency.
All right, we got under a minute here. I got to do a quick thing and then a couple more songs, then we can dive in a little bit more. We're talking to Christian McWhirter. He's the Lincoln historian here at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. I love your enthusiasm for the topic, man. It is contagious. I think I would ask you, why'd you get into doing what you do, but it's pretty obvious. I mean, Lincoln was a fascinating guy to begin with. It's not hard to see anyone kind of going, just diving into that wormhole. You just kind of took it as far as you possibly could. And it sounds like you really love your job. That's what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, it's a cool job to have, and this is a cool place to work, man.
Yeah. If you like history, this is the place to be. All right, 1 second. Hot mic. Steve Miller Band. It's 95.9 The River. It's the Rock and Roll Diner presented by Doggy Diner with locations in Bolingbrook and Plainfield. You can order your lunch at Doggy Diner at doggydineronline.com. More requests coming up. Lots of Illinois musicians. We got Styx and REO and Head East and Cheap Trick all coming up in this noon hour by request. And if you can join us on our live stream, we're live streaming all 5 hours of the midday show on our Facebook page, YouTube channel, up on our website, 959theriver.com. We're talking with Christian McWhirter. Some fascinating stories and kind of going down, hypotheticals in Lincoln's life, which is a lot of fun to do with somebody who knows so much about it. Please join us over there. We got requests coming up all throughout this hour from noon until 1. My name's Nick. We're live down in Springfield at the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum till 3 o'clock. Their brand new exhibit called The State of Sound, a world of music from Illinois, chronicling Illinois' contributions to the world of music. Very, very cool. Go check it out. We got pictures and videos at 959theriver.com. Right now it's Van Halen on 95.9 The River. Okay, cool. So we got 4, 8, 9-ish minutes or so before we have to play radio again. So do you remember the first time you kind of got a real taste of Lincoln's life and thought, man, I gotta find out more?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's part of the reason I got into Civil War history is because my parents used to, the funny thing about me, I'm Canadian. And so I don't know if people can see your face.
So
yeah.
Let me
Even with a mask on, I
so
can see it. Yeah.
The official Lincoln historian at the Abraham Lincoln National Library and Museum in Illinois is a Canadian.
I am. Yeah. I grew up near Toronto.
I love it.
And
you're barely Canadian.
I'm
barely. Toronto's as American as it gets.
Oh, don't tell a Torontonian that, man. Holy cow. Yeah, no, I'm no, I grew up near Toronto, but my parents were always really interested in the Civil War. So they would bring me down here to the States and they would take me to Civil War sites and
things like that. A lot of reenactments.
Yeah, and like battlefields and different places. And so they were really interested in Jesse James. And so I would go to Missouri and go to like where he lived and stuff. Yeah. And so that got me interested in it. And then once I got to college, I got really interested in history and decided I was going to pursue it. And they were like, well, what do you want your focus to be on? I decided to go to grad school. And I was like, well, Civil War, man, that's what I've always kind of known. So
is that a popular topic of study in Canada, the American Civil War?
No, I mean, you learn about it.
For Americans, the furthest thing from our minds is the Canadian history.
Yeah.
So I can tell you that as a fact. I don't know if that's reciprocated or not.
No, you learn a lot about U.S. history in Canada. I mean, it was, it's an elective in high school and college, but those classes always had a lot of people in them. And yeah, I was always interested in it. And then Lincoln kind of found me. I went to college. I studied the Civil War. I wrote my book on music in the Civil War. And then when I got out, I was looking for a job, and I ended up getting hired here. To work for a project we have here called the Papers Abraham Lincoln Project. And that's kind of how I got started. And I ended up becoming a staff historian. And now I'm Lincoln all day, every day. Yeah.
you don't mind that, do you?
No, Lincoln's an interesting guy. And people are interested in Lincoln. I mean, yeah.
When a history, someone in the history profession would go out to a school or address a crowd, you're probably met with, some people are interested in, some are not. When you say you're the Lincoln guy, I feel like everyone wants to know as much as they possibly can about Abraham Lincoln. He's
probably the most revered American in American history. I mean, he's the most written about person in the English language. He's either second or third, depending on who you listen to, behind Jesus and Shakespeare. I mean, seriously. I mean,
and maybe Shakespeare.
And maybe, yeah, you're right. Shakespeare's a maybe. Like, he's that. Like, people love Lincoln, so he's great to talk about. You always get interested people, and he's great to bridge other topics with, right? If you start with Lincoln, you can get into other things by getting to it through Lincoln. And I mean, it's just a cool museum. Working in a museum like this where everybody comes in, they already want to learn about it, right? They're here. So, it's just so, for me, as an educator and a museum person, it's just so rewarding to constantly be engaging with people like that and teaching them. How long have you worked here? I've been here for 11 years. Okay. So yeah, a while.
What has changed in the 11 years since you've been here? Because I think my last visit was probably 6, 7, 8 years ago, and it looks pretty much the same. The main exhibits do. What has changed in your 11 years? Here?
The main thing that changes is what's in this gallery here, right? The Illinois Gallery is where we do our temporary exhibits. I became a staff historian in 2016, and I got to work on, it was a dream. The first exhibit I ever worked on was, we did an exhibit here on the Cubs Cardinals rivalry, and we partnered with both teams and the Hall of Fame. And I got to work with the curator at the Hall of Fame. We wrote all the content for that exhibit. He wrote it, I just helped. And that was the coolest thing. You know, I'm a Blue Jays fan. I'm from Toronto. I couldn't care less about the Cubs Cardinals rivalry, but that was so cool to work on that. And then, right, I mean, it's amazing, and the deep history of those two teams and everything. And so, like, that's what I really love to do here is these exhibits are so cool. You get to dig into these topics, you get to deal with these amazing artifacts. And that was my biggest thrill. And yeah, since then we've had a lot of cool exhibits in here, and this music one is no different. I mean, it's really awesome, and I really hope people come and hang out and take it all in.
Do you like the Journey 1 or Journey 2 side? Which one do you prefer?
Well, Journey 2 is a little longer. So yeah, one of the things I do here is I give tours, right? And so I got to think about content, and you know, it's easier to get people through Journey 2, and there's more kind of cool stories, but
more stuff.
Yeah. But I love the way our museum, for those of you who haven't been here, our museum isn't an artifact-driven museum like a lot of museums are. It's not just a bunch of cases, it's immersive, right? You go through these different situations in Lincoln's life, kind of like with Lincoln. We have these, like, I never know whether to call them mannequins or statues, these Lincolns as you go through at different parts of his life. And it's really cool. It's really immersive. I came here before I ever worked here, just when I was studying the Civil War, and it's a really cool museum. I love the way it's laid out.
Yeah, and I was telling Lance and Heather before you came in, I had a chance to do the whole thing yesterday, and you know, the young Lincoln side is cool. You get to learn a lot about his life, but you step into that White House, and you are just you're standing in it, and if you can walk through that without feeling something, I want to check your heart rate, because it's such an emotional ride. I told some of the other folks too, the way they treat Mary Todd in there is so cool. They give her due. They recognize how hard it was for her socially. They recognize how hard it was for her family life. It's just, I think it's an amazing thing. And that's not to say that, you know, the hurt that Abe had to go through was ignored. But I think they give Mary Todd her due as not just the wife of the president, as her own woman with a family and trials and tribulations. So I think that is pretty cool. And you know, walk by the auction block and tell me you don't feel something. You know, walk through the funeral and tell me you don't feel something.
Well, that's spoiler alert, Lincoln, you know, gets assassinated at the end of the museum, at the end of the museum experience. And I mean, people, the last room you go through is a recreation of Lincoln's funeral here in Springfield. And when you walk through that room, it's one of the most interesting things when you work here. No one ever talks in that room. It's like it's a real funeral. People, you know, the coffin's there and everything, and it's always quiet in there. It's amazing and people are crying often too. Yeah. It's amazing what effect it has on people.
Yeah, and you learn a lot. And I did learn today. Today is the 156th anniversary. You know where I'm going? Of the funeral train arriving.
Oh, you're right. It is. Yeah. Which was a massive deal as well. And
let's talk about what that day may have been like in the very town that we are sitting in here in just a little bit. I know, born in Kentucky, raised in Indiana, but a lot of his professional life started here in Illinois. So I got 30 seconds of sticks, and give me 1 second. Wrong one. 95 The River. It is Chicago's own Sticks on the Rock and Roll Diner, presented by Doggy Diner, locations in Bolingbrook and Plainfield. If you are planning a wedding shower or any other kind of event, first communion, graduations, give Christy a call over at Doggy Diner to call and discuss all the many food options available. Their full-service catering menu includes pasta, Italian beef, sausage, anything that you have in an Illinois party, they have at Doggy Diner. Catering for parties is Christie's specialty. Check out their full catering menu, where everything is made fresh to order at Doggy Diner. That is doggydineronline.com. Locations in Bolingbrook and Plainfield. My name is Nick. We're down in Springfield all day today. talking about the brand new exhibit here at the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. Christian is here. Christian is the official Civil War historian, Lincoln historian. Why don't you hop on that other mic really quick here?
Yeah.
Talk about some of your favorite items here in the State of Sound exhibit.
Oh, this is an amazing exhibit. Yeah, we're representing all the different genres of music in Illinois. We've got Miles Davis's trumpet. We have a Rick Nielsen guitar. We have a Crazy Ministry mic stand.
We got the story on that already.
Yeah, just awesome stuff. So yeah, if you come in here, I mean, there I want to say over 80 objects in this exhibit. So if you're interested in music, this is the place to be.
Yeah, we got more music from Illinois' own Head East. That's coming up. Of course, we have Cheap Trick and other requests coming up. It's the Rock and Roll Diner presented by Doggy Diner with locations in Bolingbrook and Springfield. Hop over to our Facebook page and join our discussion with Christian about Abe Lincoln here at the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. Cool. All right. What were we even talking about? I forget.
The funeral.
Oh, the funeral. Yeah. First off, I don't know who you find to build all these things, but man, they do such a fantastic job.
Yeah.
But another thing that kind of caught me was in the room when I think it was probably during his election campaign. It's got like the comics on the wall and how everything is kind of angled a little bit just to give that bit of drama as you walk through. Just things like that. They make this museum so cool.
Well, the company that helped build this place 16 years. We just had our 16th anniversary.
Which is cool.
Right, 16. Yeah, Lincoln 16th president. Yeah. The company that we had to help build us this place worked on Universal Studios, and you can really see that influence in that room. It really looks like a haunted house. I don't want to give too many spoilers, but there's a show here on the library called Ghost of the Library that uses a lot of special effects that blows people away even 16 years later. Yeah, that's all that influence.
Yeah, that looks like that could have been a 2020 production.
Yeah,
that was, 16 years ago. That's really, how do they do that?
Well, I can't say, but I
Is
can't.
it a secret?
It's a secret.
Do that with the fog and the ghost and the smoke with the real actor inside. It's so cool.
They don't tell me either, but that is one of the things. Is a lot of people don't even know if it's a real actor, and they always ask me. That's the number one question I get: is that a real guy?
I was 95% sure. I
Yeah.
wasn't 100% sure
Yeah.
that was a real guy. I was about 95% sure. I could see how he's walking and interacting, but he's got to know his marks, where to sit and where to hold.
Oh,
the
yeah,
book. It's
yeah.
such a cool thing.
The
man.
first time I came here was during an ice storm, and I was the only person that came to the museum that day, so they let me in for free. And then I did that. It was just me and the ghost in that show, and I'll tell you, it was extra creepy
Little
being in
did
there by
they
yourself.
know.
Yeah, right.
You know who they let in for free that day would later on be the president's own historian. How cool is that? Christian McWhirter is our Lincoln historian here. We talked about some music. Did Lincoln ever give any indication what his favorite song or favorite genre of music might have been?
His favorite song, according to most people, was one of these sentimental ballads I mentioned earlier. These like slow romantic songs called 20 Years Ago, and it's about the singer is going back to where they used to live 20 years ago, and they're noticing how much everything's changed. It's a song kind of driven by nostalgia.
Everyone can relate to that.
And that was a big thing. Songs about home were a big deal then. Home Sweet Home was probably the most popular song in America. Was
Not
Shirley
the one by Guns N' Roses.
not
Not a cover. Not a cover.
no, the original. So yeah, he liked that kind of stuff. 20 years ago, you guys can Google it. That's probably his favorite song. So
Can you give us a bar or two?
I am not gonna say I. Much like Lincoln himself, a call back to I am not musically inclined.
Ditto. Yes, ditto. Let's see. I got a little cheat sheet cards here. I was reading some of the stuff. I know. They mentioned how we use right now. We can use music to kind of relate to people and build bridges and things like that. And that was a pretty concerted effort back then, maybe by Lincoln himself, to use music as a tool to perhaps relate to some other people.
Oh, sure. And it was a big part of politics back then. When people, we got some kids waving to us while we're in here. It's awesome. They were a big part of political rallies. People would buy these little books of songs to support whoever their candidate was, set to kind of melodies of other popular songs.
Okay.
And then they would get together these big political rallies and they would sing them together. And that's kind of
their own words to them.
yeah, with their own words that were like, there's a version of Dixie even that like praises Lincoln and stuff like that. And that was a big
pay licensing fees, or did the artist threaten the president to perhaps not use their music at their rallies?
Copyright law was in its infancy then. There was copyright, but it wasn't the same. And so, yeah, that was huge. And Lincoln used it as wisely as everybody else. And there was a lot of songs about Lincoln during the Civil War that became kind of his theme songs.
Were they? I imagine not all of the songs about Lincoln during the Civil War were complimentary.
No, if we were to say what like the most, if we were to group Lincoln songs together, by far the most songs about Lincoln are memorials written after his assassination. It's just this flood of songs written after his assassination to mourn him. But second would be songs by especially Northern Democrats and pro-Confederate Southerners just hating on Lincoln, just accusing him of being dumb, accusing him of being
I'm good. Go ahead.
and also super racist. Songs that oppose emancipation, right? They're using the kind of language you would imagine, and they're aimed squarely at Lincoln. Whole books of anti-Lincoln songs, especially during the 1864 election when he runs for re-election right in the middle of the Civil War.
Wow. Yeah. And that Lincoln is held at such a high regard right now, but obviously back then, with any kind of political figure, there's going to be divides, right? Was it pretty much down the slavery divide? Either you're pro-slavery, anti-Lincoln, or you're anti-slavery, pro-Lincoln? Is it as simple as that?
There's a middle ground too. There's a lot of Northerners who, Democrats in the North, right? Lincoln's a Republican. Democrats in the North are kind of split between Democrats who think that Lincoln shouldn't be attacked. That the war with the South shouldn't happen at all. They should just let the South go, and that slavery's fine. And then there's another group of kind of anti-Lincoln Northerners who are in favor of restoring the Union, bringing the Southern states back in, but not messing with slavery either. And Lincoln, you mentioned that hallway you go through that we have here where there's all that anti-Lincoln political cartoons. Lincoln was probably one of the most controversial presidents we ever had, where he's revered now, but like Lincoln, the white South, most white Southerners don't want Lincoln as their president so badly, they break away and try to form their own country just not to have Lincoln as their president, right? I mean, he's a wildly controversial figure.
Was it just because of his anti-slavery views, or was there more to it than that?
It's mostly because they worry that they think the Republicans are an abolitionist party, and they worry that having a Republican president will mean the end of slavery in the South, and so they're trying to maintain that. And then it's also because Lincoln is the first president to win a presidential election. He wins the Electoral College with no votes from any Southern states, from any deep South states, and so they see that as an unfair. Again,
Christian, you're holding up a big old mirror right now.
Yeah, right. I mean, does it sound familiar? Yes, they say he's an illegitimate president because the election wasn't fair.
So this isn't anything new what we're going through now.
We've been arguing.
Repeating history. You're saying Donald Trump is Abraham Lincoln?
I am not. Let's just say I'm saying the Electoral College has been controversial for a long time. Let's just say that.
Oh my gosh, it's just so funny how things come back, and people think they have new ideas sometimes when they speak, but it's actually been going on for so long.
Well, when people tell me that we're the most divided that we've ever been in this country, we literally were slaughtering each other in the 1860s over political differences. So yeah.
If we can get past that, we can get past whatever we're doing.
I think so.
Right? It's awesome. Christian is here. He's the Lincoln historian here at the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. If you're from Illinois, and you've most likely been down here at some point, whether you were a kid, you came down, and when I was a kid, this museum wasn't here. You went to the tomb and rubbed his nose and did that whole thing. But now that this is here, it's really a different, more immersive experience. I had a chance to do it yesterday, and it's powerful stuff. And the shows are great. The production is great. So if you get a chance, come on down here. And by the way, visit springfieldillinois.com has a ton of information. So if you're going to come down for one day, this is the place to go. If you're going to come down for more than one day, there's a lot of more things you can do. You can learn about some of the places and things that happen here, but you can actually go visit those actual places around here too. What are some of the attractions around here in historic downtown Springfield that there is to go see? Yeah, I usually try to tell people that if you can do one day here, you can squeeze in the museum. Lincoln's home is a National Park Service site, so it's currently closed because of COVID mandates, but when it reopens, Lincoln's home is a must-see. Lincoln's tomb, as you mentioned, is a state-run site, and it's actually my favorite site here, even better than this. I mean, there's just such a powerful place to visit. And then the old state capitol is right around the corner from us too, where Lincoln gave the House Divided speech. It's open to the public, although it's currently being renovated. And then there's a bunch of, I don't know how much time we have, a bunch of other sites in town. We have a Frank Lloyd Wright built home in town that people can go visit. It's one of kind of the hidden gems in Springfield.
The current state capitol, you can tour it. It's a cool place. There's really a lot to see and do here in downtown Springfield.
And if you're from the suburbs, you can take the train. Like I said, you can drive, and driving is fine. It's a little 2.5-hour drive, and you can leave whenever you want. But I took the train, and the Amtrak from Joliet down to here is easy as pie. I think it was only 5 or 10 minutes off track, probably because there was a freight train that was in the way or something. But take the train down, do a whole day down here. Everything's within walking distance from the tomb to the house to the old Capitol to the museum here. Hop on the train and go on back. It really is a nice, easy trip. You're going to learn so much. I think you're going to walk away with it. Do you talk to a lot of the people that walk through? You said you give tours, right? What are some of the things that people say when they leave? What do people leave with after they visit the museum here?
They're usually surprised by a few things. We talked about how controversial Lincoln was. People aren't used to the idea of Lincoln not being universally beloved, right? I think that comes across a lot. And then we touched on a little bit earlier the tragedy of Lincoln's life, that there's so much sadness in Lincoln's life, that he loses 2 of his kids, a third, he has 4 boys, only one lives to adulthood, one outlives Lincoln, but the way his own personal, his growing up, his mom and his sister passing away, and then he has to manage this horrible tragedy of the Civil War. You look at those pictures. It's kind of a cliche now that the presidency ages whoever the president is, right? And you look at the pictures of start and the end. But with Lincoln, it's extremely. Lincoln goes from being a kind of adult-looking guy to looking like an octogenarian at the end of the war. He's under so much pressure. Yeah.
And you have the five faces. Or whatever a number it was, right in a row, and it's shocking. Yeah, it looks like he ages 30 years.
Yeah, it's just, to understand the pressure Lincoln was under, and he didn't have the kind of big apparatus under him that our presidents do now either, right? Lincoln is signing a lot of documents himself. He's making 100 decisions every day. He's managing the war effort. He's thinking about slavery. He's managing his own family crises. Mary is deep in a state of depression, especially after his son Willie dies in the White House. It's just what Lincoln's experience in the Civil War. I just can't imagine being under that much pressure.
Yeah, and a lot of people have pressure with their own, personal issues that they can't get by. But you also have a Civil War and trying to, free slaves from people who want to keep them, and that's just on top. It's an amazing story. It is. You couldn't write it.
He probably has the most difficult presidency of anyone, in the history of the United States. Just everything he faced.
You could not write it. You could not write that story, and I'm glad there's places like this to tell that story. Talk to me about what you got behind closed doors. I know there's another building across the street, which is more archival stuff. And what percentage of things that the museum has is displayed, and what percentage is not on display right now?
Yeah, that's where my office is in the, we're we call ourselves the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. We're actually an over 100-year-old institution. We used to be the Illinois State Historical Library, and our job, we're run by the state of Illinois, is to collect manuscripts and artifacts related to the history of Illinois. And so if you do that, you're going to end up getting a lot of stuff related to the greatest, Illinois and Abraham Lincoln, right? And so we ended up with enough Abraham Lincoln stuff that we decided to open this amazing museum 16 years ago. But Lincoln only constitutes about 1% of the total collection. Most of what's over there is related to Illinois. And then at any given time, I would say only like 1% of that 1% is on display here in the museum. But one of my jobs, is I lead the team that selects what objects go on display at any given time. And so we usually have about 100 or so objects of Lincoln's, 80 to 100 at any given time related to Lincoln. So we've got documents of Lincoln's, we've got artifacts related to Lincoln. We have one of the 5 that our crown jewel is we have one of the 5 existing copies of the Gettysburg Address in Lincoln's own hand. There's only 5 that exist, and we have one of them.
Is it on display right now?
It is not. We only put it on display around, Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address on November 19th, 1863. So we display it around that anniversary for 2 weeks because one of the other things we have to do, we have a museum, we try to educate people about Lincoln's life and times in Illinois history, but we're also charged with preserving this stuff, right? So, we have to take care of it. And so the Gettysburg Address, it needs to last for a long, long time. So we keep it in a vault, we keep it in darkness, we keep it at a temperature that paper likes, and then we only put it out for about 2 weeks a year to try to keep it so that generations long after us will still be able to look at it.
It's an amazing responsibility for sure. What are some other super cool stuff? Maybe not so popular, not so famous, the Gettysburg Address, but you saw wow, that is he held this, or he used this, or you were one step away from Abraham Lincoln.
Currently on display right now, we have a cuff link that Abraham Lincoln was wearing the night he was assassinated. Its partner is in Washington, and they were actually reunited on the 150th anniversary of his assassination. But just a powerful artifact. We have a piece of the. I don't know why I'm jumping straight to the assassination, but we have a piece of the dress that the actress at Ford's Theater that night was wearing, Laura Keene, that got Lincoln's blood on it, and she donated it to the state of Illinois herself. And we have that, so that's a really cool thing. And then just little personal things, like we have Lincoln's shaving mirror. And when we put it on display, we try to put it on display at eye level so that when you walk up to it, because it hasn't been restored, so if you walk up to that and you look in that mirror, you're looking at the same reflection of yourself that Lincoln looked in when he was shaving at home. I mean, just a really powerful kind of everyday connection to Abraham Lincoln.
No, I think those are cool. I know you have Mary Todd's sewing basket is kind of one of those little things.
Yeah, that's on display right now. We've got lots. We have some china of Mary Lincoln's. We have stuff from the kids. When Lincoln is in the White House, one of his kids, Tad, goes just crazy for like the Union Army and soldier stuff. And so
like every kid probably would.
Every kid would. So Lincoln gets him all this stuff, and one of the things we have is he's got a little prototype of a cannon. Because Tad wanted a toy cannon, so Lincoln gets him this little prototype and he plays with it.
Did it actually fire? Could you get something to shoot out of it?
They could, because they literally wanted to fire to show how it worked. And so what Lincoln doesn't want Tad to kill himself with it, so he has them bend the firing pin so Tad can fire it.
How big are we talking? How big?
It's about maybe a foot long.
Oh, that's cool.
Than that, and it's made of wood and metal. I mean, it's a real substantial thing.
What kid wouldn't want to
play
cannon?
Yeah, I still want that. Right?
I would love to.
Cool, right?
We got to see if we can fire that up. I guess I forgot what I was going to say. I got 2 minutes here. Those little artifacts and things that you can hold that he held, you look in that he looked in. Those are so cool. But you said only 1% of what you have in the archive is Lincoln related. Everything else is just kind of general Illinois.
Yeah, and some of the things that are on display I try to get from the Illinois collection too. We have stuff from Ulysses S. Grant. We have stuff from, and then just stuff from everyday Illinoisans. People who donated objects and papers to us. We have a huge collection. We have the biggest collection of Illinois newspapers. I mean, this is the place people come to research. I mentioned earlier I came here and toured the museum when I was a student. It's because I came here to help research my dissertation, and I didn't use any of the Lincoln stuff. I just I looked at letters from Illinois soldiers and stuff like that.
Sure, and those are probably the most prized possession, right? Because those are firsthand accounts. You get those letters and correspondence from soldiers on the battlefield sent home, and those have got to be just as prized possession as anything else you can have.
Yeah, it's all good stuff for research, and it's good stuff to put on display. I try to put that stuff out as often as I can too. Get soldiers' points of view on the Civil War.
Penmanship, my goodness. Do you have to have like specialty people come in and try to decipher what? Even if it's perfect penmanship for the time, it's just, man, it's hard to read.
Some of these guys you can't read at all. Lincoln's handwriting is a little messy, but he's pretty easy. So thank goodness for that.
All right, 1 minute. I got to do a little thing. That is Head East from East Central Illinois, right down the road. That song on their Gold album, which I believe was recorded in South Pekin, Illinois. Unfortunately, Head East didn't make it into the display today, but if you want to come down and check out the history of Illinois' contributions to the world of music, The State of Sound is the exhibit down here at the Presidential Library and Museum.
You want to close out with a little
What's that?
You want to close out with a little bit of that, talk about Illinois' place in music?
Sure, yeah.
You got like 10 minutes.
I got as long as you want. I'm sure you got things to do. Like, I am not on much of a schedule.
Okay.
I mean, I know I got some other people coming in, but not for a while. Yeah, Joe's supposed to be in at 12:45, but Joe can wait. He'll have his time.
All right.
Gosh, I mean, tell me where to go. Where should we go? Like, what are some things about Lincoln that you think is, first off, pretty decent crowd for a Monday?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
Not too bad.
It opened on Friday. The State of Sound, the exhibit. That's where we are. We're in a studio in exhibit, and yeah, we got a pretty good crowd floating around. Some of them are coming and looking at us, and you kind of feel like you're in a fishbowl in here.
Yeah, no kidding. So we were talking with Christian, and we talked a while ago about music in the Civil War and how it's evolved. And you mentioned something about how Abraham Lincoln's life spanned the music industry. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, what I mean is that the American music industry kind of begins during Lincoln's lifetime. What happens is, and I'll try to do this I could talk about this all day. So,
Let's go, Christian.
Yeah, I don't want to. But basically, in America, in America, pianos are way cheaper than anywhere else in the world. In the 19th century, to have a piano, if you're in Europe, you have to be like a member of like the aristocracy. Here in America, they're a lot cheaper, and so people, like middle class people, have them, put them in their homes. And so they have to have music to play on them, right? And so this whole industry starts of creating sheet music, right? Which are these, and like some people still know about sheet music, but that's the only way you can sell music back then, right? There's no CDs, there's no
medium,
So there's these music shops pop up where you can buy musical instruments. But you can also buy all the popular songs of the day as sheet music, and you can bring them home and you can play them on your piano or whatever other instrument you have, or you can sing along with them. And that's what starts the music industry. And that all happens in the 1830s, 1840s during Lincoln's lifetime. And so then when Lincoln becomes president, that's the cool thing. Is getting sheet music. There's this whole like people are making careers now as songwriters, right? And so they're making money just off of that's a new thing. And so when the Civil War occurs, music is what everyone's going to look to. It's the kind of cool pop culture thing. Is let's go buy sheet music that's about this war, or that features my favorite general or my favorite president on it. It's a huge deal, and that's all part of Lincoln's, and then when he becomes president, he becomes part of that, right? Then songs about Lincoln are being made. So he's a consumer of music, and then he becomes part of the creation.
Did he get into the business side of that at all, or is he busy enough?
No, he doesn't get into the business side of that, but it is, to come back to State of Sound, it's what puts Chicago on the map as a place for music. Chicago's an emerging city during Lincoln's lifetime, and it's during Lincoln's lifetime that especially two music publishing houses kind of open up in Chicago, and they become huge deals during the Civil War. Hey, your Civil War music, and the songs, the Battle Cry of Freedom, or Marching Through Georgia. Those are two huge northern hits in the Civil War. Those are both Chicago songs.
Okay. Not Chicago the band, Chicago the city.
Yeah.
I can't hear that on the trumpets.
They're not Chicago ballads, right? They're marching songs, and they're published in Chicago by songwriters who live in Chicago, and that really put Chicago on the map as a musical city, and obviously it remains so for a long, long time.
That's awesome. And does Lincoln have a lot of connection with Chicago? Does he make his way up to the city a lot?
He does. If you're a prominent politician in Illinois, you're going to be connected in Chicago. It's a big Republican city, and he helps down the Republican Party, and it's where the Republican National Convention is held that nominates him as president in 1860.
And what about the suburbs? I know we're a radio station based out in the burbs, and there's a couple of, I think, locations that connect to Lincoln out in the burbs. Does he make any appearances outside the city?
Yeah, absolutely. He's out there giving political speeches. Joliet exists then, and he's bumping around in there. He's a Central Illinois guy, and that's where he's spending most of his time. But he gets around, and he absolutely gets a lot of support from Chicago. The Chicago Tribune, he closely allies with them. They start as a Republican newspaper, and Lincoln is sending. Again, we were talking earlier about how the country being divided and how it's nothing new. The media being partisan isn't new either. Lincoln is directly writing letters to the editors of the Chicago Tribune, telling them what he does and doesn't want them to say.
And you can see that happening right now, and it probably does happen right now. As a matter of fact, you can replace a letter with Twitter, and you do have that right now. It's exactly if President Lincoln had Twitter, it'd be a completely different situation. Have you ever gone down that rabbit hole? What if he had a direct voice that can broadcast to thousands instead of just the hundreds who came to watch him speak?
Yeah, he was a great writer. He liked jokes, so it's probably pretty good.
It'd probably be pretty. There's your new project. Give me what would Abraham Lincoln's Twitter feed may have looked like. There's probably 1 million of those Twitter accounts right now on Twitter anyway.
There are a lot of people on Twitter pretending to be Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah. Do you know of them, and can you recommend the best ones?
I've met one of them. But,
have you really?
Yeah.
You met him?
There's a whole community of not only people who do that, but then the people who they call themselves Lincoln presenters, the people who dress up like Abraham Lincoln.
I was this close to doing that today, by the way. Yeah.
There's a huge community. There's so many of them. They have an annual convention every year where Lincoln's come together and they hang out, man. And you know, I've been around some of them. So they're really solid, you know. And,
Some of them are better than others.
you know, yeah, it's a whole deal. And there's Marys and there's you know, bearded Lincolns and unbearded Lincolns. They'll pick which Lincoln they want to be. It's a whole like subculture. Yeah.
What's the Lincoln in your mind that is the face of Abraham Lincoln? Is it the older bearded one? Is it the younger up and coming politician? What's Abraham Lincoln look like in your brain?
Well, I try to tell people that they should imagine Lincoln without a beard because he spent most of his life without a beard. And that's the Lincoln most people do, but it's impossible to not, when you close your eyes, imagine Abraham Lincoln not seeing with that beard. Right? He only had that beard for
so it's
40
late
years,
Lincoln.
But that's Lincoln. That's all the pictures. That's Lincoln Memorial.
I want to ask you about Lincoln's connection to suburbs here real quick, and just we can do a little short thing on that. Okay, cool. Here we get Black Mike. Hot Mike. Well, I flew on down here to Springfield. That was the pride of Champaign, REO Speedwagon, getting their roots at the basement of a residence hall at the University of Illinois. My name is Nick, down here in Springfield, the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. It is the all-request rock and roll diner brought to you by Doggy Diner. If you're looking for something a little bit different for lunch, try out one of Doggy Diner's family packs. Their Greek night, 3 pounds of gyros, onions, tomatoes, homemade gyro sauce, pitas, Greek fries, and a salad. Go check that out at Doggy Diner with locations in Bolingbrook and Plainfield. We got Christian here, Christian McWhorter. He is the official Lincoln historian at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. We talked about Lincoln's connection to Springfield in the state of Illinois. Chicago was a big player back in the day when he was coming up running for president. How does Lincoln connect to the suburbs of Chicago? Does he get out into the burbs a bit?
He does a little bit. You know, Chicago's an emerging city during Lincoln's lifetime, and so it's starting to spread. Places like Joliet existed, and Lincoln he is making appearances in some of them, making political speeches. He's campaigning for presidents that he supports, and obviously there was political rallies going on all over the place supporting Lincoln in 1860 and 1864 when he's running.
Absolutely. And the power that you feel when you walk through this museum is pretty spectacular. Being the official Lincoln guy, is there a favorite part of the Lincoln Museum that you feel is more powerful than other places?
Oh, well, I mean, for me, because what I get to do, it's what we call the treasures gallery, where we put our artifacts on display. And that's where you get the closest connection to Abraham Lincoln in his time. You see the kind of things that Lincoln actually handled, that people around him handled, and that directly tell you the story of Abraham Lincoln's life.
And of course, going through the White House section, following his life through that, and going through the funeral area, you had some pretty interesting thoughts about observing people going through that area.
Yeah, at the very end of our museum, you go through a recreation of Lincoln's funeral here in Springfield, and it's amazing to walk through there because people are quiet in there. They treat it like a real funeral. They don't speak, and sometimes they're crying. It's a really emotional place, and it's a tribute to the guys who designed this place, how effective it is.
If you haven't visited in Springfield in a while, take the quick 2.5 hour drive or train ride down and visit them. We got the new exhibit here, The State of Sound, a world of music from Illinois, chronicling everything that Illinois, well, not everything, you can't fit everything in 3,000 square feet, but a lot of really cool things that Illinois has contributed to the world of music. Real quick, you have a quick piece just out here in the State of Sound exhibit? Oh, did we already talk about that, right? You like the trumpet from...
I said Miles Davis's trumpet's probably my number one. Yeah.
Go.
Oh, so cool.
Join our conversation. We're talking with Christian for a little bit while longer on our Facebook feed, YouTube channel, on our website as well, 95.9 The River. We're also giving away tickets. If you want to win a 4-pack of tickets down here to the museum, you can go to 959theriver.com and click on win to get in on those. Cool. All right. You're not going to make him leave, are you?
No. Was that on the air?
That was on the air. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yep,
Cool.
that was a live break.
Cool, because that's why I was wondering, because I didn't hear him on the internet feed. I heard you on mic, but I didn't hear him.
Probably, yeah, because I had this. We have our internet mics that we said. This is internet mic, and that silver one is for internet. So you probably put that down.
Yeah.
That was an on-air break there. So
Okay, cool.
things are going great. As far as I know, I haven't had a.
Here, man, you've just been covering Chicago the last few weeks with, the River, WGN, WBBM.
Oh, you're getting doing the media tour
Yeah, well, I guess, yeah, to make an article in the Sun-Times coming up soon here.
that you wrote?
Chicago. We pitched an article of them tying
Okay.
African American music in the Civil War to the music here.
Well, what's the basis of that article? Can you share it with us? Like, what is the tie? What's the
Well, during
the concept?
During the Civil War, African Americans, formerly enslaved African Americans, start performing music for when they come into contact with Union soldiers. They sing their own music, what we now call slave spirituals. And white Northerners, most of them had never heard actual African American music before, and they're just blown away by it. And so there's this, I try to paint that as, these are African Americans using music to kind of change racist white perceptions of them. And I talk about how in the early 20th century, the same thing happens here. A lot of African Americans come to Chicago through the Great Migration, and they start recording their music here, and that's how you get jazz and blues, get proliferated not only here but throughout the whole world, right? And they're both, I kind of tie them together as African Americans using music to expose people to their culture and kind of get around segregation and Jim Crow.
Are there like specific songs that that were more popular than others in that vein as well?
In the Civil War, the big African American song in the Civil War that people don't understand in the Civil War, most people don't know Civil War song, is "Go Down Moses."
Really?
That hymn is first encountered by white people that runaway enslaved people at Fortress Monroe, which is out in Virginia, are singing it. And these abolitionists are watching them, and they're so impressed with the song that they write it down and they publish it in sheet music. We talked about sheet music earlier. And it kind of becomes a minor hit in the North, and now it's just a song we all take for granted, but it's a Civil War song.
No kidding. And are there more popular songs that you think kind of painted that picture as well? Like "Go Down Moses" was a song like that from this time. There's a song recently that kind of accomplished the same goal and trying to spread messages.
Well, I mean, it's always part of music, and jumping ahead to when I talked about these early blues performers like Muddy Waters and those kind of people. I mean, part of the blues that's really the subtext for a lot of that music is, they're singing about how sad they are. They're singing about sadness. They're saying, and a lot of that is because they grew up in this sharecropping system, in this Jim Crow system, and this kind of trauma is part of the African American experience. And so when they come to Chicago and they're reporting it, and in the South, that music, white audiences didn't hear that music very much, and then suddenly they report it up here, and it skips the Atlantic. If you don't have Muddy Waters, you don't have the Rolling Stones. If you don't have Chuck Berry recording rock songs in Chicago, he's living in St. Louis, he's recording in Chicago, you don't get the Beatles.
Right.
There's this huge transmission. Suddenly this music of Southern African Americans changes the world.
Yep. It's amazing that, like, we've talked in politics and now in music, how what happens in the past happens again in the future. And to say that, to be surprised that something is happening right now, it kind of means you're not looking far enough back.
No, and it's still happening with, Southside hip hop. Guys like Chance the Rapper are definitely politically motivated. Guys like Common.
Did you turn the microphone off?
Oh.
So, okay, the last 10 minutes of what you just said, can you repeat that?
Apparently my mic turned off.
His microphone was off, sorry.
Apparently my mic turned off, but I was just talking about, no, we were just talking a lot about how Chicago was really instrumental to African-American music becoming a worldwide phenomenon, styles of music like blues and jazz spreading to the rest of the world.
Yeah, it's and I was saying, we talked to, earlier in politics, how to say that we're in the most decisive part of our country. Well, look back to the 1860s, because they were fighting a war about that. So it's not the most divisive. This is nothing new, and we got past that, and we're probably going to get past whatever we got going on now as well.
And music has always been a way Americans tried to work through that, and it was the same in the Civil War, and it's the same now.
It's that's a lot to think about. I think I'm going to spend my train ride home thinking about that kind of stuff. This has nothing to do with music or anything you just talked about, but we mentioned how Lincoln, we own him pretty much here in Illinois. We like to own him as an Illinois guy, and he spent a lot of years here. He was born in Kentucky. He grew up in Indiana. Do you find yourself maybe kind of battling in the states of Indiana and Kentucky for ownership of Abe Lincoln? Do they get a little mad that the state of Illinois kind of has this museum and claims him as one of their own?
I think that you run into a little bit of that. People from Kentucky and Indiana like to remind me of that. Look, Lincoln's a big deal. There's plenty of Lincoln to go around, right?
And good political answer.
Yeah, and Washington too, right? I mean, there's so much Lincoln in Washington D.C. as well. So I'll give my props. The Lincoln Boyhood site, which is a National Park Service site in Indiana, you can see where he grew up, is a wonderful site. People should visit it. And of course, the Lincoln birthplace in Kentucky is almost like a shrine the way it's constructed. Yeah. And so, those are both phenomenal sites. And we can see all the different Lincoln sites, folks. Yeah, it's all good stuff.
Yeah, it seems like wherever he stepped foot or spend any amount of time, there's a monument to it.
Yeah, well, and I mentioned DC too. I have friends who work at Ford's Theater. Ford's Theater is a phenomenal site, and they do a great job curating Ford's Theater, and I highly recommend that as a site if you're ever in DC to go visit.
What does that look like? What kind of stuff do they do there?
Well, it's still a functioning theater is the most amazing thing. You can still see plays at Ford's Theater. But then they'll give you tours. Obviously, they'll take you into the box where he was assassinated. But then they have their own collection as well, and they have a little museum in the basement. And then you can walk across the street. They own the house where he passed away. Right? They took Lincoln after Lincoln was shot. They took him across the street and they laid him out. And he actually died. He got shot on April 14th. He dies the morning of April 15th. And you can walk right into the room where Lincoln passed away.
You want to talk about a place where you're probably not going to hear much discussion going on. Yeah.
No, chills, right? Chills. Yeah. And so, yeah, that's a wonderful site. Absolutely. And then, of course, the Lincoln Memorial is, just...
Would we be shocked about how small the bed is or just how long he was?
It's, yeah.
I read that in one of the sites, too, about how the bed that he died in was just not big enough to fit him.
Right. Yeah. And that's true. And getting him across the street. Yeah. Lincoln's still our tallest president. So, that's...
6'4"?
Yeah. That's a record. That's a record that may never get beaten. We'll see.
Well, I won't be president, so I won't be breaking.
Are you taller than that?
I think I clock in at 6'5".
Oh, look at you!
But he's got the top hat, and all I got is this plastic one. So he might
I love it.
Beat me there. And no, man, you want to start talking about his assassination now? There's another crazy story about how that unfolded. I think we all know the basics. John Wilkes Booth sneaks in, shoots him in the head, point blank range. Mary Todd sitting right there. Another devastating thing for her to go through. Out of the list of things, are there some things to that story that maybe the general layperson doesn't know that is fascinating as all get out from your reading?
The thing I try to get across to people when I talk about the assassination is John Wilkes Booth. Like, we primarily remember John Wilkes Booth as the man who assassinated Abraham Lincoln. John Wilkes Booth was an extremely famous person when he assassinated Abraham Lincoln. He's not like
mind-boggling.
Yeah, he's not like Lee Harvey Oswald. I mean, part of the reason he pulls it off is because when he shows up at the theater, I mean, he's an actor. He had performed there, and they're just like, "Oh, it's John. Let him in," right? And he's scoped out the place ahead of time because he knows that theater. He even knows the play Lincoln is watching. He knows this big laugh line in the play, Our American Cousin. Booth knows when it's going to happen, and he times the shot to that laugh line because he knows people will be laughing, and so they won't hear the gunshot.
Well, that didn't really work out that way. But, I mean, they heard the gunshot.
They hear the gunshot, but yeah.
He jumps down. Didn't he break his leg or something?
He does. Then he leaps from the balcony onto the stage and breaks his leg.
Like the flair for the dramatic.
And yells out "Sic Semper Tyrannis," thus always to tyrants. And he escapes. Yeah, I mean, the dude, he also does it like an actor would. Yeah, he's extra dramatic.
He wasn't captured right away, right? There was a manhunt for him.
There was a manhunt. They eventually get him in a barn in Virginia that they have to set fire to, and he refuses to leave, so they shoot him through the door. But I try to tell people, like, Booth is a member of the most famous acting family in America at the time. It'd be like one of the Baldwins assassinating the president. I mean, just people don't realize what a sensational. Imagine what the papers would do with that story, right?
What did they do?
Well, I mean, it was a huge deal, yeah, obviously, and this had never happened in America before either, right? Presidents had died in office, but no president had ever been assassinated before, and so it just becomes.
I don't think I was aware of that.
Yeah, he's the first one, and so they do all the things we would do today. Yeah. They jump to all these conspiracy theories, right? And there was a conspiracy. Booth had other guys he was working with. And the plan was actually to assassinate everyone running the federal government at the time. They get into the Secretary of State's house and they actually injure him, but they were going to kill Ulysses S. Grant as well. I mean, the idea was just to decapitate the federal government.
Did they try to storm the Capitol building by any chance?
They do not try to do that. No, that's unique to us. But even though there's that conspiracy, then they try to expand it. So like maybe Jefferson Davis, the Confederate president, was behind it. Maybe the Secretary of War, Edwin N. Stanton, on Lincoln's side, is behind it, and that conspiracy, by the way, you still hear that one. Americans love their conspiracy theories, and the Lincoln assassination, just like JFK, gets all these wild stories about what was really happening why he
And,
was really
judging
killed.
by everything you've read through the original documents, it's just as we all know it. It was a disgruntled actor. He didn't like what he was hearing. He did something about it, and that was it.
And white supremacy. What Booth is mad about is that Lincoln, a few days earlier, had given his last public address, although he didn't know it would be his last. And one of the things he proposes in that is giving black men the right to vote after the Civil War. And Booth said that's when Booth changes his mind from kidnapping Lincoln to killing him, because Booth cannot imagine living in a country where black people have the right to vote, and he decides he has to kill the president to stop that from happening.
It's an amazing story. Was that the speech he gave to the partiers from the second floor of the White House?
It's a serenade. That's another music thing that used to happen all the time. Is you would go outside a person's window and you would perform music, and then they would be expected to give a speech if they were a politician, and that's a big deal. And yeah, they do that with Lincoln, and he gives this speech from his window where he talks a little bit about his plans for what's going to happen after the war. And of course, we never get to see what Lincoln will do after the war, because he dies in April of 1865.
You're a wealth of knowledge, man. I think what I'm going to come away with is the last conversation we just had about how crazy it was back then, how divisive it was, the conspiracy theories, everything that we hate about our society now was alive and well then, and it was probably alive and well before that.
Yeah.
So what we're going through right now is not new. The mode of delivering it is new. But the ideas and things behind them isn't, and we got through that as well, and we're going to get through whatever we're going through now. History repeating itself. That's
democracy's messy, so you just got to kind of keep the faith and work through it as best you can.
Talk about your book real quick, if somebody wanted to pick it up.
Oh yeah, thanks for that extra plug. Yeah, my book is called Battle Hymns: The Power of Popularity of Music in the Civil War, available on Amazon, and it's about how people used music in the Civil War, and it was a fun book to write. So thank you. It makes a great gift. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love that it's still for sale, and I hope folks go out there and get it. And I hope you all come and visit the museum here and tour our new exhibit. This is a awesome place to work, and you'll enjoy it. I promise.
Yep, tickets are not. As a matter of fact, if you have your vaccine, you can get in for free. Just one shot, right?
First shot and with proof of vaccination.
If you have your vaccination card, I imagine just a picture on your camera is good enough. That'll get you in for free. If you don't even want to do that, if you're not vaccinated yet, we're giving away some free tickets on our website. Go to 959theriver.com, click on win. And if you can guess the artifact and who owned it, then you can win some tickets. A little fun game we have on our website. Christian, man, could talk to you for hours. I appreciate you stopping down and talking to us about Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, this was fun, man. Thank you, and sorry about the technical difficulties.
No. Please, that was the easy one we had today. Christian is the Lincoln historian. We appreciate his time. We'll spring you. I'm sure you got work to do, and you can go ahead and go do that, man. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. That was awesome. You were just a wealth, and I appreciate your enthusiasm and passion for it.
Anytime. I love talking about this stuff.
Exactly. Well, if you ever are walking through here today and you notice no one else in here, feel free to stop back in. All right. I'm sure we can find some more stuff to talk about.
Thanks, Christian.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot.
If you want to take a quick break, I don't know where you are in your formatics on the on-air side, but in the cafe space there is a bag next to the two bottled waters.
Oh, thank you.
With a toasted roast beef and cheddar sandwich and some chips.
Sounds phenomenal.
From one of our great sandwich shops downtown, Head West Subs, and it's fantastic.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Yeah, I got a thing coming up here in about a minute. Okay. And then I might record this first 1 o'clock one if I can get away with that somehow. But I think I will do that.
Presidential Library Museum, this Joe may help you. Okay, just hang out in the lobby. Tell them that you just talked to me, and I'll be down to meet you in just a second. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, hot mic. Def Leppard, 95.9 The River. My name's Nick. We're down in Springfield, Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. Brand new exhibit down here called The State of Sound, a world of music from Illinois. Do you want to see a guitar from Cheap Trick, instruments from REO Speedwagon, Grammy Awards, Diamond Awards, albums? It is an amazing collection of Illinois artists, artifacts, and stories. You got to come check it out. We're giving away tickets on our website. Go to 959theriver.com and click on win for a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. We cannot have a rock and roll diner from Springfield, talking about Illinois artists without Cheap Trick on 95.9 The River. Well, I hope everyone is enjoying our little live broadcast down here. This has been a lot of fun. I've learned a whole bunch of stuff. And like I said, we are giving away some tickets. If you want to go check that out over at 959theriver.com, just click on win. Let me turn my microphone up a little bit for this there. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, pretty fun game. We have pictures of some of the artifacts here at the exhibit, and you can guess who they belong to. And you can win some tickets that way. It is really, really cool. Coming up, we are talking with more people. Joe Crane's going to be here. He's the Director of Public Programming. We have the folks from Visit SpringfieldIllinois.com. Big thanks to them for their hospitality today. If you are traveling down, you just got to go to Visit SpringfieldIllinois.com, and you can map out your entire trip down here from, darn it. Yeah, sorry, just logging into something. You know how that goes. Yeah, visit SpringfieldIllinois.com, and they can take care of everything for you. There's a lot more to do for families than I thought there was, and shame on me for not researching that more. But if you do have a family you want to come down, you're gonna have to check to see if some things are available just because of COVID. But they got a lot of really fun things they're doing. So who's our next person? Another one, the cool part about the studio that we're sitting in, they built this especially for the exhibit. The exhibit's kind of behind you. If you're listening, like the camera, it's behind the camera. Maybe I'll turn it around here in a little bit, but everything in here is Illinois made. This board, these microphones are from Heil. The company who makes them is Heil. They're down in, I think, Carbondale or in southern Illinois. They have there's a Victoria Amplifiers has a facility in Naperville, so they not only are they in here but on exhibit as well. So a lot of really fun things. If you do have questions, feel free to drop them in the Facebook comments for any of our folks coming up, or for me. I'm happy to answer them. There we go. Foo Fighters 95.9 The River. Nick down in Springfield today. Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum, brand new exhibit called State of Sound. You got to check out. Big thanks to visitspringfieldillinois.com as well. Coming down, it's probably the first website you should go check out. Hey, I'm wonderful. How's it going?
Good. We were watching this morning. We had you on.
Yeah, I heard the audio was kind of crap, so we fixed that.
It was a little bit with loss at the beginning and stuff, but Heather sounded really good.
Yeah, we plugged in the audio board into it.
Yeah,
so.
no, it was all good.
Hey, Sam, how are ya?
How are you?
I'm
Lovely to
glad.
see
I'm
you.
glad. I'm fully vaccinated.
So am I.
So-
I'm glad. This is known as the fully vaxxed
Yes.
hug.
Hey
It's gonna be a
there.
thing.
Well, which one are you?
This is Evan.
Evan.
Have you met Joe before?
Yes,
Okay, yeah.
about a year ago, right before.
One, two, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. I know it's going to go out over the stream, but what are you going to do? I'm going to record. How have you not seen everything at home? Oh. I haven't eaten all day. I'm sorry. That's true. Fat jokes. I'm going to record this one. Let's see. I plugged Visit Illinois or Visit Springfield. What else we got to do? Who's my next person coming up here?
Lance.
Oh, Lance is coming back. That's right. Okay. All right, I'm going to record here. People watching on StreamYard, never mind what you're about to hear. Ow. It's Bad Company 95.9 The River. My name is Nick. We're down in Springfield, Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. We're still talking with Lance Tauser, one of the creative minds behind their brand new exhibit called State of Sound. Please join us on our live stream. Just go over to 959theriver.com, our Facebook page or YouTube page, and join in much more deeper conversation right there. Pearl Jam's on the way. It's the crew right now, 95.9 The River. I'll peek behind the curtain here. What is today? 5, 3, 1, 3. Sorry, I'm just trying to work ahead a little bit so I can grab a bite to eat here before it gets cold. Thank goodness we got this computer on the internet because it's made, I think, a world of difference. Being able to do the live stream through a hardwired connection. Oh,
so that's still hardwired. Okay.
The computer is, yes, but the Comrex is not. Gotcha. But being able to split that has been, I think, made all the difference. Where did I save that? So that one will go here. Can't do that computer. Shoot. That's why. Do. Well, if you are a music fan, you got to find some time this summer to get on down to Springfield. My name is Nick. We're live at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library Museum, a brand new exhibit called The State of Sound, A World of Music from Illinois. Styx, REO, Cheap Trick on the rock and roll side. You got Muddy Waters artifacts on the blues side, jazz artists you just need to learn about, even like house music, hip hop, heavy metal, whatever it is. If it started in Illinois, it's probably represented here in some form or fashion. Coming up in a few minutes on our live stream, we're going to talk with Lance again. He's going to be just giving us a deeper dive into some of the artifacts here, the stories behind it, how this whole exhibit even came together. We're going to be talking with him on our live stream. You should go check that out too. We're doing that all 5 hours of the midday show. Kind of crazy to even attempt that. A little bit rough in the beginning, but I think we figured it out. That's on our Facebook page, on our YouTube channel. It's over at 959theriver.com as well. Sam is here. If you're a River fan, you know Sam James. She's probably listening to her own voice right now. She did a few voiceovers for the interactive parts of the exhibit, and I see her with some headphones on, just on the other side of the glass. They built this beautiful retro studio with all Illinois-made equipment. How cool is that? Just a really fun place to come visit. So if you got even just a day, if you want to take the train down, spend a few hours down here in Springfield, the museum, the Lincoln sites, check out this new exhibit, then take the train back up in the evening. Really a fun day trip. You can start that whole trip, by the way. Visit springfieldillinois.com. That's going to have all the information that you need to know. More from Springfield as we go on throughout our day. Pat Benatar and Bad Company are coming up next. It's 95.9 The River. There we go.
Go eat.
Yes. Let me get that.
If he wants to come in, we can just sit
Yeah, let you guys. Yeah, that'd be fun. I got to make sure I get this break in here. I need this.
to be in here at that time?
No, no, I'm trying to find a minute.
I think I went, oh, 1:15.
No, nothing's hard timed, whatever.
Go eat.
Yeah, I'm trying. I have to go potty too.
And,
Isn't that what people say? Isn't that what people say? Potty?
When you have little kids like you had.
Guilty as
And
charged.
again, it's the double doors right across from the bathroom is where you go into.
Yeah, right this way?
Yep.
Perfect. Do that. I need this. I'm going to do this. Okay, I'm figuring it out. So many windows open. Going cross-eyed.
Are you still streaming?
Oh, yeah, baby.
We're live as we
You
speak.
just said potty, but.
That's okay. I say that on the air. I'm not trying to hide who I am, Lance. I am who I am. Can't change me as much as you try.
Maybe you
Okay, Garrett.
should. You're enjoying Garrett's wit? Art?
Garrett, he's funny. He's got engineer humor, man.
Oh, yeah.
He's funny.
In abundance.
This is gonna be a break.
I warned you.
Okay, so I got a little buffer in there. So next I need to be is at 1:42. That gives me a good half hour here to munch down. All right.
Your live streaming.
No, I'm gonna let you guys talk.
Oh, we're gonna talk?
I'm gonna hop in.
Y'all don't need me. You talk about it. You don't need me. Think I'm getting a talent fee from being here? No.
No, I know you're not.
Okay, I am going to go use the washroom and grab a bite. Thank you very much for that sandwich. That's generous. Thank you.
And
My
which
phone's-
mic is the internet mic right there?
This one right
Okay. And you're on the handheld mic there.
That's right.
And they're both turned up?
They both turned up.
All right.
I actually had to turn it way down for young Christian there.
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder why that.
There you go. Joe Crane, everybody.
Hey, good afternoon. How's everyone doing out there? Lance, you and I are fully vaxxed.
Yes, we are.
I'm comfortable taking my mask off. That way people can hear me a little better because I tend to sound a little normal through the mask. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good now that the exhibit's open.
Yes.
I can breathe, and walking around with a bit of sense of satisfaction that the show opened on time and looks relatively good, and people seem to be enjoying it.
Introduce ourselves for those of you just checking us out on the 95.9 The River's live stream from the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum in Springfield, Illinois. I'm Joe Crane, Director of Public Programs and Community Engagement. The man across the way from me in the vintage radio studio inside our new exhibit is Lance Tauser, who is the exhibits director and also director of theater here at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. Because, but wait, people are saying, what, theater at a presidential museum, what's going on with that? I mean, we've talked about state of sound all day long. Let's talk a little bit about some of the other aspects of the museum that people can see.
I would wager that anybody that's ever been to the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum has said, great museum, love the theaters. And that seems a little strange to say that we say theaters, but one of the signature, a couple of the signature experiences here at the museum is the Ghost in the Library show, which features a live actor and has some amazing technology and that I don't understand fully yet. Still being the director of shows, I should know more about it, but thankfully there are some smarter people that keep that show going. What I will say is that it's a relatively short show. It's only like 9 minutes,
right?
Something like that.
But it doesn't seem like 9 minutes. It's very, it's fast moving, but yet you realize, wow, it was only 9 minutes. It seemed like it was longer because there's so much going on.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it tests your humanity. If you have a heartbeat, that show will touch you. I don't care how hardened you have become through that show has a heart. And the Lincoln's Eyes theater show is one of those sort of 4D experiential theaters that many of you that have been to some of the larger themed environments are familiar with them, the ones that rattle your butt. And in our case, we have cannons that fire and smoke rings that go off. And it's quite an interesting experience, but it dives much deeper. It's like a 17-minute experience, and it really does kind of dive into some of Lincoln's more it's sort of varied aspects about
the subtleties of
his
personality.
and the perspectives that people have about Lincoln. It definitely dips its toe in some of the controversies that are surrounding our subject, and I think it does a pretty good job. So yeah, I'm excited about the fact that my teams now basically are involved in sort of that primary patron experience here. So if it's the exhibit, the physical exhibit, which includes Lincoln's life before he became president, Lincoln's life after he became president, and then we have this amazing showcase gallery where all of these amazing artifacts is called the Treasures Gallery. And we got a small little theater called the Mr. Lincoln Theater as well. And then the changing exhibit space that we are currently inhabiting, this state of sound. So the Illinois Gallery allows us to sort of venture beyond Lincoln, allows us to tell stories. We have this connection as being the historical library. What did we call it? Illinois State
Historical
Thank
Library.
You.
That when this building, well, the two buildings actually, the museum building and across the street is the library, which is exactly that. It's a library for researchers, scholars, and whatnot. And it also houses the archives and about 8 miles, they tell me, and it seems like it when you go down in the basement and see the shelving, the way it's laid out.
The stacks, yeah.
Stacks. There's about 8 miles worth of shelving for books and documents and all kinds of things that go back before Illinois' history as a state, that go back to its days as an Illinois territory prior to statehood in 1818. So it's an amazing collection of Illinois history that was moved into our new facility back in the early 2000s. That used to be underneath the old state capitol down the street from us, but the old state capitol, emphasis on old, was not a great place to keep stuff that needed to be preserved for a variety of reasons. But we now have that collection, so we get to tell that Illinois history story as well in this space, and certainly music, popular music over the last 40, 50, 60, 70 years is a big part of that history, not only of Illinois, but of the nation and the world. And so much of it, as I've discovered in this exhibit, comes from the land of Lincoln, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, we're making an argument that Illinois has offered up some of the best music ever produced. One could argue that, that great migration from the South to electrified blues in Chicago was, the tinderbox that started the rock and roll revolution that engulfed the globe. So I think Illinois has a lot to offer, and I think as much as we squeezed into this exhibit, there are going to be people that are going to say, "Hey, what happened to this band? What happened to this artist?" And many of them, in many ways, could rightfully be included, but we had to make some tough decisions along the way. And Dave Hoekstra and I toiled over some of the artists that had, affiliations with Illinois, which had, or they were artists that maybe weren't the pioneers of a particular genre. They were important. They sold some records, but they weren't necessarily seen as sort of these.
Groundbreaking.
Yeah, groundbreaking. Good word.
Yeah.
So, I mean, people ask about Nat King Cole. Nat King Cole moved here when he was like 8 years old, and then basically moved away when he was 15. So his music making career was elsewhere, and he wasn't born here.
Right.
So
Sean Colvin. Was
Sean
another
Colvin,
artist,
same thing, not
back in
born
the
here.
90s,
Yeah.
Not born here, but spent some formative years in Carbondale down in Southern Illinois, but prior to, letting us know that Sonny doesn't live here anymore.
Right. Well, and also we don't tell the story of sidemen or people that happen to be from Illinois that are in bands that are based elsewhere. So that was just a box that we couldn't even go near because you could start with Eddie
We
Vedder.
don't have enough space.
Oh yeah, you could start with Eddie Vedder and say, he's from Evanston, and isn't that a great story? But Pearl Jam, clearly not an Illinois band. Jim Sonnefeld from Hootie and the Blowfish was, from Naperville, but he went to college in South Carolina. Clearly not an Illinois band. Daryl Jones is currently the bass player of the Rolling Stones. Clearly not an Illinois band. So Daryl Jones, worthwhile for sure. He's an amazing, amazing talent.
But worth saying that if you were to talk to the original members of the Rolling Stones, no doubt they were influenced by a lot of those blues artists who are clearly 100% Illinois.
Yeah, and they recorded at Chess. So yeah, but Rolling Stones, not an Illinois band.
Right.
Yeah. So influenced by Illinois, absolutely. Yeah, and that's the argument we're making is that these artists, Mahalia Jackson, Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, Little Walter, Miles Davis, Benny Goodman, all these artists are significant in their own right, and they influence so many. And so we had to make the tough decision that some people just didn't make it, but it gives us an opportunity to do program around it. We can have discussions about it. We're creating playlists. I love these playlists that we're making. So we put it out to our staff to curate your own playlist of music from Illinois, and it's interesting looking at these lists. Some people are also stretching those boundaries on who is an Illinois artist as well. I can't remember whether it was Chris Wills, our media guy, but somebody put Chuck Berry on it. And I go, okay, Chuck Berry's from St. Louis. He recorded and signed by Chess Records, not an Illinois artist. Can you imagine people in Missouri being upset that we would claim Chuck Berry as an Illinois artist? Not an Illinois artist, but he came here. He got discovered here. He got signed here. He recorded here. Never really was a long-term resident here. But so we don't get too in the weeds when people create their playlists. But I do think it's quite fun because music is a subjective art form, like anything else. Everybody has their tastes, and I think what we're finding out about our coworkers here by looking at their musical tastes and their playlists, and those playlists are going to get we're going to keep adding to them, and it's the same thing with the podcast too. So the whole idea of creating a companion podcast with this exhibit was that we had garnered these amazing stakeholders that loaned us artifacts and were essentially helping us put this exhibit together. So it made sense for us to figure out a way to keep them engaged.
And really tell their story fully.
Yeah.
In their words.
In their words. So it gives them a platform for, the small amount of space and time that we can talk about any one particular artist in the gallery. Having the podcast allows for that longer form. So we've already released our first podcast, which is on our website, which is called musicfromillinois.com, which takes you straight to the webpage for this exhibit. You'll
also find on there the artifact of the week. You're rotating pictures from the exhibit, or are they all from the exhibit? Or are you showing some pictures of things that maybe were loaned to us but didn't make the actual exhibit?
No, we have so much to show.
Right.
That we have we have plenty of artifacts that made the exhibit that can be featured, and a lot of them have really wonderful
Yeah.
stories. So,
And by
right.
showing them, you're not giving away the exhibit.
No.
Coming here to see
In
it,
fact,
so.
I'd like to think we're teasing them. You
Exactly.
want to see Buddy Guy's guitar, you got to
Yeah, there
come
it is.
see us. So currently we have Buddy Guy's guitar on that, and there's a lot of great artifacts from the show.
And
But
people can also find the playlist of all the various people that work here at the museum as well. The
Same
Illinois
page.
playlist on the same page.
Yeah.
Musicfromillinois.com. And of course, that also is part of our regular website, presidentlincoln.illinois.gov, where you can go up and click over to the home page, and that's where you can find the information on how to visit the museum, get your tickets, and we've got some great things going on to help the museum experience be more affordable for families from around the state. Right now, we have a special promotion going on through the end of May, where all Illinois students, kindergarten through college age, free admission to the museum, because normally at this time of the year, we have so many, usually before COVID, anywhere from sometimes 30, 40, 50 buses a day from school children coming around the state, but a lot of schools aren't doing that right now. So we thought, well, if families do want to bring their children, they can bring them, and all students with Illinois student ID get in free through the end of May. We're also offering the opportunity to encourage people to get vaccinated right now through the end of June. We're doing free admission for anyone who has been vaccinated.
Just one.
Just the first shot alone, and proof of that will get you admission to the museum.
And
You
that's-
can
I
check
mean,
that out on our homepage.
$15 savings just for being vaccinated.
Yeah.
So we would love to see people come out and take advantage of that. Before our summer months when we get really busy, here's an opportunity for you to come to Springfield, see all the great Lincoln sites, but get into this amazing museum and this great exhibit just for showing your vaccination
Yeah,
card.
and of course you talk about the other Lincoln sites. Unfortunately, the Lincoln home is closed right now because it's such a small.
Do we know when that's going to
space.
open?
We don't know. It's part of the National Park Service, so hopefully they'll be open sooner than later.
It is small.
Yeah, very small. Well, it was a big house for Lincoln's time, but by our standards, it was a pretty small house.
For crowds.
But it is closed at the moment. However, you can still walk around on the grounds of the Lincoln home site, which is kind of a replication. Some of the homes are original from the neighborhood, others are reproductions, but it's kind of a living history experience. But Illinois State Museum is open.
Yeah, it's a great museum.
Several other sites around town.
The tomb.
The tomb is open to see at Oak Ridge Cemetery. So we encourage you to go to visitspringfieldillinois.com. That is the official tourism site for the city of Springfield. Visit springfieldillinois.com. And that's where you can plan your visit. They have a special going on right now that I think is a really cool idea. Reunite in Springfield. They're wanting to see people as more people are vaccinated and the COVID numbers come down, a chance to come back to Springfield and experience all the capital city has to offer, with special discount offers on hotel accommodations and special discounts on a variety of attractions and events, including discounted tickets here to the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. And again, that's at visitspringfieldillinois.com. It looks like Nick from 95.9 The River is back in.
Take your time.
After that big sandwich, it looks like you're ready to take a nap.
Dude, that was good.
That was good, wasn't
That
it?
was good.
Yeah.
That was good.
What did you get him?
Got him a toasted roast beef and cheddar sandwich from Head West Sub Shop.
All right, there you go. Little local fare. There you go.
Solid sub right there.
Did you tell him we went to Obed and Isaac's yesterday?
How'd you like that? Good stuff. Yes.
It's a good place.
Lamb burger.
That's what you had?
Mm.
All right.
I'd eat baby sheep.
Well, on that note, I'm going to let you take over the chair because I think you've got an on-air break here in about 5 minutes. So, Joe Crane, thanks for listening, putting up with us.
What'd you guys cover?
We covered a lot, actually. We covered, we talked about the exhibit.
You're both vaccinated? Is that what I heard?
We are.
Yes.
Yeah, we are good.
My ears are killing me.
Yeah, stretching your ears out pretty good.
Hurting back there.
And we're even after vaccinated, we're still, this studio is so spacious, we're socially distanced.
Yeah.
Big. Yeah, I'm not sure. The camera I have on there has a wide angle lens, so the perspective's probably a little messed up, but it is a really beautiful spot, nice and big, spacious.
Did you guys talk about interviewing REO Speedwagon?
No, we didn't get a chance to talk.
You should be talking about that.
What are we talking about?
Well, no, Joe interviewed Kevin Cronin on Friday
Oh, nice.
for Mario
In
Speedwagon.
here?
Yeah, right.
Right?
Where can I hear that interview?
It'll be on the podcast.
Next Sunday. Yeah, next Sunday. It'll be our next one.
Oh, it will be.
Yeah. So yeah, and so that's great. And they loaned us an artifact for the exhibit, which was the Diamond Sales Award for the landmark album High Infidelity from 1981. Was it?
Yes.
Joe's
10 million sold.
right. That's a lot.
It's a lot. Not a lot of bands.
Don't
do
forget
that.
which microphone you're using.
Thank you. I am ready for that now. I'll just do both. All
There
the
you go.
time, and we won't have a problem. I hope people are learning a bunch of stuff. I could talk to Christian
Oh yeah.
hours. I can talk to that guy for. Maybe I didn't know I had such a Lincoln fascination, but apparently I do.
Most people do.
I think that's what we were talking too. Like, it's got to be nice because I think a lot of historians maybe go into conversations or presentations, and maybe half of the people there really, really care what they have to say. But you walk in and say, "I'm a Lincoln expert," and I think
Boom.
fully engaged.
Yeah.
And everyone's got questions. What was it like? How did this really happen?
Yeah.
You know, what are some stories? Yeah, it's just such a cool thing to.
He's very
He's so
patient
well
with
read.
people asking really dumb questions too, because I ask him dumb
He
questions
was
all
in
the
here for a
time.
long time, wasn't he?
Well, I didn't say it.
2 years.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, he was great.
Yep.
Heather was great too. And there's a lot.
Oh,
of fun
Heather's
stuff.
very smart. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good hire by you guys.
Yep.
And then who's our last person?
I had absolutely nothing to do with her hire, but
You
I'm,
guys,
I'm
as
glad
an
she's here.
organization. Okay. I gotta be careful how I phrase it.
Okay.
I know there was a big committee that was involved in building this thing, right?
Oh goodness.
Right.
This museum?
No, the state of South. This exhibit.
Oh sure. Yeah, I had a committee. She was on the committee. Sure.
And
Yeah.
Christian was on.
Absolutely.
What were some of the more contentious conversations? I don't mean like in an angry, but maybe it would have gone this different direction as opposed to this different. Direction. Or
We didn't-
was this pretty much a consensus?
It was funny because technically Joe Crane had the nugget of the idea, and then we bandied it about for quite a while. We had quite an issue with really deciding whether or not we had the capability of telling it. It was too big, and the space wasn't big enough to tell all these different stories, or that we weren't going to do any of them justice if we had to really make the stories really short or something along those lines. So we had a lot of discussions that were more about like a feasibility. It sounds really boring to say, but when you take on a project like this and you're going to spend this kind of money and you're going to spend this kind of time, you have to go through the growing pains of talking about whether or not it's really viable. And we weren't ready to discount it, but we had several milestones where we said, well, if we approach it this way, I think it'll work. And then we actually had the whole issue with trying to contain the sound. There's this whole sonic engineering thing that I don't understand. We were initially going to try to have directional speakers, so you could stand underneath what sounded like a sound shower and hear the videos, and then step out and you wouldn't hear anything. Well, that doesn't really work that way.
No.
It does. There are some speakers that work kind of like that, but they are terrible for music. You can, if you have just real tinny, high-end stuff, you can kind of control, but low frequencies, they're going to go wherever they darn well please. And we weren't willing to sacrifice the sound quality for just the magic of having these directional speakers.
Is that
So
why everyone walks around with headphones?
yeah, that's right. So it was funny. The people at Shure were saying, "Hey, we just worked with another museum, and they went through this process, and they ended up using headphones." And I said, "Yeah, no, we're going to give it a try." A couple months later, I went
I
back.
was wondering about, I was walking through and I know about those types of speakers, and I wondered to myself, would it have been kind of nice to listen to it while I'm standing here?
We couldn't get it to isolate well enough to not be so distracting. And because
huge space, yeah,
It's-
sound would travel.
it would, no matter how soft we made the things, low frequencies just go where they want to go. So I've got no. So that was one of the technological hurdles that we had to do. We had to come to that realization that the people at Shure already knew, and they said, when you're ready to admit defeat, come back and we'll give you some headphones.
Oh, that's
So that was nice of
And
them.
we'll talk about that let's talk about the equipment, you guys, like the Illinois made equipment.
Yeah.
When we talk about here, we got about 2.5 minutes.
Sure. No, some good stories. I want to
Let's talk
definitely
about
plug Victoria Amplifiers in Naperville.
Yes, that's what I want to hit on the air. But we can start talking about it now.
Yeah.
Some of the equipment that you have in here, not only in this studio, which is all Illinois made, except for the foreign stuff I brought in.
Yeah.
Defiling the air.
What have you got? Like some Japanese stuff?
Leases.
I don't know what's made in China. Yeah, so we wanted to dip our toe both in radio history and gear history because Illinois has had a lot to offer in that regard too. So I realized right away that I wasn't going to be able to exhibit an example of every guitar that's been made in Illinois. I mean, Cheap Trick alone made Hamer guitars famous, had all those metal bands that played Dean guitars. But before that, you had Washburn guitars, you had Slingerland drums and Ludwig drums and Shure microphones, as we've been talking about, and so many gear stories that we figured out a way to kind of tell them in a video, but we only have a few things that are out on display from an artifact standpoint. And Victoria Amplifiers was definitely one of them. We just felt it was an amazing sort of story because we're not talking about a big corporation. Like Shure is a successful, great, huge organization. It's microphones and headphones and everything else that they do. And they've had just an amazing history because they got us through the war with all their radios and things and all that kind of stuff. But Victoria Amplifiers, started by Mark and Maureen Bayer, work out of a small, I would say, factory, but it's more like just a workspace in Naperville in an industrial park. And I went there to pick up the artifacts that we got here.
Let's talk about that.
Okay, you got it. And I'm switching to this microphone.
Yes, do both.
Do both. Okay.
There you go. We got 2 audiences. That's how we're rolling.
Is anybody listening to us?
3 audiences: radio audience, streaming audience, live audience.
What you playing now?
Pearl Jam.
All right.
Eddie Vedder.
From Evanston.
There you go. Not in the exhibit.
No. Thanks for bringing that up, Nick.
All right, hot mic. Pearl Jam, Eddie Vedder of North Suburban Evanston, as we talk about Illinois music today. Got Sticks on the way as well. My name's Nick. We're down in Springfield. The State of Sound exhibit, a world of music from Illinois, down here at the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. I am hearing story after story, things you didn't even know about the state of Illinois. Not only that, let's talk about the northern part of suburban part. How about western? Naperville is actually represented here in the exhibit. So talk about why Naperville is somewhere here in the State of Sound.
Naperville is really well represented, actually. So we decided that we wanted to try to tell sort of the gear and music gear story as well in this space. And one of the best is a company called Victoria Amplifiers. And this is a little company that has a little factory in Naperville, and they make some of the best guitar amplifiers in the world. In fact, their clients include Bob Dylan, Keith Richards, John Mayer, just the list goes on and on.
Anyone
And
who plays guitar.
anybody who knows how to, that really cares
It
about
must
that.
sound good.
And let me just put it this way. A lot of amplifier and gear companies, they make products and then they give their stuff to big stars so that they can help sell.
Yeah.
Victoria doesn't do that. If they actually tell some really good stories, like Keith Urban called and said, "Hey, I hear you make some amazing amplifiers. I'd really like to try one." And they're like, "Sure, that'll be X amount of dollars." And he's like, "No, I'm Keith Urban." And they're like, "Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why we're charging you.
Bob Dylan bought 6. You really think I'm going to give you one?" So I love these guys. I love the fact that they are making some of the highest quality stuff you can out of a factory in Naperville, and they're doing it. And it's truly a mom and pop shop. It is a husband and wife. It's a couple other people, and that's about it. and they ship all over the world. They switched the voltage on the back of their amplifiers when they ship them to Europe.
Shame on me for not knowing the local history there. And we're going to continue that story and that discussion on our stream. If you want to check in with us, we're broadcasting it live on our Facebook, YouTube, website as well. We do have sticks coming up. More with Lance Tauser on our live stream. Stick with us. My name's Nick. We're down in Springfield till 3 o'clock on 95.9 The River. Okay.
All right.
That was an
Yeah, it was an
actual
actual
radio break. Yeah. We should have had
We couldn't hear you.
Okay, so more about Victoria and
Yeah,
Naperville.
you know,
What a cool story.
Great story.
What do you know what part of Naperville? You don't. Have to
It's
go
an
back to-
industrial park. They probably don't really want people to know
No,
where
of
they are.
course not. That's fine.
I think they've got a PO box on their website for reasons, but I talk. These are the solid of the earth. These people really care about what they're doing. They are building. This is not a scenario where they're putting the labels on it before it ships out and everything's built in China. They are building them in Naperville. This is amazing stuff. So, and the fact that they are being coveted by some of the greatest rock artists of all time is it's just a great story. And so, we were extremely proud to sort of have these two amplifiers that they loaned us on exhibit. One of them is the model, the Golden Melody, I think is one of them called it, which is the one that Bob Dylan loves. And these things have a very rich tone. They're all tube amplifiers. They emulate some of the old Fender amplifiers that and the way they were wired and the way that they're done. They just care. You know, you just gotta like people that care about what they're doing.
Quality material, things like that.
Yeah.
You said Naperville was more than represented besides Victoria.
Well,
Are there other nods to Naperville?
Well, not necessarily directly in Naperville, but what I will say is the western suburbs in general. I mean, the people that listen in your audience range, they're represented here. They're represented with Tim McElrath from Arlington Heights. They're represented. I mean, it's funny. The guy who wrote this exhibit, Dave Hoekstra, worked for the Sun-Times for 30 years. Naperville, born and raised in Naperville. And he's a huge, he's an advocate for Naperville. He actually wrote a piece about Victoria amplifiers. He was so enthused by the story coming out of this exhibit. So
That's very cool. Sam, go over there. Let's chat. Come on. You can't have Samantha James sitting in the corner. You don't know when he puts baby in a corner, right?
No, let me duck out and let her jump in.
Oh, no, you can.
No, I've been sitting here too long.
All right, well, I've rolled the chair now. I've rolled the chair.
You don't need the phones. You just need this unless you
All
put
right,
you on the
I've
air.
managed to get the headphones stuck in my necklace. So there we go.
There you go.
Hello. I talk in here, do I?
Yes.
Oh,
You
it's
know how to
so
work the
lovely to
microphone.
be here with you.
No,
This is like old times.
Should we do some Game of Thrones recaps?
I was going to
So-
say, I know. So, there has been some Game of Thrones news, though, hasn't there? Isn't there going to be like
a prequel.
a prequel? I know, that's rather
I
exciting.
know. I want to hear what you have to say about what your husband has been
Oh,
up
I
to
know.
over here.
So, no, can I tell you? So, yeah, I'm really seeing this as a tourist, as a because it's like because of the pandemic, the whole time he's been working on this exhibit. I haven't been able to come in and just have a look. It's like the museum's been closed a lot. And then, of course, just normal caution. I wasn't popping in and out of the museum. So I'm really seeing it for the first time when it opened. And it's an amazing experience. It really is super fun.
Now, you made a point this morning to make sure that we mentioned the female representation here today.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let you go. Talk about all the amazing women that you can read about.
Okay, so here's the thing. Yeah, I mean, I actually have been educating myself on who the women of Chicago and Illinois, because I really wasn't aware of the connections of many amazing artists. Now Shaka Khan, obviously, love Shaka Khan, and but it's like you really need to go back. You've got to go back to the Etta James and the Mahalia Jacksons and the Dina Washingtons and think about what they went through to have the success musically that they did. I mean, the glass ceilings that had to be broken. I mean, I don't think they were even available. I don't think there were no glass ceilings at that point. It was it was just unheard of. So, I mean, I think that, there was probably, this is one of the things you see when you go through the list of Illinois musicians, the percentage of women is small.
Yep.
And it's and it's not because there's no talent. it's because there was no opportunity. So the women that we do see are the ones that fought to be heard. The Ma Rainey, of course, who has been all over the Oscars because of the movie that came out recently, Chadwick Boseman's last film. And oh gosh, what was the name of the actress who portrayed her?
Don't even ask me.
No, begins with a V. Oh, I'm so terrible with names. She's brilliant. She's an amazing actress. She wins all sorts of awards. She's in all the movies. Oh God, I can't think of them. She's in all of them, every movie. But no, I can't think of. Anyway, you know which one I'm talking about. Anyway, so Ma Rainey, of course, from Chicago. I mean, again, there are just so many amazing stories. Etta James, whose voice gives me chills, who I love so much. But then flash forward really to you see how many Illinois rock bands there are that are just nothing but testosterone and long hair and tight trousers and everything, and it's just like
those are pants, by the way.
tight pants. But yeah, no. So I mean, you got to look at actually women like Grace Slick, and some of the women that I mean, obviously Janis Joplin, not from Illinois, but you look at the women that broke the mold and got into the scene that was so male dominated. I mean, to be fair, to be honest, I mean, it still was completely male dominated in Illinois. There wasn't many women that broke through in the 70s and 80s. Now, flash forward to the 90s, that's when we've got Liz Phair. That's when we've got Veruca Salt. And we started to have these bands. Smashing Pumpkins, of course, had a female bass player. So it's like, a lot of great bands that had some female influence there. So yeah, so that's what I think, because I think, you do go through the exhibit, and of course there's a lot of men, but that's history, isn't it? I mean, you want to pick up your history book, you're not seeing many female presidents, are you? Well, yeah, we're still waiting on that one, but anyway. But yeah, I mean, it's like, so this is history. Unfortunately, history is very male dominated. So shout out to the women that did get through.
And there's a female influence on the exhibit itself, isn't there?
Well, well, that's the thing. It's like I hadn't actually seen I know.
Go ahead. I'm gonna give you
All right, no. So here's the challenge that my husband gave me. So he wanted to do these very short biographies, like 60-second biographies with one particular artist from each genre. Because this is how the exhibit is set up. It's actually it's quite clever because
I've been wanting to take that stupid phone out into the exhibit and just walk around.
No, they got to come. They got to come visit. They got to come visit. But here's the super. I'll give you a little sneak peek. You have to visualize with your own minds. But it's like there are these really informative videos. Then you walk. That's what these headphones are. So you walk around with these headphones and you plug them in and you listen to a short video on a particular genre, and it will touch, like I just listened to the Power Pop one. So it was Cheap Trick and Material Issue, and then a whole bunch of bands that were long before I ever moved to Illinois, so I had never heard of them, but bands from the 60s and early 70s and stuff.
A couple of pictures I'm popping on the screen.
Okay, so like, okay, so yeah, like the Power Pop stuff was really interesting. But then, so while you sort of, if you listen to the video, you get educated on the bands that you're not familiar with. And there's plenty of bands, and especially in genres that are not my cup of tea quite so much, that I'm learning so many things about. And in fact, yesterday when we were here together, you saw me when I got so excited because I heard that Chicago and Earth, Wind and Fire toured together. And I'm like, I never knew that Chicago and Earth, Wind and Fire toured together. And that made so much sense to me musically. I'm like, of course they did. That is a fantastic combination. Anyway, you can listen to the videos, and then you can then look around at all the stuff that he's got, all the artifacts, and then read other little bits. And so that's brilliant. Anyway, I'm diverse because I'm now back to what my husband asked me to do. Was he wanted me to write these little 60-second blurbs, which I also voiced, which is the thing that you're hinting at, the fact that I did actually say to him, I said, wrote and voiced of these 60-second little blurbs about individual artists. So, and that was really fun, but also really challenging because, like, say, Miles Davis. Tell me about Miles Davis in 60 seconds. I mean, how do you sum up that man's career? I mean, you can't even, I mean, even if you just try to do the music, let alone his personality and, his personal life and everything. So it was quite a challenge, but I enjoyed it because, what else was I going to do during the pandemic? I was sitting at home. So that was a good thing to be doing. And then I voiced it. And I will be honest, I questioned me voicing it because I said to my husband, why would you have a British accent talking about about Illinois? You really want a guy going, oh, the Bears, whatever, so
go that far,
well, I don't know, But anyway, but no, my husband said because I worked in radio in Chicago that he thought, or we'll say that was the reason. It also was that I was right there and we were all stuck at home.
You got
So
a pretty decent voice.
yeah, we stayed in the studio together, and we have a studio at home, so we were able to do it. So
It's playing right now. As a matter of
oh
fact.
really?
Yeah.
Oh
We're gonna go on air here in just a second after that. I got a little 1-minute spiel.
yep.
And then on to our final hour. I feel like we should be done. Oh my
I'm not
gosh.
used to this sort of mic. I really feel like I should be doing karaoke.
Yeah,
It's not.
sit there right
I was going to say. I feel like I want to do Mariah.
Well, hey,
do my
we
hands.
We have a whole hour and 5 minutes to kill. So you want to start?
If I want to
singing
start doing a
karaoke?
few numbers, what are my go-to karaoke songs? Let me think.
I can't get over the. I'm showing a picture of the. What's the metal band with the mic stand?
Oh, Ministry. Oh,
Story.
that's
We told
Al.
the story a couple hours ago. I think we could tell it again.
You think we could tell it again?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was the funniest thing because. So I mean, getting this, you have to come and see this.
I got
Have you got a
it.
picture? Okay, so I was going to say this, but it's even seeing it in person it's really quite spectacular. For those of you familiar with industrial music, Al Jorgensen, huge Chicago industrial music person. Ministry was a huge band in the 80s and 90s, and it's still are. I mean, it's still that's still his sort of go-to pet project, Ministry. But he does so many things. Actually, I think Trent Reznor from Nine Inch Nails used to be his roadie.
Oh, there you go.
Well, there's the connection. So Al Jorgensen was an inspiration for Nine Inch Nails. So Lance wanted to get this, asked if we'd have something for the exhibit, and got sent this. Was told about this thing.
Awesome.
So first of all, getting it here.
So awesome.
Getting it here was insane. At one point, because Lance has a brother that lives out in LA, I mean, we almost had to get his brother Dusty involved to go and pick it up and take it to FedEx because it was not something that, it had to be shipped really properly. Anyway, when it arrived, it's kind of supposed to look a bit like a syringe, which, it's a bit of a mixed message there, I'd say. But
I think
and
the message is pretty clear.
it's pretty clear. Yes, I know. But anyway, the syringe was leaking, right? And the thing
There
is,
was actual fluid.
there's
in
fluid
the hollow part
in
of
the microphone stand, yes. And so the fluid was leaking out. And of course, there's all these museum professionals there, because because even though Lance designs the exhibit, he is not the person who, they have professionals who know how to handle these things and, they do care. So he doesn't do that sort of thing on his own. He has a whole team that are amazing, and the museum has a whole team that are amazing. And so, anyway, so they were all standing around, and because of the nature of Al Jorgensen, again, a Ministry, a little bit of a dark chap, I have to say, a little dark. They all were trying to question what this fluid might be. What would Al Jorgensen have requested to have in his microphone stand? So everyone's getting a little bit nervous about what this fluid is, right? So at one point, they were convinced it was embalming fluid. That's what they thought it was. That was the kind of the common thing. They were all thought it was embalming fluid. No one would touch it. Everyone was practically in hazmat suits, worried.
They were on a phone with somebody, and they were all just standing in a circle around
The
this
thing,
mic stand,
yeah.
trying to figure it out.
It was practically, everyone's too terrified to touch it. But anyway, they called the guy who designed it, basically. So, Al Jorgensen had this made. So they called the guy who made it.
Finding even who that is.
I know. It was, I don't know how, actually. I mean, that would have been a couple of phone calls. But anyway, they got the guy who designed it. And he sort of went through his rec. He was like, "Oh God, I don't know what I put in it. Let me see." And he went through his records, and he found out it was baby oil. So it was baby oil. It was pretty harmless. They didn't have to worry about the leaking
I wonder
fluid.
how much they go through that in the archive building when they get new boxes or whatever. I'm sure they come across mold. And
Oh,
things like
sure.
that,
I think
right?
there's probably a lot of what is that,
So I wonder
moments.
if they have to do they open everything with a mask and just taking all those precautions, or maybe if you just the outside is showing a bit of mold, so you're gonna take that precaution. It's probably bad on the inside.
Yeah, I mean,
I have more questions for Christian. I need
you need Christian for that stuff. This is not my forte, I'm afraid. No, that is not what I know. But yeah, no, I also think, you probably, if you go to, because there's some really freaky deaky museums around too. Lance obviously, wherever we go, we have to visit museums, and he is a huge museum buff and stuff. And but he's been to like a medical museum where they have sort of all sorts of odd things in jars and all sorts of stripes. So I'm sure that museums like that, when things arrive,
Yeah, I want to go visit the building across the street. Like,
Oh,
this
the
museum is
library?
really cool, but I want to go visit the library.
The
and
library, yeah.
maybe check out some of the stuff they got. They said that about 1% of the stuff that they have here is Lincoln related. Everything,
Right.
99% is not Lincoln related.
It's just the
But only
history.
1% of that 1% is on display.
Right.
So
Oh, no, there's a vault.
it's
The
amazing.
vault.
I got 40 seconds.
All right, off you go, mate.
Off I go, mate. That was my English accent. Off you go, mate.
Well done.
Thank you. Sail away with me. Me and Abraham Lincoln actually have a lot in common, I've learned.
Oh, yeah.
We're both tall, obviously. We both cannot sing, can't carry
Oh,
a tune.
right. Okay. I
Uh,
don't know much about his musical ability.
That's pretty much it.
That's all it.
that's all.
Okay. You're sort of
That is
honest.
where the
Are you,
differences
are you
start.
sort of honest? You're sort of honest.
Yeah.
You got
80%?
80%.
Yeah. Something like that. All right. All right. Ooh, here we go. Hot mic. It's 95.9 The River. My name is Nick. We're down in Springfield for another hour or so at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. The artifacts they have down here are so cool. Women are represented as well as the men here. That is for sure. You got to check out the guitars from Cheap Trick, the trumpet from Miles Davis, the harmonic. It's just everything down here. If you're a music fan, you got to come check it out. And we got free tickets we're giving away on our website too. Go to 959theriver.com, click on win, and play our little guessing game for a chance to win tickets to the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. Big thank you to the folks at visitspringfieldillinois.com. If you're coming down to Springfield, that's the first website you should go to. They're going to have everything you need to know. Thanks for the hotel room. It was very nice as well. And also don't forget, if you have been vaccinated, even half vaxxed, free tickets for the month of May and June. All the details on the website. Van Halen, it's 95.9 The River. There we go.
So these little VU things we've got going on here, they're not legit, are they?
They are legit.
Well, then we're way too hot.
Well, he put up the thing. Like
Oh.
they're actually not measuring what's going into the.
And when I say way too hot, I'm not talking about our appearance. I just want you to know.
I'll speak for yourself.
It's a
That's
mic thing.
Yeah. No, he they were really low. They weren't bouncing enough for your husband's liking, so he boosted it up. Now they're like peaking all over the place.
Yeah.
But they're not actually. They are measuring audio signals, but nothing is coming out of this board
All
into
right.
something.
Well, what has he done? What is he? Don't let him do things like that. He doesn't know none about that. Come on.
So how does it feel being a Central Illinois resident? How
Do
you
you,
like it down here?
you know what? I'm not judging yet because I don't feel
That's
it's
a
been
good point.
fair. It's
Yeah.
been fair. We literally, okay, so we moved down here, because I left the river in October of 2019
Mhm.
and we moved down here in November of 2019. And so really, when you move to a new house, and also it was Christmas and Thanksgiving and it was winter, we were literally just starting to emerge into society. Like Joe Crane is a humongous trivia player. He's amazing. And so we played trivia with Joe and his wife, and we were starting to get out there. They've got quite a good theatre scene, I have to say, in Springfield.
Springfield's got it going on. They got a lot of nice stuff.
I have to say I was a little surprised. I don't want to say that I don't want to be rude, but I sort of came down here going, that's quite nice, really,
Visit
isn't it?
Geneva.
Yeah, I came from Geneva, and it's certainly, where I'm living. So here's what we did. We decided to do something completely different when we moved down here. So we bought a house out on a lake, and it's a little bit remote for my liking, I have to say. Bit too remote. And so I'm trying to get used to it. It's like, I don't know my way around, and it's so strange because, I used to drive practically 30 minutes to get to the river every single day. And that didn't, and I'd be stuck in traffic driving through Aurora and, wherever. And that, I never batted an eyelid to that. Driving 30 minutes through cornfields wigs me out. It's
Really?
like, it does. I'm like, where am I? I'm in the middle of nowhere. This is terrifying to me.
I am the opposite.
Are you the opposite?
Yeah, see,
Maybe, are you from like a remote place though? Were you
No,
raised in a remote
I was
place?
I grew up in Lamont.
Well, yeah, I was
I
gonna say,
live in
I'm a city
Plainfield.
girl. I'm a
No.
total city girl.
Like, so I drive from Plainfield to Aurora. I
Yeah.
used to drive to Plainfield to Aurora every day.
Right.
And I could take, Route 30 and drive the main route. I would rather take an extra 5 minutes and go out into the cornfield and not have to deal with traffic. Maybe that's a different, I just
Okay.
hate dealing with traffic on Route 30. But I will drive
You
through
drive around
cornfields
here?
all day.
No,
I
I
lived in Nebraska.
I visited before the pandemic. I went up and visited, because I stopped by the studio, and I came up, and I can remember like the minute I got onto like a 5-lane highway, I was like, yes, I'm at home. You know, it was like fantastic. You know, I like the busy traffic. I don't know why. It's more familiar to me. But so anyway, we bought a house on a lake. I've since realized that actually boats are terrifying, and I'm not a huge fan of going out on a boat on a lake. I love kayaking. Love my paddle boat. I'm out on my paddle boat. That's
Why
really
do they call
good.
it a paddle boat when it shouldn't be a pedal boat?
Oh, is it called a pedal boat?
I don't know. I think
it's called a paddle boat, isn't it? Oh, I don't know.
Paddle boat or pedal boat?
Is it a pedal boat and I'm saying it wrong? I don't know.
Pedal boat or paddle boat?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, let us know. Maybe in the comments, somebody will say something.
Drop it in the comments.
Drop it in comments.
Only the hardest hitting conversation here on 85.9 The River.
We like to sort out the world's issues.
We have some of the state's most preeminent artifacts in the world of music. We're talking about your paddle boat.
We're talking about the paddle. I know. Well, you asked about living here.
I did.
I don't know. Anyway, so we'll see what the lake life is for us. We don't really know. We don't know. It's a little remote for my taste. But Springfield's a bit of a thumbs up, I have to say.
Springfield's got a lot of the history of it is amazing. The Lincoln aspects to it are amazing. What have been your favorite spots to visit, like attraction wise, without not the museum, but
right. Well, this is the thing. Unfortunately, what I was about to say was the second we sort of started to enter society, everything shut down. So we have heard about fantastic festivals. We've heard about amazing concert places, and they have a lot of outdoor theater and things like that. So but we haven't visited any of it because it's all been shut.
It's a hard question.
It is a hard, right now it is. I mean, I can tell you we've got some amazing breweries. We've got some great wineries. There's this whole like Lincoln drinking trail.
Drinking with Lincoln.
Drinking with Lincoln is super fun. So there's a lot of that going on. So, so it's not bad. It's not bad. Anyway, how are you? How's everything going at the river and everything? How's Danielle?
Everyone's
and Scott?
awesome.
Are they doing well?
Yep.
Well, it's been weird. So, I mean, because everyone's been at home, haven't they? So.
Well, not everyone. Scott McKay has been in the studio for a while because he's the morning guy all alone. So that there's no problem with him going in.
Okay.
So he runs the show.
Right, yeah, because he's quite good with all the buttons, isn't he?
Yeah, his show, he runs it from there. Danielle is live from her house
with her dog, which is adorable.
Yes.
Oh my God, such a cute dog.
Clark, and then Jan is live from his house.
Oh my gosh.
No. I think he does go in, but he's still obviously remotes via different ways.
With his traffic.
It's a 3-person morning show, but none of them are
nobody actually
or the same town. Yeah.
Oh my
gosh,
crazy. That is insane.
I do the midday show from home, which is amazing.
I loved your mummy moments that you did with your wife.
Making mommy moves.
Mommy moves. That was amazing. I think she's got a future. I tell you, she was brilliant.
And there were several times she's like, I didn't like that. Let's recut that. Like, okay.
Well, then she definitely is a DJ because she's got the bit of diva in her. So well done. Well done.
It's great because I don't have to, it's 40 minutes each way out of my day that I can spend at home.
Oh, I know. Our planet is so happy we're not all driving everywhere too, isn't it? I mean, that's the other thing. It's like the roads are empty and that's fantastic. So
I hear there were more more people died in car accidents over the last year.
Oh, really?
Because people are driving like there's no one on the road.
Oh,
and there's been
they're driving
actually
too
more
quickly.
Accidents. Isn't that nuts?
I know. I'm sure some of them happen in cornfields. I'm sure because it's terrifying to drive in a cornfield.
Yeah, it's not.
It is totally terrifying. I mean, there's deer. They jump out everywhere and all sorts.
Your car doesn't have deer whistles on it yet?
No. What's a deer whistle?
You put these little plastic things on the front of your car, and as you drive, the wind goes through them and whistles at a high pitch. You can't hear it, but deer can, and it.
I've got
makes them not.
Note
they
to
don't
self.
like
I should put that on my phone.
I don't know if they actually work. I mean, it
okay.
sounds
I'm
like
going to research. I've got time on my hands. I'll research the deer whistle. That's brilliant.
Could
and
be
how is my lovely Mitch? Is he doing all right?
Mitch is fantastic.
And he goes into the studio, does he?
He does. Oh yeah, you couldn't keep him out of there. As soon as he got even a yellow light to go in, he was there.
It's his happy place. He walks into that studio. He's so happy.
Yeah, and I can hear him yelling from my house still. You know how he yells at. Usually it's because like a Rolling Stone song is on or something.
I know. I was gonna say I would be in the other studio, maybe like just trying to do some production work in the other studio,
right.
And he would be dancing and singing and so loud and all that sort of thing and stuff. So
Amy's here. Hi, Amy.
Hello, Amy.
Are you vaccinated as well?
I'm fully vaccinated.
I'm the only one that's not, so I think I'm okay.
You're okay. Yeah, I was gonna say this is the double vaccinated crew, so we are all good.
I got my second one 2 days.
In 2 days, you're good. I am going to love you and leave you. It's been wonderful. Bye bye, River. It's been fantastic. I'm going to go back and have a look. Listen to. I haven't done jazz yet. Wanna go do jazz?
Go do jazz.
I know. Hello, nice to meet you.
Okay. Give me 1 minute. I got a break coming up here. 1 second. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
1 minute. I got 30 seconds here. All right, hot mic. Just past 2 o'clock, it's 95.9 The River. My name is Nick. We're down in Springfield today, the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. We've talked with so many people. We've learned so many things, especially about Illinois' contributions in all genres of music, which is the basis of their new exhibit down here, The State of Sound, A World of Music from Illinois. I took the train down here and ate at some fantastic restaurants already. Thank you for the sandwich, Joe. That was delicious. If you're going to come down to Springfield, the first place you should visit is visit springfieldillinois.com. It's going to tell you everything there is to do, what you need to do, how you need to get there. And we're going to talk to Amy Beadle from Visit Springfield, Illinois, coming up in just a little bit. You can join in that conversation on our live stream. We've been live streaming the last 4+ hours over at 959theriver.com on Facebook and YouTube channels as well. Eric Clapton's coming up, Metallica right now. It's 95.9 The River live at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. All right.
Well done. Well done. Anyway, nice to meet you. I'm going to say goodbye because I'm taking my son off. I'll see you soon, Joe. Yeah. And I tell you what's Labor Day. I'm not Labor Day. What's next one? Memorial Day. If I said after Labor Day you can visit, you'll be waiting for summer, won't you? Yeah. I was going to say we're having some work done on the basement, but I say we're open for business after Memorial Day. So
send me a
I was
message
going
on
to say
Facebook.
come and have a good stuff.
Oh, good to see you.
Oh, so lovely to see you. I missed you so much.
We'll be driving down
I was
sometime.
going to say bring the wife and kids. Love to see you.
We
So
will.
nice to meet you.
Well,
Enjoy yourself.
will you snap just a
Yeah.
little shot here, acting like we're on? That way I can.
Yeah, there
We
we
can
go.
pretend now.
Just wait till we're on.
Just wait till we're on. We won't even have to act it out.
Plus, if I take a picture now, Nick looks kind of goofy there.
Yeah, he's hiding under. That's normal. He's hiding.
Don't.
from me.
I'm radio. I don't do TV.
That's right. I have a face for
All right,
radio.
Amy.
I'm
Thank
good,
you for the
how are you?
hotel room. Thank you
Yeah,
very
I
much.
see you must have got your bag, huh?
I did. I'm sorry my kids could not come
I am
down.
too.
See, what happened was my I'm making sure the microphone's off. It is. My kid's like a dinosaur freak, right? I have a 5-year-old boy, big dinosaur fan. And they're going through their last couple of weeks of school. And the last 25 days, they assign to a letter of the alphabet. So Monday happens to be D-Day, which is dinosaur day in his class.
Oh.
Been talking about it for days. Like, we
You
got to
cannot
let him
miss
go.
that.
So he's doing dinosaur day today. And I'm very excited to hear how.
Well, when my son was small, which was a long time ago, he's 20. He's gonna be 29 this year. Can you believe that, Joe? No, it's crazy. When he was small, that was his thing. Dinosaurs. And that was back when the original Toy Story came out. So I had to spend all of the money I had in my bank
God,
to get him
Amy,
the
like,
roaring,
We have, and I counted a while ago, 150 dinosaurs.
Oh my goodness.
Mm.
I will tell you this, the Illinois State Museum has some dinosaur.
Yes,
Right.
you've got to get them
because,
down here. They'll
Illinois
have
at
a
one
blast.
time had some,
They have a great
prehistoric
dinosaur
stuff
exhibit.
walking all around.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that'll be a part of it.
Yeah.
And part of the reason I was a little apprehensive about bringing the kids down here anyway, just it's a pretty heavy museum. There's a lot of, stuff. I wasn't sure if it would be totally, how long are they going to last is my question, right?
Right.
But COVID probably put a hamper on a lot of it. But Heather was saying about all like the kids programs that they have here. And it sounded like they would have a ball doing that.
Yeah.
My 5-year-old, I'm sure would do like the scavenger hunt stuff that they set up and the arts and crafts that they do. So
Well,
whenever
I think
things
I
get a
gave you
little better.
an explorer passport, so that's a lot of fun. When
Yeah.
you come down, it's kind of a built-in, agenda for you. And all
It's
that good stuff.
so cool. Yeah. You guys do such a good job putting stuff together for families. So I'm excited to get them down here at some point.
Your overnight, I trust, was okay at the Northfield.
Oh, yeah. 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 No problem.
Have you? I was going to give them a quick mention.
Northfield?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
thanks. That's kind of our Reunite in Springfield program. I don't
Yep.
know if you're familiar with that.
I have a whole bunch of stuff here I've made notes to talk to you about. We'll talk about all the other attractions besides the museum here,
Sure.
Lincoln site, summer stuff like that. I know we got a lot summer events coming up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk about
yeah.
some of that.
We've got a great History Comes Alive program. It runs June 5th to August 7th.
Okay.
And it's all period and reenactors and live things happening throughout the city at different, or throughout the downtown at different.
Cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That has got to be cool. Yeah, I got reunites in Springfield on my list.
Mhm.
Deals and discounts, and I saw there was a section of your website, 7 new things for 2021.
Oh gosh, you can
So-
ask me what that was. That was a long time ago we wrote that. What was new? Oh,
If you have,
I know
if you
it
don't
was,
want me to ask you, I won't ask you.
you can. I just need to make sure I have them all here. That was a couple blogs ago. I know it was.
Well, it was still on your front page. So I'm not...
Oh yes, it's,
Okay.
it still lives on our front blog page. I know we had the Walk, Bike, and Hike from DNR. They have a new tour series that they're doing.
Okay.
So that was one of them. I think we even plugged in there still the world's largest Route 66 shield down at Motorheads,
Oh, cool.
which is a really cool thing.
What's the biggest challenge about pitching Springfield to people?
There's so much to do that
Yeah.
it's hard to.
What a PC answer. It's just
is.
too much fun.
It's sometimes it's hard to rein in how much time they have versus how much there is to do.
Uh-huh.
And so we really try to talk with each individual visitor that comes in the visitor center or calls us for
Yeah.
advice and see what they're really wanting to experience.
Is
And
most
then-
of it like Lincoln stuff and the museum here, or is this, how popular is this museum as opposed to everything else you got going on? Like, is Lincoln like the thing to do, or is it?
Lincoln is our calling card. He's
Yeah,
what we call
it's on the
he's our
logo,
purple
right?
cow. Our purple cow. He's the one out standing in the field.
Uh-huh.
But that's what's really cool about Springfield. I mean, like we have
That gets you in
the
the
third
door,
largest
but
carillon in the world
yeah.
out at Washington Park. And we
Uh-huh.
have Washington Park Botanical Gardens and the Rose Gardens and
Mhm.
Lincoln Memorial Garden, which was built by Jens Jensen, just an internationally
Yeah.
renowned,
Yeah.
arborist. And we have Lake Springfield. We have Knights Action Park, which is an outdoor water park and
Okay.
dryland park. We have Shields, which is a huge sporting goods outdoor experience type of thing. And then our arts and culture.
Yeah.
You know, we have the Dana Thomas House, the Frank Lloyd Wright home
Mhm.
here in Springfield. So
That's cool.
this is where I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
I don't know, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
We can-
And I think maybe that's the apprehension for people like up north coming down here. First, it's so easy to get to. You literally don't even have to drive.
Oh my God,
It's,
you hit
know, so
Joliet and you're just like autopilot
that's what I
right
did.
down.
Yeah,
Yep.
I took the train
Yep.
down. I should have told you that because I'm like, hey, maybe I had to like bother someone for a ride to get from here to the hotel.
They have a shuttle.
There was only one employee.
Oh, well, and that's,
Yeah.
obviously I apologize for that. That is a
No,
bit of a
you didn't
struggle.
even know. So it was just fine. It was no
But
problem.
in normal circumstances, it would have.
In normal
been super
circumstances,
easy.
I tried Uber and taxi, and like nobody. There was no Uber drivers.
On a Sunday
there
night,
was
you were
no
like, I'm
taxi
stuck.
drivers or taxi companies weren't picking up their phone. I'm like, I'm in a bit of a pickle here.
I can't walk.
Yeah, I
That's
know,
a
right? It was a
long
little
way.
far. No, but it worked out just fine. But yeah, it's so easy to get to. Like I got so much done in that 2.5-hour drive. It made today a lot easier because I took the train.
Sure.
So we got about 2.5 minutes.
Where do you, am I in this or in this?
You're gonna be in both. The black one, actually, no. The 2.5 minutes is just for me on the air
okay.
real quick, and then we can start talking in
Sure.
more depth because we are live right now on our stream right over there. But that's what the silver microphone is for. That's
Okay.
streaming microphone and then radio
Try
microphone.
talking to basically both of them at the same
You
time.
can, yeah, because the black microphone also feeds outside, so people come by and plug in.
Oh,
they can,
okay.
They can
Great.
listen to.
I'm trying to remember the other 7 things that I want to tell you off of that blog.
I used
We
to-
probably better not go directly to name 7 things. 'Cause
That's
I don't know
fine.
if I can name 7 things.
That's fine. I used to live in Jacksonville for a year.
Oh, did you?
Yep, in 2011, I think.
What
it was.
brought you there?
Work. Yeah, my first job was in Nebraska, and then I got another radio job in Jacksonville at WLDS,
Uh-huh.
and there I worked there for about a year before I moved back up home to the suburbs. So I'm somewhat familiar. I've visited Springfield on many occasions over my year
And
working
what
in
suburbs
Central
are you
Illinois.
in?
I live in Plainfield.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
grew up in Lamont.
Sure. I grew up in Streamwood and Elgin area,
Sure.
and my grandparents lived in Coal City.
Oh, yeah.
Diamond. So we were always,
Up and down.
running up and down
Yeah, that's cool.
that at 100 miles an hour since my dad was a state trooper.
He was a state trooper. Oh, jeez.
We got there real quick.
Yeah, no kidding.
So,
We
yeah,
stopped.
it was
We had lunch yesterday at
Yes, with this amazing food you had.
Obed and Isaac.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
really
fun, right? What
Yeah.
a great place.
Yeah, we were sitting outside on the patio.
Oh, it was
I had
a
some
beautiful
beers. And,
day.
yeah, it was great. Is it raining out? I don't even know what the weather's.
It's not right now.
Not yet.
Hopefully it's
It's
not.
supposed to
As
storm
soon as I
pretty
get back,
bad,
I have a TV interview, so I got to still
Oh,
live
do you?
halfway. Okay.
What time do you need to bounce? I'll make sure you get out. Of
I
here.
just have to be back there. She's coming at 3, so like 10.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
we're good.
That's plenty of
We
time.
won't talk that one.
I'm done. I'm done before
So
that.
Obed and Isaac you had, and would Joe bring you today a sandwich from somewhere?
Head west.
Oh, ooh, and
Yeah.
that sweet bread. Mhm.
Yeah, the bread was amazing. on
I'll tell
that
you what, you
sandwich.
could come down here and do nothing but eat.
Yes.
And we have blogs just on eating. You have to have a horseshoe. If you haven't had a horseshoe,
I've had
you probably
horseshoes,
have
yeah.
been in Jacksonville
Yeah.
for a year. You can't really
All
avoid
right, here,
that.
one second. Let me give you 1 second here. All right. Hot mic, here we go. It's Clapton 95.9 The River. My name is Nick. We're down in Springfield today for the next 40 minutes or so. And we're talking to Amy Beadle. She's from visitspringfieldillinois.com. If you're joining us on our live stream, we're going to talk about everything going on in the city of Springfield with all their historic sites, with all the events going on. Real quick, here we go. Ready? Elevator pitch. Give me why should folks up in the suburbs take the Amtrak down to Springfield? Give me
They
the
should come-
elevator pitch here.
Absolutely. Everyone should come to Springfield this summer with all of the amazing things we have going on. If you like history, if you like arts, if you want to hear music, we have 11 AMP series concerts going on. There is something for absolutely everyone in Springfield. Bring the family, bring your friends. We've got a great Reunite promo, and we have an amazing Girls Weekend planned for you.
Girls Weekend. We're going to talk about the Girls Weekend when we go over to our live stream. If you are at home, working from home today, go to 959theriver.com. You will see the link right there, and I can vouch for the food down here already. We've had some great meals. Obed and Isaac's Brewing Company, they were fantastic. What was the sandwich place I just had for lunch today?
You had Head West, yes,
Oh
a
my
local
gosh.
specialty.
That was fantastic.
Sweet bread.
We're going to talk more Springfield coming up, and my name's Nick. We are live down here at the Abe Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum for their State of Sound exhibit, now open, chronicling everything Illinois has given to the world of music. If you're a music fan, you got to come down here and check this place out. Okay, there we go. So, okay. We're going to talk about events. What do you got coming up this summer?
Sure.
Hopefully things will be a little less COVID restricted by that time. So what do you got going
We are
on?
expecting that like any minute.
She'll hold up that microphone so they
Oh,
can get the
oh,
gray
okay.
one. That's our streaming microphone.
I gotcha. Okay, I'll get this yet. This summer, we are expecting really, literally almost any minute, any day for the governor to let us go to bridge phase, which will make a tremendous difference in going to 60% occupancy in just about everywhere that we have available. So, but the great news is that a lot of what we have going on this summer and really just in general, other than maybe December, January, February, we have so many outdoor, open air, non-restrictive type of things happening. So we're fortunate for that as well. Obviously, the museum here is doing amazing. It's one of our biggest draws. We absolutely love our 16th president, Abraham Lincoln.
I feel like Abraham Lincoln gets people to Springfield, and then once they're here, then you go to work.
Absolutely. And yes, and we like to promote him. He is, as I said to you earlier, he is our purple cow, meaning that he is the one that stands out and he is the one that we can't ignore. Like that is what Springfield truly is about, is history, Abraham Lincoln. There's just so much rich history here, whether it's Lincoln or if it's African-American history. We were the home of the 1908 race riots, and the NAACP was formed out of that event happening here in Springfield. So very major, rich, deep history in Springfield, which a lot of people don't know about all of that. We have things like the Illinois State Museum, which is a huge treasure. It has things about the whole state of Illinois from way back in prehistoric dinosaur days.
My son
your
would be so
son
happy.
will love it. Currently, they're just wrapping up an exhibit till the end of this month. So if you're thinking of a trip over Memorial Day weekend, they have an exhibit called Fashioning Illinois. It's 1820 to 1900 period clothing and all about the textiles and how they made clothes and how they cared for them. And so some really neat things like that. Along with our outdoor events this summer, we have our History Comes Alive series, which is period reenactors kind of floating all around downtown to different sites and
That
attractions.
is cool. How you're not putting that in like a corner of town somewhere or out at like a county fairgrounds or something. You put it right in the middle of the city. I think that's so cool.
Absolutely. You could be having lunch at Maldener's and Abraham Lincoln can walk in and, greet you and say hello.
I was this close to wearing a tuxedo and a top hat today, by the way.
You should have. Well, you can always wear this.
I know.
You can
I
always
kept
wear
hitting
your
this
cute
thing
little
with my
Lincoln hat.
headphones. I'm almost ripping
I
the
saw
thing.
you ripped
Sorry,
it.
I got another one. I was going to give it to my 5-year-old son, but I think I'm just going to keep it.
Never hurts. That's part of our series for our Explorer Passport. So when you come to Springfield, if you're at a loss for what you want to do, you stop at the Visitor Center downtown here on the Old State Capitol, and you pick up your Explorer Passport. And what that is, one half of it is 20 sites and attractions, the must-sees, if you will. It's the Lincoln sites, it's the Vachel Lindsay home, it's the Old State Capitol, all of those type of things. And you go around and you find different little Lincolns colored hats. And it's a scavenger hunt. When you flip it over on the other side, this is where a lot of your food will come in. So this is the Made Right, the original sandwich shop drive-through in America. This is Route 66 Motorheads down on south of Springfield. And so that side you go and you meet the living legends of Route 66. And we're very much about our Route 66 heritage here as well. So on top of everything else we have, we sit on historic Route 66,
of course,
and have a lot of great pieces for that. So you get that, you go meet the purveyors, and you have great meals. So it basically shows you 20 things in one passport, showing you 2 to 3 days minimum to come to Springfield and really truly experience.
Well, you're
what we
a
have.
suburban native. You're from what, Elmhurst? That we said.
Streamwood and Elgin. Yeah,
Elgin area.
Right.
So what brought you down to Central Illinois? Was it working for Visit Springfield?
No, actually, I came here in 1987.
Okay.
So let's not date me too much. That was before I was working for Visit
You
Springfield.
kept talking about it. I was going to let it slide. You brought it up.
So I moved down here with my family and had no plans of staying at any point in time. Then it sort of grew on me. And then I started my career and a family of my own. And really, it's just such a comfortable, easy, the flexibility, the affordability, the drivability. I mean, you can be anywhere in town, point A to point B during rush hour, as they called it when I moved here. I thought that was really funny. 20 minutes. And you're done. So it's a great place to visit. Very affordable.
Yep. I did have a chance to live down in Central Illinois for a solid year before I moved back at home. And Springfield was always a fun place to come. I was out in Jacksonville, and they have a lot of really fun things. You want to talk about really cool Civil War era history? The houses on that main drag that go through Jacksonville are just beautiful.
Their Underground Railroad history is amazing.
Yep. And I imagine a lot of the same stuff you can find here too, right?
Yes. Well, and we work with them as well for our motor coach tours and things like that. Sometimes we'll be the hub, and then we'll spoke out to some of the smaller areas.
Okay.
And so we always like to work with our partners in the other cities as well.
But I always, it's a little half-hour drive into Springfield, and you just get a little bit more variety of food, a theater scene, entertainment, things like that. And if I'm ever going to go visit, home, or I'm having people come down, it's always just taking the train down to Springfield. We'll meet you at the train station, have dinner or something, then go home. Yep. Springfield's always just been a really approachable city. I think you can always come down. You're going to find something you like no matter where you go.
I love that word, approachable. That's what we like. We very much pride ourselves on customer service. Thank you. That was for free.
You can have that one for free. As far as the family goes, you kind of hit on it a little bit, but can you talk about if a family wants to make a day trip? So they come down, maybe they might need a weekend at this point, but if they're going to come down and do the museum, what are some other things they should do around Springfield, specifically for families with smaller kids?
Sure. We have an amazing water park. So we have Knights Action and Splash Kingdom. So there you can spend your days, out floating on the lazy river or playing in the splash, the little splash pad area that they just built last year. They also have miniature golf. They have go-karts, a Ferris wheel. And then at night they have the twin drive-ins, the Route 66 twin drive-in. So not everybody gets to experience. I remember as a kid going to the drive-ins and how much fun that was. But I don't think kids these days, for the most part, get to experience that.
Idea. Starting to make a comeback now.
Yeah, so that's something else that we have that's kind of a neat feature here in Springfield. If you hit a rainy moment, you can always pop on over to Shields, which is a 220,000 square foot sporting good entertainment place. They have an indoor Ferris wheel and an arcade and a candy factory and a restaurant and all kinds of fun things. Dad can go upstairs and find his hunting gear. And
easy with the candy, okay?
No candy?
I don't want to be giving my kids any more candy. They're already crazy.
You do not want to take them to this candy factory then, trust me, because they will go crazy.
Well, we probably won't be able to stop them now. Yeah.
And then, coming to the museum, like you said, depending on the age, but even at a younger age, seeing, the beautiful figurines and things like that. I mean, it's just still such an experience. And I don't know that there's really any time that is too early to introduce your kids to the history and things like that. I think we miss a lot of that nowadays. So those are fun things. The State Museum, again, kind of like here with the headphones and hands-on learning, things of that nature. So it's really tons of things for
Yep.
families to do, not to mention all the great places to eat.
Oh,
And
for
a lot of
sure.
kid-friendly places to eat as well.
Yeah, I know a lot of those breweries and stuff are pretty kid friendly too. Reunite in Springfield. I saw that kind of plastered on your website. Can you explain what that's all about for us?
Absolutely.
Reunite in Springfield.
Reunite. So what we know, the traveler sentiment is that people are ready to meet up with their friends, their families, get vaccinated, get ready and meet up. Some people haven't seen their families in over a year,
Yeah.
which is just so sad and so hard to think about. So what we want to do is we want to make it easy for people. We want to offer people a way to come to Springfield, decide that Springfield's where you're going to meet. We're a central part in the United States, regardless of where your people are coming from. And in the Midwest, super centrally located. We want to offer people a way to come here. We've got wonderful hotel partners who have offered just awesome rates for people to come and stay for a couple of nights.
As a special for this.
Okay. Yep. And this will run from now through September 30th. So this is all summer long, even after Labor Day, if you still want to plan that. Then we got together with some of our area businesses and also with our park district. And the park district's offering resident rate rentals for shelters in our parks. So if you want the whole family to come, you still want to kind of be outside, we've offered a parks guide. So you can find the perfect place.
There you go.
And then some of our restaurants like the Do Chili and Cafe Moxo, they've come in and said, if you need to order food for your group or you want to come and eat or have a family dinner, we're going to give you discounts, things of that nature. So we tried to put together something all encompassing that would show people that Springfield is the perfect place to get your family and gather. And we're going to try to give you everything that you need to make it very easy to do so.
Great idea. What a fantastic idea to try to leverage, people starting to get back together, and Springfield just makes perfect sense. Like I keep talking about the train.
Yeah.
It's such a no-brainer. And I was actually going back and forth. Should I take the train? Should I not? If I take a car, I don't have to be on the schedule. I'm like, I'm just going to do it. And I got so much work done on that thing. It's got Wi-Fi. It's got, plugs for your devices so you can charge things up. It's just a no-brainer. So for coming down to Springfield, my suggestion is to take the train, but lots of deals to be had here, lots of money to be saved if you're coming down. I see the little picture of the shields that you're talking about. That looks
that's the little Ferris wheel.
That looks really, really cool. What else was I going to
you got to go to the Cozy Dog before you leave. Hopefully you can get over there. I don't know if you'll make that.
I've had that before.
Yeah.
Do you want me to ask you about 7 new things, or do you want to direct people to the website? 7 new things in 2021.
Well, sure. I mean, we've always got a ton of new stuff going on here. One of the biggest things out of that 7 new things. First, I would just say, and I think you've done it already, is to visit our website at visitspringfieldillinois.com. Head to our blog section. We update our blogs about once a week, if not more often, with all the great things that you need to know. It's all evergreen content. So if you find a blog that's dated later, it's still up to date. We keep all of those refreshed. So one of the biggest things that we're excited about this summer is the addition of the Illinois Department of Natural Resources. IDNR has developed a walk, bike, and hike program that has several different types of walking, biking, and hiking adventures through historic areas such as Oak Ridge Cemetery out by Lincoln's Tomb, downtown through the 1908 race riots. They're all led by DNR staff who are able to, educate and inform people of that rich history in Springfield, all while being outside and getting some exercise.
Do you got a favorite historical site? I'm not going to ask you your favorite business. I'm not going to put you in that position, but of all the historical Lincoln related Civil War area sites, is there one that kind of hits you a little bit harder than the other ones?
I really think the old state capitol.
Cool. Okay.
It's just it's where Lincoln, spent so much of his time here in Springfield. And recently it's gained, even more notoriety for where Barack Obama announced his candidacy for presidency, things like that. So it's just a very special place. I learned some time ago that they actually had dismantled that building piece by piece, numbered it, took it to the fairgrounds, laid everything out so that they could dig the underside of that building, and then brought it all back and remantled that.
Crazy?
And so to look at it, it was just a little awe-inspiring to look at it and think.
And it used to be right down the road here, right? Just a few blocks away from where we're sitting.
What's that?
The old
state capitol? It's still there.
Oh, I thought what got moved?
They took it apart and then they put it all back together there again.
Oh.
Once they did the underground.
Oh, so they moved it so they can do the underground, then brought it back and put it back together?
That's my understanding.
That's incredible.
Yes.
Is that so that the parking garage underneath is what we're talking about?
Right.
Which, by the way, plenty of parking.
Yes, we have tons of parking, lots of parking. And right now, it has not been announced yet that that's changing. So currently all the metered parking in downtown is free. until further notice, just to welcome visitors and welcome our own residents to come in.
Give me 1 second here. I got 30 seconds, so I just got to do a real quick thing, okay?
Sure.
I got the right one. Yeah. We didn't talk about girls' night yet. We're going to do that in a minute.
Sure.
All right, hold on. Hot mic. Got another half hour or so down here in Springfield in this super cool retro radio studio they built inside the State of Sound exhibit. If you're a music fan, you got to check out this new exhibit inside the Illinois Gallery at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. All right, girls' night. What's with girls' night? Tell us about it.
It's actually our girls' weekend.
Okay, good.
Oh,
Sorry.
am I good?
I
Okay.
thought I forgot to click the microphone off, but we're good.
Okay, I'm just talking to the world now. Our girls' weekend, again, it's in our blog section for people to take advantage of that. We've kind of worked up a little bit of a weekend itinerary, just kind of suggesting, same with the Reunite. And quite honestly, girls, if you want to use, Reunite, then book under the Reunite program and put your girls together. I mean, nothing says that we can't reunite as girlfriends or sisters, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be the whole family, just the ones you like. So the girls' weekend is basically, we just wanted to put together to show, you're always looking for that perfect place to go. You want to get there. You want to spend most of your money while you're shopping the boutiques or you're at the winery. I mean, you really don't want to spend a ton on your hotels and things. So, we wanted to put together a show it's affordable and to show that we have a great winery tour and selection. Our brewery, you obviously experienced one of those. We've got several others in town. We've got a couple of different spas that they can, make weekend appointments for, as well as our boutique and shopping experience here in Springfield, and then the dining as well.
And if someone wants to get info on that and book a lot of their stuff, can they do it all in one place, or do they have to book their hotel on the hotel's website and then reservations on the restaurant website? How does that all work?
Yes, so they would do that a la carte. They would kind of use our site to facilitate finding everything that they need, getting the ideas for what they would want to do for the weekend, and then they would everything on that blog though has a clickable link to that exact business. So if they say, yeah, this looks great, then they can go straight there and make their plan.
I stayed at the Northfield Inn and Suites up on the northeast side of the city. It was very nice. I appreciate them for the hospitality. I actually was across the street. There's a couple of restaurants, barbecue place, a wing
Hickory,
place, right? And I talked to the guy behind the counter. He's like, hey, where should I go? He pointed me in the right direction. Couldn't have been happy with my dinner choice. Great. So very helpful staff at the Northfield Inn and Suite. So I appreciate them having me last night.
Well, we're thankful for their partnership. We ask a lot of our partners, and we have great relationships here, which is another terrific thing about Springfield. This week, we're actually celebrating National Travel and Tourism Week. So this is a very special and important week to us always. This year's theme is the power of travel. And this year it has a little bit of a somber feel to it because many of our partners are not faring well. Some of them have not survived. And many of our longtime friends in the industry are no longer with us because of cuts and layoffs and things of that nature. So we are ready to rebuild and we are ready to see this thing through, and it's going to happen. But partners like Northfield Inn and Suites, they're amazing. They're up in the north end, as you said. They're a big anchor for us for our Illinois State Fairgrounds, which is just a couple miles west of where you were, are the historic Illinois State Fairgrounds. Springfield is also the home to the State Fair, as you know, which we're very excited we will have this year. Oh, it's happening. I don't know. I mean, if I have a say, it's happening. That's a huge part of tourism for Illinois and for Springfield. Absolutely. So we're very much looking forward to, again, vaccinations occurring and people getting on this train and making it happen. So, but Northfield's great because they house a lot of our fairgrounds, horse shows, cattle shows, things of that nature. They're a very great partner for hosting all of those people, as well as the Ramada across the street.
Cool. So if you are getting together with friends or family and they are all over the state or all over the country, Springfield's a nice place to meet them up. Reunite in Springfield. Visit SpringfieldIllinois.com. There's lots of Springfields, but only one Springfield, Illinois, right?
That's correct. There's like 40 of them, but we're it. We're the only one you need to know.
Amy, I appreciate you stopping by and letting us know everything that's going on.
I love it. Thanks.
All right. You're free. You can do whatever you need to do. I know you got TV coming down and saying hi to you. What are they coming down for? That's pretty much what we're talking about.
Travel and Tourism Week.
Oh, nice.
We're doing The mayor's giving us a proclamation tomorrow night at City Council, recognizing the importance of tourism in our city.
Oh,
We've got a keynote
yeah.
speaker flying in from North Carolina on Wednesday for our
Who's that?
customer service. Calvin Stovall.
okay.
He used to be with Hilton. Really
Gotcha.
great guy. He's got this iconic framework that he tells you, how to be iconic in your own way. And so I'm on the board of our Central Illinois Customer Service Association.
Uh-huh.
And so we're bringing him in for that. But Visit Springfield is the presenting sponsor of that organization all
Got
the
it.
time. So
I'm gonna hold on to this.
tying that together, and yeah.
Well, this
So,
has been an awesome
stuff.
trip. I only got a little bit while to go here.
Yeah, well, I
this
hope
was
you can
so
come
cool.
back with your family.
I hope so too.
Enjoy
Yeah.
everything we have to offer. The kids would probably love to ride the train.
Yes. My only question is how long they are going to love it. I know they're going to love it for a certain amount of time. Will they love it for 2.5
So you have
hours?
5 and how 5?
3.
Oh, well, yeah. Sometimes the car's better. We can just pull it over whenever you need
Exactly. Exactly. Maybe if the car is not packed, we can just go to the cafe car and whatever, just kind of
Sure.
walk up and down the aisles. But they
Yeah.
probably dissuade us from that. They probably don't want us doing that right now.
Might take a lot of getting them real tired before you get on the train.
Yeah, maybe.
A lot of
The
prep- lot
5-year-olds
of
would
prep
probably
work.
be okay, but yeah, as long as we bring stuff for them to do, I think it would be all right. Are there cars that have like tables at all?
I have not really been on the train for a
don't
long
think so.
time.
It's very it's just like an airplane, just kind of with seats.
Yeah.
If there was a car that had tables where they can color and play. a
I know
game
there's
or
different levels of tickets that you can get, so I would assume
something.
that
That's true.
there's got to be different.
Yeah, I gotta look
sections
into
that have
E-
better
Even if
amenities.
we drive, whatever.
Oh yeah.
We've driven to Indianapolis before, so.
So you're probably only like 3.5 hours in Plainfield, 3.5 maybe.
2.5. And we're right by Joliet, and I'm pretty sure it's not that bad. It's only 2.5.
That's not bad. Yeah, because once you hit I-80, then you're on
Yeah, we live
75,
right off
75 cruise, and you're good to go.
Exactly.
So
All right, I'm out of here in about 45.
thank you
So
so much. It was great to meet
I
you.
appreciate you stopping in and talking with us. Thank you for the
Yeah,
hotel. It was great. I
absolutely.
really appreciate you doing that for
Well, when
us.
you come back, if you need anything, you just look me up, okay?
Will do. Thank you so much.
You're
Amy.
welcome.
Take care.
You as well. Good luck on that second shot.
Yeah. Chili Peppers in Boston are coming up. My name is Nick. We're about wrapping up down here in Springfield. I learned more than I've ever known about Abraham Lincoln, and just walking through this museum, you forget how impactful it is, what an emotional story the Abe Lincoln story is, and then this new exhibit is just so cool. The reason we're down here, the State of Sound, A World of Music from Illinois. It's artifacts and stories from all of the artists that have impacted the world of music who started here in Illinois or who are from Illinois originally. Styx, REO, Cheap Trick, Miles Davis. The list goes on through every genre, house music, hip hop. They got stuff from Chance the Rapper, from Common. They have, like I said, blues, jazz, gospel. The list goes on and on and on. And if you are a music fan, this is a place you definitely have to come visit. Everyone should visit the Lincoln Museum anyway, just to get that history lesson. But what they put together here in this Illinois gallery, it's a space that they move exhibitions in and out of. It's always something fresh. And what they brought in here starting this weekend with this music exhibit really is very, very cool. Put together by Lance Tauser, who we spoke with, from Dave Hoekstra, one of the music critics from the Chicago Sun-Times. I've shared articles from him about this exhibit that really go into detail. You can find that at 959theriver.com. I can't recommend it enough. I hope you do find some time to get down here with your family. I would take the train if I were you. I'm a train fan, but very easy and short drive as well. Hope you can check it out. If you're coming down, visit springfieldillinois.com is the place to go. PresidentLincoln.illinois.gov is the website for the library and museum here. So I really hope you do find some time to come check it out. We got some photos and stuff on our website too, 959theriver.com. My name's Nick. We'll wrap things up in just a little bit. It's 95.9 The River. Well, that's almost it, friends. What a cool! I told you I would turn around the camera here. They got these really cool guitar picks. They're really neat things. Hold on, let me show you. These things, like State of Sound, a really cool Abraham Lincoln on it. Did a really neat job. How you doing, guys? Can you hear me out there? Nice. Are you having fun? Yeah, some pretty cool stuff out there. Hey, Joe.
Hey there.
Just
Wrapping up the broadcast?
Yeah, we got my last quick break here, about 5 minutes.
Excellent, excellent. Still streaming. Hi, everybody.
Yep.
So
This went really, really well.
Sorry, I wanted to get back down here sooner, but I had a couple of things to take care of, some fires to put out.
No, no problem.
So, because I know Amy couldn't stay all the way till 3, but
Yeah, no, she was great.
hopefully she gave you everybody watching some great information about how to visit springfieldillinois.com this summer.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
I know everyone's waiting for the governor to give the green light, at least the bridge phase, is that what he's calling it?
Yeah, the bridge phase, and then hopefully we can start getting back to normal. You want to put these in a safe place? Those are your certificates for your winners.
Yes, sir.
It includes the letter that with the information on how to redeem their, throw in some guitar picks too. There's also a little brochure in there. Trust me, if you want to throw a couple in per, that's fine. There's plenty.
You're gonna get 100,000 of them?
Yes, it's some ridiculous amount. So apparently, could never have too many.
Yeah.
So, but
Pretty good crowd walking in through it.
yeah,
Monday,
yeah,
it looked like.
it's been a steady. I just saw a group come in, school group come in about 30 minutes ago. So
Nice.
some folks. It's been nice to see, even though a lot of schools haven't been able to do field trips this spring. A lot of homeschool associations around Central Illinois have gathered theirs, especially since we have the free admission for all Illinois students through the end of May. A lot of homeschool associations have been taking advantage of that to get together a few van loads of kids from their respective communities, whether it's Bloomington or Peoria or wherever around here, to make a trip. So folks in Chicago, Illinois students, free admission through end of May.
For students?
For students K through college.
Oh,
so
wow,
if you're an Illinois student and you've got the valid ID.
And vaccinated adults.
And
Man, everyone
vaccinated
gets in for free. Everyone gets in for free.
Just about.
Just come down. Just please come down. Yeah, we'll make sure these gets into
Your promotions,
hands.
folks. Yep. And then when you wrap up, you said you hadn't seen Lincoln's Eyes yet. The next showing's at 3, so you need to take a break and go see that for 15 minutes. And then
Oh, I
come back
will.
and finish.
Will they let me in a little bit late? I should be done here. I should be done before 3. I should be able to run over there. when it's
Yeah.
done. Just my last one here after Boston. Dun, 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 dun. Me and Lincoln have a lot in common, I've learned.
Really?
We are both tall.
Okay, I knew that.
We both cannot sing. We both cannot carry a tune. I've learned that from Christian. There's a lot of letters saying how Abraham Lincoln could not sing. So I guess our similarity is probably in there.
From back in my radio days.
What am I looking at? Is it just you? Oh,
In
that's
the
Bob
middle.
Surratt, right?
Yeah, Bob Surratt.
I don't know who that is.
John Records Land.
Oh, that's right. Oh, he looks so different.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Surratt looks the same minus the
Yeah,
fro.
Yeah, that was 30 years ago
Oh, that's funny.
when I was in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
We actually had Landecker in to guest host a few times when somebody couldn't make it in. He was nice enough to come in and
Mm-hmm.
do a little guest hosting for the morning show.
Yeah, he seemed like a good guy that
Oh.
time I met him, but it was 30 years ago.
Yeah,
but
no,
I'm
he's
sure
he's still a really cool guy. Forget the day. $50 seconds. This actually worked out a lot better than I thought it was going to. I'm not going to lie. I thought we were going to have a lot of fires here, but it
Must
worked
be
out
in
good.
high school,
Really?
Southeast Missouri.
Oh, nice. Is that the high school station?
No, it was a local AM daytime,
Oh, daytime. Yeah.
where AM means a lot of music. That's what they said back then.
a lot of music.
Yes.
Yeah, the station I worked at in Jacksonville they had to turn the power off at certain times too.
Yeah.
All right, hot mic. Well, I can't say enough great things about the folks down here in Springfield at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. This new exhibit, Joe, is beautiful. It is so well put together. The artifacts are so cool to look at. A beautiful room. You got to be pretty proud to show the world this.
We definitely are, and we couldn't be more excited to have 95.9 The River come
Oh,
down from
wow, thank
from
you.
the Western Burbs to be the first radio
Yeah.
station to officially broadcast live from the State of Sound studio inside the State of Sound, A World of Music from Illinois exhibit. You've had an audience throughout the day. You know, we're like in a fishbowl in here.
It was
Studio
quite-
within the exhibit.
It was quite the crowd, and I'm honored to do so. I'm going to put my signature next to the second ladies up there, and the first lady. Pardon me.
Lady,
The
yes.
first
Lindsay
ladies.
Pritzker of Illinois.
I'm going to sign that, and I hope everyone has a chance to come down and check it out. A World of Music from Illinois, the State of Sound, down here at the Abe Lincoln Museum. Come check it out. Just take the train, 2.5 hours. You're there, visit, shoot on back. Couldn't be any easier. I'm going to support the local hospitality community's economy coming up very, very
We
shortly.
have a few brew pubs in the downtown vicinity within walking distance between here and the train station.
I'm going to do my best to help out. My name's Nick. I'll talk to you tomorrow at 10 live from my basement. It's 95.9 to the river. Mitch is coming up. I probably should have played the next song, but whatever.
Hey, we hit the post.
Here we go. All done.
All right.
All done, friends.
I think you have time to
Yes.
run over there real quick.
I am going to. Oh, it is 3 o'clock right on the
Yes.
nose. I am
I'll
running
just
late.
walk over there with you, and if not, we'll catch the 3:30 show.
Cool. All right, let's go run and do that real
What
quick.
you said, you got one last break?